Part 9, last part. Chapter 356. The gears of Tang Chuan's tragic fate begin to turn. In Wanda Plaza in Shanghai, Tang Chuan took Tang Ro to a luxury store to make her feel better. Just as they were immersed in the joy of shopping, Tang Chuan received a call from director Wang Jing. The wrap-up party mentioned on the phone reminded Tang Chuan that he had agreed to attend, but forgot because of family matters. So he invited Tang Ro to go with him, and Tang Ro accepted the invitation. The two then went to the hotel hand in hand. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Tang family was extremely tense. Chu Ling, persuaded by Su Shuyun and his wife, told her bitter experience of being in debt in Chua Village. Su Shuyun burst into tears and hugged Chu Ling tightly. Tang Goen was so angry that his veins bulged. He decided to call the police and bring the Chu Xiong couple who hurt their daughter to justice. At this moment, the couple decided not to care about Tang Ro's feelings anymore and vowed to seek justice for Chu Ling. But things seem to be going off track. On the way to the banquet, Tang Chuan and Tang Ro are quietly unfolding a well-designed conspiracy. Lin Xian calmly recalls the plot in another time and space, knowing that his cousin Tang Chuan is about to encounter an unavoidable disaster. The seemingly docile Tang Ro has already made a secret deal with the second male lead Song Zhe, planning to send the spiked cocktail to Tang Chuan. Even though Tang Ro knew there was a fraud, she did not hesitate to sell out her own brother for a huge reward. Lin Xian wanted to save Tang Chuan's life, but thinking of the cold face he had received from Tang Chuan before, he decided to stand aside and let his cousin fall into the trap. He sneered, took a sip of black tea, and silently thought about this drama of fate in his heart. At this time, Chu Ling and Tang Goen overheard Lin Xian's thoughts and were shocked. Chu Ling wanted to save Tang Chuan, but when she thought of the pain of being ignored again and again, she gave up the idea of intervening. Tang Goen and his wife could not believe that their beloved daughter Tang Ro was actually a participant in this conspiracy. They were in turmoil, but everything was irreversible. Chapter 357. The Chosen Couple. It turns out that we can all hear the voices in our hearts. Tang Goen and his wife were shocked when they learned that their son Tang Chuan was about to fall into a desperate situation. Song Zhe, the young man they once regarded as a frequent visitor to their home, has now become the biggest threat to their son. They never expected that this seemingly honest young man would become jealous and evil, and even team up with their most beloved daughter Tang Ro to frame Tang Chuan. What made them sad was not only Song Zhe's betrayal, but also Tang Ro's involvement. For a mere 1 million RMB, Tang Ro betrayed her own brother without hesitation. At this moment, Tang Goen and his wife realized that their love for them over the years might have been just self-indulgent, and Tang Ro never really regarded them as family. I have to go get Xiao Chuan and the others. Tang Goen stood up, made up an excuse, and left the house in a hurry. He was anxious, fearing that Tang Chuan would really fall into Song Zhe's trap and suffer unimaginable harm. However, his wife Su Xian quickly caught up with him. She grabbed Tang Goen and asked with a firm look in her eyes, "Can you also hear Lin Xian's inner voice?" Tang Goen was stunned at first, and then realized that Su Xian was also the chosen one, who could hear Lin Xian's inner voice. The two of them realized in an instant that they were not alone, but had a special connection between husband and wife. "Wife, we are destined to be together. As long as we work together, we will definitely overcome all difficulties." Tang Goen was full of energy, as if he had seen the beauty of the future. But Su Xian didn't buy it. She asked coldly, "When did you start eavesdropping on Xiao Xuan's thoughts?" Tang Goen responded awkwardly that he had known since the first time he went to the hospital, but he had never told her. Su Xian was furious after hearing this, grabbed Tang Goen's ear, and gave him a severe lesson. Although she was angry, the most important thing at the moment was Tang Chuan's safety. She let go of Tang Goen and urged him to set out to save his son. Along the way, Tang Goen blushed and regretted deeply. The couple hurried to the hotel, hoping to arrive at the critical moment to stop all this from happening. Chapter 358. At the critical moment, Tang's father and mother came to the rescue. Royal Hotel. The wrap-up party of the production crew of Love 020 was held in the Imperial Hotel. Tang Chuan and his sister Tang Ro were toasting with the crew members. Director Wang Jing mentioned with regret that he was unable to invite the famous musician L to compose the theme song for the series. Tang Chuan confidently said that he had found a way and might be able to get L to create a theme song tailored for them. When Tang Ro heard this, she was filled with doubts and ambitions. As Tang Chuan's younger sister, she didn't know that her third brother was actually connected to L. If she could really use L's influence, she would definitely make herself a household name and even develop a deeper relationship with L. At this time, Tang Ro's cell phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. She glanced at the screen and immediately suggested going to visit Song Zae, who was unwell. When Tang Chuan heard that his friend Song Zae was ill, he immediately followed Tang Ro into the box anxiously. In the box, Song Zae sat on the sofa, looking a little nervous. He explained that he had a stomachache last night because he ate cold peaches, but now he is fine. The two chatted for a while, and Song Zae suggested that they drink a glass together to celebrate the successful completion of the TV series. He picked up a glass of tequila from the table, and Tang Ro handed another glass of wine to Tang Chuan, smiling and wishing him to become an international actor soon. Just when Tang Chuan was about to drink the glass of wine without any precautions, the door of the box was suddenly kicked open. Tang Chuan was startled and turned around to find that the people who came were his parents Tang Goen and Su Shuyan. Tang Chuan was displeased, thinking that his parents were looking for them to go home, so he arrogantly said that he would not compromise easily. However, Tang Goen and his wife ignored Tang Chuan's attitude, but walked straight to him and snatched the wine glass from his hand. Su Shuyan stared at Song Zae and Tang Ro in front of him with sharp eyes and said in a cold tone, "I know exactly what you are up to." Tang Chuan was stunned. He had never seen his mother so cruel. Before he could react, Tang Goen had already pulled him behind him and said coldly to Song Zae, "We always thought you were Tang Chuan's friend. We didn't expect you to dare to harm him." Song Zae's face turned pale. Just as he was about to explain, Tang Ro smiled coldly. "It seems that you really know. If that's the case, then there's no need to say more." As the atmosphere became tense, Tang Chuan finally realized that his sister and best friend, whom he had always trusted, had secretly colluded to frame him. The anger and disappointment in his heart burst out instantly, and he couldn't believe that he almost fell into their trap. "How could you do this?" Tang Chuan asked in a hoarse voice, his eyes full of disbelief. Tang Ro sneered and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Shuyun. "We won't let you succeed. Tang Chuan, come home with us." At this time, Song Zae could no longer remain calm. He realized that the situation was completely out of control and had to flee in a hurry. Tang Ro was thinking about her next move with a cold smile on her face. She knew that today's failure did not mean the end, and she had other plans. Tang Chuan looked at his parents in front of him with complicated feelings. He realized that his trust in his sister and friends had been so stupid. At this moment, the only ones who really stood by him were his parents. Chapter 359, The Conspiracy of the Beastly Cousin? Just when Tang Chuan and Tang Ro were enjoying themselves, thinking that they were irreplaceable and important in the Tang family, Tang Goen and Su Shuyan had already scanned the situation in the house. When they saw Tang Chuan holding a wine glass and looking at them with a smug look on his face, their faces instantly darkened. "Dad, Mom, I'm having a celebratory drink with my friends. Don't disturb me." Tang Chuan waved his hands and said nonchalantly, "As for going home, I need to think about it again." As soon as he finished speaking, he clinked glasses with Song Zae and prepared to drink it all. However, things did not go as he expected. Tang Goen rushed forward angrily and slapped him loudly. Tang Chuan was caught off guard. His cheeks instantly became red and swollen, and his eyes were full of shock and confusion. Tang Ro and Song Zae, who were present, were also stunned by this sudden change. The room was dead silent, with only Tang Chuan's dull breathing. Su Shuyan had a cold face, stepped forward, snatched the wine glass from Tang Chuan's hand, and handed it to Song Zae. "Drink this glass." Tang Chuan was dissatisfied. "Mom, what do you want to do? Come to me if you have anything to say. Don't embarrass my friends." However, Su Shuyan just said coldly, "Shut up, you have been tricked. This glass of wine was drugged. If we hadn't arrived, your life would be over." Tang Chuan was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. He didn't believe that his good brother would hurt him. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he even suspected that it was his cousin who was behind it. But no matter how he struggled to explain, Tang Goen slapped him in the face again and shouted angrily, "Shut up! You are so stupid. Xiao Xian is your savior, and you still doubt him." Su Xian on the side also agreed. She was grateful for Lin Xian's warning. Otherwise, Tang Chuan might have fallen into the trap. Tang Chuan covered his face, looking aggrieved, but he dared not speak again. On the other side, Song Zae's face became paler and paler, but he still tried to stay calm and tried to defend himself with an innocent attitude. "Mr. Tang, Mrs. Su, how could you slander me like this?" The third young master and I are brothers who are loyal to each other. How could I possibly harm him? Having said that, when Su Xian forced him to drink the glass of wine with a sneer, Song Zai's forehead began to sweat and his hands trembled. He knew that the current situation would not allow him to retreat, but if he drank the glass of wine, he knew how terrible his fate would be. Su Xian approached relentlessly. Don't you dare drink? If you are innocent, then prove it to us. After you finish this glass of wine, I will apologize to you and give you the best resources to compensate you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Song Zai could no longer remain calm. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he realized that he had reached the edge of the cliff and could not move forward any further. Only then did Tang Chuan truly realize that he had almost fallen into a carefully designed trap, and this time, the one who saved him was actually the relative he had always suspected. Chapter 360. The fake daughter is hated by the chosen couple? Mother, is there any misunderstanding here? Tang Rose smiled and defended Song Zai. How could Brother A's hurt third brother? They are loyal and brave brothers. Just when the stalemate was over, Tang Ro chose to stand up and cover up for Song Zai. She knew in her heart that Song Zai had indeed tampered with the wine. But Tang Ro also knew that if Song Zai was exposed, she would also be implicated. After all, for a mere 1 million, she accepted Song Zai's money and promised to help him persuade Tang Chuan to drink the glass of wine. Su Xian looked at Tang Ro coldly. That's enough, Xiao. Your brother is confused. Are you confused too? The facts are in front of you, and you still dare to lie with your eyes open? You really disappoint me. Tang Ro was shocked, her face full of disbelief. She tried to repeat her old trick, pretending to be wronged, looking at her mother with tears in her eyes, trying to get away with it with tears. However, this time she miscalculated. There was no warmth on Su Xian's face, just looking at her indifferently. This attitude made Tang Ro feel a strong sense of crisis in her heart. She had never felt so distant from her mother before. Tang Goen's eyes also became complicated. He used to regard Tang Ro as the apple of his eye. Even though he knew she was not his biological daughter, he still doted on her. However, today's situation forced him to re-examine this daughter. Her innocence and kindness seemed no longer so credible, and her angel image began to collapse in his heart. Tang Chuan was furious when he saw his sister about to cry. He glared at his parents. How could you do this to Xiao Ro? Then he turned to Song Zai and shouted, Brother, I am sorry for you. Today I will kill my own relatives for the sake of justice, and let you prove your innocence. Drink this glass of wine and leave them speechless. When Song Zai heard this, his face suddenly changed. He knew what was in the wine, and if he really drank it, the consequences would be disastrous. Tang Goen lost his patience and shouted loudly. Several burly men rushed in and held Song Zai down, preparing to force him to drink. Song Zai was terrified and struggled desperately, shouting for help. Third Master, save me. Seeing this scene, Tang Chuan's face gradually became ugly. He finally realized that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. At this moment, Tang Chuan's world began to collapse. The good brother he once trusted and the sister he loved seemed to have become strange and dangerous. Chapter 361. The Truth Behind the Targeting of My Cousin. Tang Chuan stared at Song Zai, who was pinned to the ground, and the doubt in his heart was gradually replaced by fear. He tried to calm himself down, but his voice couldn't stop shaking. A's, why are you resisting? It's just a glass of wine. Wouldn't it prove your innocence if you drink it? Did you really put something in the wine? Song Zai's face turned pale. He tried to defend himself, but lost all his confidence under Tang Chuan's questioning. In the end, he lowered his head dejectedly and admitted that he had tampered with the wine. This good brother, who was once regarded by Tang Chuan as a close friend, actually wanted to harm him. The last glimmer of hope in Tang Chuan's heart was ruthlessly shattered. He couldn't understand why his good brother would betray him. Why? A's, why do you do this? Aren't we brothers who swore to live and die together? His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were full of disappointment and confusion. Su Xian watched all this coldly and couldn't help but scold. You are so stupid. He was jealous that you took the leading actor's position, and he approached you just to use our resources. But you treated him as a brother and even contradicted us for him. Tang Goen did not hesitate any longer and immediately had someone preserve the evidence and called the police on the spot. Song Zai was completely panicked. He realized that once he went to the police station, his future would be completely ruined. He begged for mercy in fear. Don't call the police. Mr. Tang, Mrs. Su, I didn't mean to harm the third young master. I just, in despair, Song Zhe finally broke down and shouted out a reason that shocked everyone. Third master, I did this because I love you. Tang Chuan froze, too shocked to speak. Inside the box, the Tang family was stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. Su Shuyun and Tang Goen looked at each other, not knowing how to respond to this absurd scene. Song Zhe, what nonsense are you talking about? Tang Chuan felt a chill all over his body, his tone full of anger and disgust. You actually made up such a disgusting excuse to get away with it. From today on, you and I are no longer brothers. Hearing Tang Chuan's declaration of breaking off diplomatic relations, the light in Song Zhe's eyes completely extinguished, and his desperate cries resounded throughout the box. No, he confessed with tears in his voice, telling of his infatuation with Tang Chuan. Tang, I really love you. Only by being with you can I feel safe. You are my true love. However, Tang Chuan's eyes were filled with coldness and disgust. He could no longer tolerate Song Zhe's confession and turned away. Behind him, Song Zhe's crying echoed in the box, like a sad song, bringing a shocking end to this absurd farce. D362 Jong Song Zhe was arrested and struggled to death. In this hilarious story, Song Zhe burst into tears in the hotel box and expressed his deep love to Tang Chuan with great emotion. However, all this was like a farce to Tang Chuan and his family, which was really unacceptable. The Tang family thought Song Zhe's behavior was out of jealousy or self-interest, but they never expected that he would confess in public, which shocked them greatly. When Tang Chuan recalled every detail between him and Song Zhe, he realized that behind those seemingly ordinary actions, Song Zhe was secretly in love with him. This discovery made him feel a chill, and he almost fainted. Tang Chuan's anger and disgust grew as his memories came to him. He recalled how Song Zhe often stole glances at him, approached him at every turn, frequently invited him to take a hot spring bath and go on vacation together, and diligently rubbed his back and applied sunscreen. All of this now seemed extremely unusual. He thought Song Zhe was so dependent on him just out of admiration, but he didn't expect that this admiration would actually turn into love. In the face of Song Zhe's confession, Tang Chuan flatly refused, stating that he had a normal sexual orientation and already had a girlfriend. He advised Song Zhe not to have unnecessary fantasies and deeply regretted his previous meddling. Those well-intentioned help has now become the key factor in turning Song Zhe gay, and even almost put him in danger. However, Song Zhe was totally unprepared for this, and he couldn't understand why things had developed to this point. He had planned so carefully and even planned to control Tang Chuan by holding something on him to achieve his goal. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and the Tang family arrived early, completely disrupting his plan. Song Zhe's despair deepened with Tang Chuan's indifference, and his obsession became more and more crazy. Even when he was arrested by the police, he was still unwilling to give up and desperately called out to Tang Chuan, hoping to get a little mercy. He even did not hesitate to change his sex just to ask Tang Chuan to accept him, and fantasized about living a happy life with Tang Chuan. However, all this is destined to be just Song Zhe's wishful thinking. Tang Chuan is no longer the good brother who was deceived by him, but has completely seen through his true intentions and is determined to draw a clear line with him. Song Zhe's love could only vanish in the cold handcuffs, and his crazy and desperate cry only added a bit of sadness to this absurd farce. Chapter 363. Go to Chua Village and arrest the culprit of that year. Tang Chuan coldly watched Song Zhe being dragged away by the police, his heart surging with emotions like waves. He had regarded Song Zhe as a brother who shared his heart and soul, but he never thought that this brother would try to destroy his happiness. Song Zhe was jealous and even took advantage of Tang Chuan's trust to try to alienate him from his girlfriend Wu Mengmeng, and even wanted to use despicable means to ruin Tang Chuan's life. When Su Xian learned that her son's situation was finally resolved, she was relieved. She couldn't help but be delighted and couldn't wait to know when Tang Chuan got a girlfriend and why he had kept it a secret from his family. She asked curiously, "Xiao Chuan, you little brat, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell us?" Tang Chuan only felt a headache in the face of his mother's enthusiasm. He had just confirmed his relationship with Wu Mengmeng and planned to wait until she was no longer shy before officially bringing her home to meet his parents. Unexpectedly, all his plans were disrupted by Song Zhe's jealousy, forcing him to let his family know about it in advance. "Okay, I'll bring Mingming home to see you tomorrow, but you have to be restrained and don't scare her. He reminded. Tang Chuan's parents were full of curiosity about his mysterious girlfriend, but at the same time, they had some concerns. Although they saw that their son was really in love this time, they were also worried that Wu Mingming might be a gold digger with ulterior motives. Su Shiyan suddenly had an idea and decided to ask his nephew Lin Xian for help. After all, Lin Xian could predict the future, so it would be a good idea to ask him to see Wu Mengming's true face. At this time, several policemen came over and reported Songzhe's crime, and mentioned the child swap incident in Chua Village. When Tang Chuan's parents heard about this, they were furious and expressed their willingness to go to Chua Village with the police to arrest the criminals without hesitation. Tang Ro, who was standing aside, felt mixed emotions when she heard the police's words. She didn't care about the fate of her biological parents, but was more concerned about whether this incident would affect her position in the Tang family. She cursed Chu Ling secretly, and her heart was filled with vicious thoughts. If Chu Ling had died 18 years ago, she would be able to sit firmly on the throne of the only little princess of the Tang family today. However, there is no if in this world, only cruel reality. Tang Ro is destined to pay the price for her scheming, and Tang Chuan will also face a major choice in his life. Chapter 364, Will My Uncle's Family Be Ruined by the Fake Daughter? Tang Ro's expression did not escape the eyes of Tang Goen and his wife, but they did not comfort her softly as usual. Instead, they said in a calm tone, Xiao Ro, we are going to Chua Village to arrest your biological parents and let them face justice. If you feel uncomfortable, you can go home and rest first. You don't have to follow us. After discovering that their daughter, whom they had raised for 18 years, was not what she seemed to be, Tang Goen and his wife gradually lost their sense of closeness to her, and even considered sending her away. However, for the sake of their other children, they decided to wait and see what would happen. Father, mother, I am willing to go to Chua Village with you. Tang Ro cried, her eyes red, trying to impress her parents with tears and words. The crimes they committed deserve to be punished. God is watching. It is only natural that a person should pay with his life, and a debt should be paid. Her voice was choked with sobs, and every word she spoke was filled with disgust for her biological parents and nostalgia for the Tang family. She even proposed that after the matter was completed, she would leave the Tang family and return everything she had in the past 18 years to Chu Ling to atone for her sins. But this time, her tears did not get the expected response. Tang Goen and his wife just perfunctorily said a few words, and the third brother Tang Chuan also stood aside in a daze, as if he did not see her tears. Tang Ro suddenly felt an uncontrollable panic in her heart, and she began to realize that she might be abandoned. The Tang family then left the hotel and reunited with Lin Xian's cousins, preparing to go to Chua Village. When the couple saw their biological daughter Chu Ling again, they were filled with emotion. Su Shiyan gently hugged Chu Ling and said solemnly, Xiaoling, we will seek justice for you for the suffering you have endured over the years. That vicious couple must pay for their crimes. Chu Ling felt the warmth of maternal love and her heart softened, but she also noticed the sudden change in the Tang family's attitude, which made her a little confused. Tang Ro, standing by, was filled with resentment, her fists clenched, her nails dug deep into her palms, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Xian watched all this, thinking secretly in his heart, but he didn't know that his inner voice had already been exposed to Tang Goen and his wife. When the couple heard Lin Xian's thoughts, they were shocked. It turned out that the future of the Tang family would be ruined because of Tang Ro's selfish desire. The two looked at each other and had already made a decision in their hearts. They would no longer be deceived by Tang Ro's mask, and everything in the future would be under their control again. Chapter 365, Good and Evil Will Eventually Be Rewarded, The Anxiety of Chu Xiong and his wife. When Tang Goen and his wife learned that Tang Ro would betray them in the future, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This daughter, who they had loved as the apple of their eye since she was a child, now looked so strange and scary. They had given Tang Ro the best life, top-notch food, clothing, and wealth. However, what they got in return was a betrayal that turned out to be a betrayal. This made them extremely shocked and angry. At this time, the police car was waiting outside the door, and Lin Xian urged them to set off to arrest the culprit who stole the child 18 years ago. Tang Goen and his wife suppressed their anger and decided to temporarily put aside the treatment of Tang Ro and focus on dealing with the criminals who made their biological daughter suffer. They knew that it was the poor and unruly people who made their biological daughter struggle in the harsh environment, while Tang Ro grew up in their doting. Meanwhile, Tao Yin, who was far away in Chua Village, was restless and vaguely felt that something bad was going to happen. Her husband Chu Xiong didn't care about it, and even sneered and imagined that the whole Tang family would die in a disaster, so that their daughter could inherit the family fortune and they could enjoy wealth and glory. Chu Xiong's cold-bloodedness and cruelty were fully revealed. However, Tao Yin still couldn't calm her inner uneasiness. She changed the subject and mentioned the missing Chu Ling. Chu Ling was the adopted daughter of the Chu Xiong couple and the object of their abuse for many years. Although the Chu Xiong couple believed that she might have been abducted by the men in black for organ trading, they felt empty because they had lost the object of venting. Tao Yin recalled the pleasure she felt every time she abused Chu Ling in those years. This pleasure came from the fact that she controlled the fate of the daughter of a wealthy family who should have been out of reach. Just as the couple was immersed in their twisted fantasies, the police car was already speeding towards Chua Village, and an inevitable showdown was about to begin. The anger and revenge of Tang Goen and his wife, and the cruelty and greed of Chu Xiong and his wife, were destined to collide with fatal sparks in this quiet little village. The wheel of fate had begun to turn, and no one could predict the outcome of this showdown. But it was certain that what awaited them would be a ruthless reckoning. Chapter 366. Arriving at Chua Village, Chu Xiong and his wife have a nightmare. Tao Yin said anxiously, "Boss, should we go look for that damn girl again? Maybe she's hiding somewhere by herself? She hasn't been home these past few days, and the farm work and housework have all fallen on the shoulders of the two of us. We're really exhausted." Chu Xiong was disdainful in his heart, but thinking of the saying, "better to be safe than sorry," he nodded. "Okay, I'll keep an eye on her these few days. If that little bitch really hides, I'll show you how I'll deal with her. Her life belongs to us, and she can only work like a slave for us for the rest of her life." Chu Xiong said, a malicious light flashed in his eyes. He still had some dirty desires for Chu Ling in his heart, and if he found her again, he would never let go of this opportunity. At this time, Tao Yin said expectantly, "Boss, when do you think we can meet Xiaoro? I can't wait any longer. I really want to go to the city and enjoy the splendor and wealth." Chu Xiong also glanced at the dilapidated house and said gloomily, "It's time to get in touch with Xiaoro. She is already 18 years old, and the Tang family will no longer doubt her. As long as we can get a few million, we can improve our lives." Tao Yin nodded excitedly. Yes, the Tang family's property will be ours sooner or later, huh?" And that little bitch Chu Ling. Tao Yin suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "If she escaped without permission, we will just beat her to death when we catch her this time to avoid trouble in the future." Chu Xiong frowned slightly. Although he was reluctant, he did not object. "Why would we kill her? She is the daughter of a wealthy family. It would be great if she stayed and became our servant, serving us." Tao Yin stroked her chin and thought for a moment, then finally said with a grim smile, "Yeah, that's right. Let's keep her alive and let her work like a slave for us." The couple was feeling very proud when suddenly an alarm sounded outside, coming from far away and getting closer. "What's going on? Why are the police here?" Tao Yin stuttered, her eyelids twitching wildly, and the ominous premonition in her heart became stronger and stronger. Chu Xiong strode to the window, lifted the curtain, and looked out. His face suddenly changed. Fuck! His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Outside the house, the sound of police cars was getting closer and closer. The tranquility of Chua Village was instantly broken. A long-destined retribution was descending upon the vicious couple at lightning speed. Chapter 367. A miraculous turn of fate. I am indeed the chosen one. Just as Tang Goen and his wife were in grief and anger, the police had already started to move and walk towards the door of Chu Xiong and his wife's home. They knocked on the door several times, but no one answered. A policeman signaled his colleagues to break in, and just as they were about to take action, the door suddenly creaked open. Chu Xiong appeared at the door in a panic. When he saw a group of police officers standing outside the door, his face turned pale. Tao Yin followed closely behind him, her face full of fear. She glanced back and forth between the police and Tang Goen and his wife, and her inner fear and anxiety reached a peak in an instant. What do you do?" Chu Xiong managed to squeeze out a sentence, but his voice sounded particularly weak. The police looked at him coldly and said directly, "We have received a report that you are suspected of child abuse and illegal imprisonment. We are now investigating you. Please cooperate." What? Tao Yin screamed, totally unable to believe her ears. She involuntarily took a few steps back, as if she wanted to escape from it all. When Tang Goen and his wife heard these accusations, they became even more angry. Mrs. Tang, in particular, thought of her own daughter being tortured by this vicious couple, and she couldn't help but rush forward and shouted angrily, "You two beasts! How dare you treat my daughter like this? I will make you pay the price today." Tao Yin was so frightened by this sudden outburst that she could hardly stand, her lips trembling, and she couldn't speak. Chu Xiong wanted to refute a few words, but when he saw the aggressive police behind Tang Goen and his wife, he finally chose to remain silent. The police did not give them any chance to respond, and directly restrained Chu Xiong and Tao Yin and handcuffed them. At the same time, other police officers began to search the house. "Let us go. You are wrongly accusing us. We have done nothing wrong." Tao Yin suddenly struggled frantically, trying to break free from the police's control, but her resistance seemed so powerless. Chu Xiong's face became paler and paler, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He knew that things had reached a point where they could not be reversed, and this time he was probably really finished. At this moment, Chu Ling was looking at the scene with mixed emotions that she could not express in words. She watched the parents, who had put her in dire straits, being taken away by the police. Although she felt somewhat relieved, she also felt an inexplicable emptiness. The fear that had been rooted in her heart for many years seemed to have suddenly lost its support at this moment, making her feel confused. "Child," Mrs. Tang walked forward and gently held Chu Ling's hand, her tone gentle but full of infinite heartache. "You have suffered. We will definitely take good care of you in the future and will never let you suffer any grievances again." Chu Ling looked up at Mrs. Tang. A hint of hesitation flashed across her eyes, but soon turned into determination. She nodded and said softly, "Thank you." At this time, the villagers of Chua Village also gathered around and saw Chu Xiong and his wife being taken away by the police. Many people started to talk about it. Some were happy for Chu Ling, while others applauded the couple's fate. "This pair of beasts finally got their comeuppance," someone said excitedly. "Evil finally gets its comeuppance. It's really pitiful for Xiaoling. Fortunately, she finally got rid of them. I hope she can live a good life in the future." As the Chu Xiong couple were taken into the police car, Chua Village gradually returned to peace. However, the peace of this small village has been completely broken, and a new beginning is quietly coming. Chu Ling stood beside Tang Goen and his wife, watching the police car go away, feeling mixed emotions. She knew that her life was about to undergo a huge change, and she would finally have the opportunity to walk out of this painful place and pursue the dream that was once out of reach. No matter what the future holds, she firmly believes that this time, she will no longer be that helpless little girl, but a girl of destiny who can control her own destiny. D-368 Jong Lin Xian punched the door open, and the trembling Chu Xiong couple. Tang Rou stood at the back of the crowd, staring at the dilapidated adobe house, her heart filled with disgust and shock. "Is this the place where I was born?" she muttered to herself, her face extremely ugly. She couldn't accept that she came from such a humble place, especially the stench that kept coming from her nose, which made her stomach churn, and she almost vomited on the spot. Tang Rou couldn't help but think of what Chu Ling had mentioned, that she once lived in a pigsty. She suddenly felt a chill and goosebumps all over her body. She couldn't imagine how miserable her life would be now if she had stayed in the village. She could only eat cheap food and live a poor life every day. It was like a nightmare. "I absolutely cannot have anything to do with this village. These poor people cannot get involved with me." Tang Rou vowed secretly in her heart. She was determined to firmly occupy the position of the eldest daughter of the Tang family, which was her real home. At the same time, in the adobe house, Tao Yin looked through the crack in the door and saw a large number of policemen surrounding her house. She was so nervous that she was at a loss. "Boss, why are the police surrounding our house? Are they going to arrest us?" She looked at Chu Xiong in panic, hoping that he could give her an answer. However, Chu Xiong was also terrified at the moment, and he didn't know what to do. He noticed Tang Goen and his wife and Chu Ling outside the door, and instantly realized that something was wrong. Damn, how did these people find this place? Could it be that what happened back then was exposed? Chu Xiong and Tao Yan's faces turned increasingly pale, and waves of despair surged in their minds. Tang Goen and his wife brought the police to their house, obviously to settle accounts. Thinking of this, Chu Xiong couldn't help but collapse to the ground, and Tao Yin almost couldn't stand. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Is anyone there? We are here to check the water meter. Please open the door. The police pretended to use an excuse to ask them to open the door. However, Chu Xiong and Tao Yin knew that there was no water meter in their house, so why would they need to check the water meter? They looked at each other and decided to continue playing dead, hoping that the police would think that no one was home and leave. However, there was another knock on the door, and this time the excuse was even more outrageous. Is anyone there? We are here to unclog the sewer. Please open the door. This further strengthened their determination to remain silent and never show up. Outside, the policeman's patience was running out. Tang Goen suggested breaking the door, but at this moment, Lin Xian stepped forward and volunteered, "Let me do it. You can see my real skills." Everyone looked at him in confusion, and he walked to the wooden door, took a deep breath, and then suddenly shouted, "Continuous normal punches." In an instant, Lin Xian's fist hit the wooden door with a sharp sound, as if to concentrate all the anger and justice in this punch. When Chu Xiong and his wife in the house heard this roar, their fear reached its peak, and they knew they had no way to retreat. Tang Rose stood in the distance, watching this scene, with mixed emotions surging in her heart. She had made up her mind to completely cut off all ties with Chua Village and return to the life in the Tang family that she believed truly belonged to her. The Chu Xiong couple were about to face the price they paid for their evil deeds. D-369 Dong, the angry Tang Goen, and his wife, and the Chu Xiong couple were arrested. Continuous normal punches? Bang! Lin Xian's fists rained down on the heavy wooden door, and in just a few seconds, the solid door panel was smashed into pieces. This scene stunned the crowd, and the air was instantly filled with shock. "Oh my God! This young man is so awesome. He looks so weak." Not far away, the middle-aged ladies who were watching exclaimed, their eyes full of admiration. "This is simply the real-life one-punch man. My daughter just got divorced. I want his call later. He can even ask for a lower betrothal gift." No one expected that this seemingly harmless young man in front of them could actually hide such terrifying power. Tang Chuan stood aside, watching Lin Xian's performance, sweat pouring down his forehead, regretting his disrespect for Lin Xian these days. While Tang Chuan was still recalling, more than a dozen policemen had already rushed into the adobe house and started the arrest operation. "What are you doing? Let me go. This is trespassing." Chu Xiong was terrified and tried to resist, but was quickly pinned to the ground by several policemen and was unable to move. "Boss!" When Tao Yin saw her husband being subdued, she screamed and rushed towards the police, but her struggle was in vain, and she was also subdued after a few seconds. When Lin Xian and others entered the room, Chu Xiong and his wife had been firmly controlled. Chu Xiong looked at Tang Goen and his wife in despair, and his heart trembled. He guessed that today's disaster was probably because the secret 18 years ago was exposed. "Who are you? Why are you arresting us? You must have arrested the wrong people. We are good citizens." The Chu Xiong couple tried desperately to argue and evade responsibility. Tang Goen was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire when he heard this shameless excuse. His clenched fists trembled slightly. This vicious couple in front of him actually dared to quibble. "You two beasts. You caused us to lose our own daughter and let her suffer in this doghouse. How dare you argue?" Tang Goen roared, rushed forward and kicked Chu Xiong several times. Blood splattered on the spot. Su Shuyun, who was standing by, was filled with grief and indignation when she saw this. She rushed to Tao Yin, grabbed her hair, and slapped her hard several times, tears streaming down her face. "You vicious woman! You're also a mother. How can you treat my daughter so cruelly? Do you know how much we love your daughter? But you treat my child like this." The Tang couple's anger erupted like a mountain torrent. They wanted to make this evil couple feel the pain that Xu Ling had suffered over the years and make them pay for their crimes. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this, the policeman at the side finally stepped out to persuade them. "Mr. Tang, Mrs. Su, please calm down. We will deal with this criminal couple according to the law, and they will receive the punishment they deserve." Under the persuasion of the police, Tang Goen and his wife finally calmed down a little and stopped venting their anger. They knew that although they wanted to punish Chu Xiong and his wife on the spot, in the face of the law, some things could not be taken too far. The Tang couple took a deep breath, and as the police moved, their eyes were filled with determination and coldness. They knew that justice would be served, and this vicious couple would have to pay the price for their crimes. Chapter 370, If I take out the recorder that records the evidence, how will you two respond? Tang Goen stared coldly at Chu Xiong and his wife, his eyes full of viciousness and determination. Well, I believe the law will bring justice to my daughter. He nodded to signal the police chief to act according to the law, but his eyes did not move away from Chu Xiong and his wife. He would not let these two beasts go easily. His daughter had been abused by them for 18 years, and this blood debt could never be easily resolved. For the rest of my life, I will make you live in agony, a life worse than death, he swore to himself. Compared to death, living in endless agony is the most severe punishment for this vicious couple. At the side, Su Shiyan wiped her tears and gently embraced Chu Ling in her arms, her tone gentle but firm. Child, it's okay. Mom and Dad will always be with you and will never let you suffer again. Her voice revealed her deep love and determination for her daughter. Chu Ling snuggled in her mother's arms, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she felt the true family love, the warmth she had always dreamed of. Tang's father and mother were angry and cried for her, and supported her to vent her anger, which made Chu Ling's heart full of happiness and moved. Dad, Mom, whoop. She couldn't hold it in any longer and hugged Dad and Mom Tang with tears streaming down her face. But this time, her tears were because of joy, not pain. However, Tang Ro felt completely different. Watching this scene, a trace of resentment and a deep sense of crisis flashed in her eyes. She clearly felt that if she did not take action, Chu Ling would sooner or later replace her position in the Tang family and take away everything from her. Damn it, why are my biological parents such incompetent losers? Tang Ro's heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. If they had strangled Chu Ling to death back then, how could I have fallen into the predicament I am in now? She didn't care about the fate of Chu Xiong and his wife. She just hoped that these two idiots would not implicate herself. Chu Xiong and Tao Yin were disheartened when they saw their biological daughter Tang Ro completely ignore their requests for help. The crime committed 18 years ago was finally exposed, and the Tang family would never let them off easily. Thinking of the upcoming legal sanctions, they were filled with despair. Why did this happen? We did it perfectly. Why did we get exposed at this time? Chu Xiong collapsed to the ground powerlessly, his heart filled with regret and fear. You must have misunderstood. Chu Ling is our biological daughter. There must be some misunderstanding. Facing the upcoming trial, the Chu Xiong couple fought back desperately, trying to get out of it by lying. Humph. Look what this is. Tang Goen sneered, took out a paternity test from his arms, and threw it in front of Chu Xiong and his wife. When the Chu Xiong couple saw the paternity test results written in black and white, their faces froze. After a moment's silence, they immediately continued to quibble, trying to confuse right and wrong. Mr. Tang, this only proves that the child was taken away by mistake, but it doesn't prove that we did it on purpose. We worked hard to raise Chu Ling. You should be grateful to us. Tang Goen and Su Shiyun were so angry at the couple's shameless words that their faces turned red, but they had no way to refute it for a while. They knew that the real evidence was a secret they had never mentioned to outsiders. They discovered the truth by eavesdropping on their nephew's inner thoughts. This secret method made it impossible for them to prove the Chu Xiong couple's crimes with confidence. Seeing that the Tang couple was speechless for a moment, Chu Xiong and his wife flashed a glimmer of pride in their eyes, thinking that they still had a chance to turn the tables. However, at this moment, Chu Ling suddenly ran to the firewood room next door and took out an old tape recorder. If I take this out, how will you two respond? Chu Ling said coldly, with a hint of determination in her eyes. The faces of Chu Xiong and his wife turned pale instantly. They realized that the evidence they were most reluctant to face was about to be exposed. Chapter 371, The Evidence is Irrefutable. The heartless Chu Xiong couple. When Chu Ling came back, quickly holding the old tape recorder, Su Shiyan had already guessed something. She asked in a low voice, Xiao Ling, what is this thing? Evidence. Chu Ling answered coldly, looking directly at Chu Xiong and his wife with icy determination in her eyes. You little bitch, you actually eavesdropped on our conversation. When Tao Yin saw the tape recorder, her face turned pale and she screamed. She remembered that this tape recorder had been thrown under the bed, and she never expected that Chu Ling would find it out and become their death warrant. They knew that Chu Ling dared to take out the recorder at this time, which must have recorded their crimes. The plan that was originally thought to be perfect was completely ruined because of this small recorder. Chu Xiong's face was pale, and his heart was filled with resentment and despair. Play the evidence, and let these two be see the irrefutable evidence. How can they argue? Tang Goen's voice was full of excitement. He couldn't wait to see the end of this vicious couple. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Chu Ling pressed the play button of the recorder with mixed feelings. The next second, the vicious conversation between Tao Yin and Chu Xiong clearly echoed in everyone's ears. Boss, I think there's something wrong with that damn girl. She actually dared to say that I'm not her biological mother. Impossible. She definitely doesn't know the truth. We did it so secretly that we didn't even dare to contact our own daughter. Boss, could it be that the damn girl overheard our conversation? Humph. She has stomach cancer, and she still dares to resist me? When she dies, we can contact Xiao and live a good life. After the recording was finished, there was a depressing atmosphere in the air. Even though the people present had been prepared, they were still shocked by the viciousness of the couple and were speechless. Chu Ling's eyesight was blurred by tears. She clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with uncontrollable anger and pain. She once had deep feelings for Chu Xiong and his wife. Even though she was beaten and scolded, she naively thought that as long as she worked hard, she would get their recognition and love one day. However, the truth today made her realize that she was just a tool used and abused by the couple. Not only did they steal her identity, but they also treated her so cruelly. The so-called parental love was just a ridiculous lie. Over the years, even if you could care about me a little bit, I just need one word of encouragement. One word is enough. Chu Ling's voice trembled with emotion. Tears blurred her vision, and her voice gradually turned into an angry roar. But you, hey, you! This roar was like a thunderbolt, completely tearing apart the last bit of affection in her heart. Chu Ling's heart seemed to be hollowed out, and all the feelings she once had for Chu Xiong and his wife were finally completely shattered at this moment. Chu Xiong and Tao Yin turned even paler under Chu Ling's hateful gaze. They knew that everything was over today. Those lies and crimes that had been carefully woven would finally receive the due punishment at this moment. Chapter 372. Tang Goen wakes up and prepares to send the fake daughter away. Faced with Chu Ling's cold gaze, the Chu Xiong couple's hearts trembled, and for the first time, they lowered their heads in front of this daughter, who they once could control at will. Beasts, how dare you do this to my daughter? And you even want to sell her for a dowry. Tang Goen roared angrily, his clenched fists shaking. You evil woman. It's fine that you plotted against my Tang family, but Xiaolin got cancer and you beat her. How could you have the heart to do that? Su Shiyun's voice was filled with pain and anger. The suffering Chu Ling had endured over the years made it almost impossible for Tang Goen and his wife to suppress their anger. They punched Chu Xiong and his wife again, showing no mercy at all. Tao Yin and his wife wailed on the ground, begging for help everywhere. Stop hitting me, please. I'm really gonna die if you keep hitting me. Tao Yin cried desperately. Uncle Police, please arrest us quickly. I confess to all my crimes. Chu Xiong also desperately called for help. Anyone, please save us. Chu Ling, why are you still standing there? We raised you for 18 years, and this is how you repay us? Stop your crazy parents. Damn it, Tang Ro. Hurry up and save us. We are your biological parents. Can you really bear to watch us get beaten to death? However, the surrounding police watched coldly, and no one stepped forward to stop it. Chu Ling stood aside coldly and kicked a few times from time to time. Just when Chu Xiong and his wife were in despair, Tang Ro suddenly stood up and stood in front of them like a savior. Dad, Mom, stop it. Someone will die if you continue to fight. Her voice was full of pleading. We must believe in the law and not let ourselves become murderers. When the Chu Xiong couple saw their biological daughter finally stand up, their eyes were filled with tears of emotion, and they felt that their decision to exchange the child was right. Tang Ro, their biological daughter, really understood them. However, Tang Ro didn't care about their lives. She stood up just to maintain her kind image in the Tang family and didn't want Tang Goen and his wife to make a big mistake because of impulse. She thought that she could show her kindness and gain the gratitude of Tang's parents at the same time, which was really killing two birds with one stone. However, she didn't expect Tang Goen's response was, "Get lost." Tang Ro was stunned, her face full of disbelief, her eyes instantly moistened. From childhood to adulthood, Tang Goen had never treated her like this. Could it be that as she worried, after having a biological daughter, Tang's father planned to abandon her as the old daughter? Tang Goen looked at Tang Ro's tears and felt a little moved, but he did not go forward to comfort her as he did in the past. Instead, he remained silent. He had already made up his mind. Why should his own daughter suffer so much while the daughter of the beasts was spoiled by them? This was unfair. Moreover, Tang Ro was very scheming, and they had not noticed it at all in the past 18 years, which made him feel daunted. Perhaps it's time for Tang Ro to leave this home. Chapter 373. Tang Ro's suspicion. Could it be that Lin Xian is the mastermind behind everything? After 2 minutes of angry attack, Chu Xiong and Tao Yin, who were bruised and desperate, were finally handcuffed by the police and put into the police car. Their future will be judged by justice. During this process, Tang Goen and his wife silently accompanied Chu Ling and took good care of her, but completely ignored Tang Ro, who was about to cry. Whoa! Tang Ro's eyes were red and tears kept pouring out. This time she was not pretending to cry, but she really felt wronged and painful. She had been doted on by her parents, but now she felt ignored for the first time. The gap in her heart was hard for her to accept, especially when she saw the love and care that Tang Goen and his wife showed to Chu Ling. Her jealousy almost devoured her. Tang Ro soon realized that the attitude of Tang Goen and his wife had changed fundamentally. Chu Ling's appearance was threatening her status as the only little princess in the Tang family. She felt unprecedented panic, worried that she would be kicked out and everything would be taken away by Chu Ling. Damn it, if it weren't for those two idiots, how could I be in this situation? Tang Ro gritted her teeth secretly. She knew that from now on, Tang's father and mother's attention would shift to Chu Ling, and she would probably no longer be the focus of the Tang family. Just when she was anxious, Tang Chuan suddenly spoke to comfort her. Sister, don't be sad. It's not that mom and dad don't love you. It's just that Xiaoling's experience is too hard. Even I feel sorry for her. Mom and dad were emotional for a while and said a few harsh words to you, but it doesn't mean that they don't care about you. Tang Chuan's comfort calmed Tang Ro down a little, but his next words made her heart sink. However, Xiaoling has suffered a lot over the years. I think we should be nicer to her in the future. She is our sister after all. Hearing this, Tang Ro felt a cold panic. Tang Chuan's attitude towards Chu Ling had changed, and this was just the beginning. The love that once surrounded her was slowly flowing to Chu Ling. Okay, let's get in the car first. Our parents are urging us. Tang Chuan shook his head, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, turned around to greet Tang Ro, and then got in the car by himself. Tang Ro watched Tang Chuan leave, and the haze in her heart became heavier and heavier. She realized that the balance was rapidly tilting, and the direction of the entire family was quietly changing. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice came from inside the car. Xiao Ro, what are you daydreaming about? Get in the car quickly. You're the only one missing. Tang Ro looked up and saw a meaningful smile on Lin Xian's face through the rear window. A thought flashed through her mind. Did all these changes start when she met this cousin again? But soon, she shook her head and rejected this idea. Lin Xian was just an ordinary person, and even married into the family as a son-in-law. How could he be the master of all this? Tang Ro felt that all this was just her bad luck and had nothing to do with Lin Xian. Tang Ro, who had regained her confidence, opened the car door and sat next to Lin Xian. Cousin, can I sit next to you? She asked with a smile. Of course, I'd be happy to. Lin Xian replied with a smile, pointing to the empty seat next to him, not caring at all. But where Tang Ro couldn't see, there was a meaningful look hidden in Lin Xian's smile, as if everything was under his control. Chapter 374. Chu Xiong and his wife lost everything and had nothing. When the storm hit, the tranquility of Chua Village was gone. The police car roared to the north, and the lights disappeared into the night, leaving behind a noisy crowd of villagers. They watched the police car go away, and then burst into shocked discussions. Chu Ling turned out to be the daughter of a wealthy family who was stolen. The villagers discussed. Chu Ling is not Chu Xiong and Tao Yan's biological daughter, but the child of a wealthy family in the city. No wonder the Chu Xiong couple have been abusing her. It turns out that she is not their biological child at all. Everyone began to recall the past 18 years ago. At that time, a young couple stayed at the Chu family and gave birth to a child prematurely. No one thought that the identities of the two babies were swapped. This daring couple successfully concealed it for 18 years until it was exposed today. The villagers were angry. Chu Xiong is finished. He has offended the nobles in the city, and he will never come back. The reputation of the village has been ruined. Which girl would dare to marry here in the future? The villagers no longer hesitated and quickly voted to expel Chu Xiong and his wife from the family tree. This vicious couple was no longer a member of Chua Village, and if they dared to come back, they would be severely punished. Even more drastic, since Chu Xiong is no longer a member of the village, divide up the things they left in the village. Soon, the villagers swept through Chu Xiong's adobe house like locusts and finally decided to convert it into a public toilet in the village. Chu Xiong and his wife lost their final destination, and no one would accept them anymore. Chapter 375. Tang family favorability increases again. In the Magic City, on the way back, the police car was quiet. Lin Xian leaned back in the back seat, closed his eyes, and rested. On the surface, he looked calm, but his mind was in turmoil. He had no idea that his inner monologue had been clearly overheard by several chosen ones. "I've had enough gossip today," Lin Xian muttered to himself. "Is this the end of the Chu Xiong couple's story? The plot development is completely different from what I expected. And my stupid O'Dowdu was supposed to be raped by his gay friends at the wrap-up party. But my uncle and his friends got the news from somewhere and helped him escape. Damn it, I've disliked this kid for a long time." Tang Goen and his wife looked at each other and secretly wiped the cold sweat. This nephew seemed to be a vengeful person. I must not offend him in the future, otherwise he will hold a grudge against me until I die. But no matter what, they were grateful to Lin Xian from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for Lin Xian's voice, their son and the poor daughter would probably have met an extremely tragic end. Lin Xian, alone, changed the fate of the entire Tang family and became their great benefactor. Chu Ling was also grateful. Lin Xian was her golden finger. Lin Xian played an indispensable role in her escape from that devilish family. She called herself the Daughter of Destiny, and if she wanted to exert her superpowers, she had to hold on to this thigh tightly. Ding! The favorability of the male supporting role Tang Goen has increased, and the reward points are 500 points. Ding! The favorability of the female supporting character Su Shuyun has increased, and 500 points are awarded. Ding! The favorability of the female supporting character Chu Ling has increased, and 1,000 points are awarded. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes, his mind full of question marks. He glanced at his uncle and his wife, and found that they were looking at him with gratitude. What was going on? Although he couldn't figure out the reason, it was always a good thing to have points. However, when he turned his eyes to O'Dowdu beside him, he felt a little unhappy. "Your whole family has a good impression of me. Why are you the only one who remains unmoved? As expected, you may be seeking death." Noticing Lin Xian's gaze, Tang Chuan raised his eyebrows unhappily and said, "What are you looking at? I know I'm handsome, but that's not a reason for you to peek." Lin Xian didn't react much, but Tang Goen and his wife and Chu Ling's faces darkened instantly. "You bastard. How dare you talk to your cousin like that? Apologize immediately," Tang Goen said sternly. "You little bastard, apologize now," Su Shiyan echoed. Chu Ling said bluntly, "Who peeked at you? Your cousin is 100 times more handsome than you. You are such a narrow-minded person." Tang Chuan was puzzled. What was going on? Wasn't this the same thing I usually said to my cousin? Why did they react so strongly? Could it be that my position in my parents' hearts had been quietly surpassed by my cousin? Tang Ro, who was standing by, was also bewildered. This situation was getting more and more out of control. In fact, Lin Xian himself was also confused. He was confused and thought, "Strange. Why are my uncle and his wife suddenly so nice to me?" On the return trip, the doubts lingered in everyone's minds for a long time, like an unsolved mystery. D376 Dong. Oh, my poor O'Dowdu. Lin Xian sat quietly in the car, but his thoughts were whirling in his mind like a revolving lantern. As he thought, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. When did my uncle and his wife treat me so well? They even scolded their own son for me? Damn! You suddenly changed your temper, and I was at a loss. Lin Xian's thoughts were clearly heard by the others in the car, and Tang Goen and his wife were even more shocked. Will we end up with the elderly sending the young off, or both jumping off a cliff to commit suicide? They looked at each other and saw fear and determination in each other's eyes. No matter what, they must change the fate of the family and cannot sit and wait for death. The Tang family is my mother's family. If it becomes stronger, it will also be beneficial to me. Lin Xian continued to think in his mind, I don't mind giving these cousins a few words. As for whether they believe it or not, that's their business. Tang Goen and his wife were terrified, knowing that their nephew's words were true. They decided to rely on Lin Xian's golden finger to change their fate and save the Tang family. Chu Ling also heard Lin Xian's voice, and her eyes became more determined. No matter what, I must protect my parents and never let them end up jumping off a cliff and committing suicide. She was determined to hold on to her cousin's thigh tightly to protect her beloved family. But Tang Chuan was disdainful. What about the elderly sending the young off? What about jumping off a cliff to commit suicide? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although he was a little gloomy in his heart, he still didn't want to believe that Lin Xian had the ability to predict the future. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. How could God give such a beast like my cousin such an ability? Just as Tang Chuan was thinking about how to taunt Lin Xian, Tang Goen suddenly slapped him, catching him off guard. Dad, why did you hit me? Tang Chuan covered his burning face, his face full of grievance and confusion. Shut up. Didn't I ask you to apologize to Xiao Xian? Why do you look like you deserve a beating? Tang Goen looked at his son with a look of disappointment. You little brat, I tried my best to repair my relationship with Xiao Xian, but you only made things worse for me. Tang Chuan looked innocent, and the grievances in his heart surged out like a flood. He looked at his mother, hoping that she could seek justice for him. However, his mother's response was a loud slap in the face. Mom, why did you hit me too? Su Shiyun's face was cold, and her heart was filled with worry. The person my nephew mentioned, the old man sending off the young man, might very well be my stupid third son. She slapped Tang Chuan without hesitation, warning him not to cause trouble again. Finally, under the double pressure from Tang's father and mother, Tang Chuan apologized to Lin Xian with tears in his eyes. Cousin, I'm sorry. Lin Xian looked at his aggrieved cousin in front of him, and a trace of helplessness welled up in his heart. Oh, my poor O'Dowdo. Chapter 377, Tang Chuan's True Love. As long as life goes on, filming will continue, Tang Chuan said to his parents with an unhappy look on his face. Dad, Mom, I've been in a bad mood these past 2 days, so I decided to go to Maldives for a trip to relax. I'll be with my girlfriend, Wu Mingming. A rare look of happiness appeared on his face, and it was obvious that he was truly in love with this girl. Maldives? Who are you going with? Su Shiyan frowned, not quite agreeing with her son's arrangement. Didn't I ask you to bring that Mingming home to show us tomorrow? No, Tang Chuan said coquettishly. Mingming is very shy. I'm afraid she will be embarrassed. Let's talk about it after we come back from the Maldives, and then we can discuss the engagement. Seeing their son's happy and shy face, Tang Goen and his wife stopped forcing him. After all, it was a rare opportunity for their son to meet a girl he truly liked, and they didn't want to interfere too much. By the way, son, you said Ming Ming is an actress? How famous is she? Su Shiyan suddenly asked. Now that she has come to the mainland to develop her career, she can't do without a backing. The company can allocate some resources to her. Thank you, Mom. Tang Chuan was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Ming Ming mostly plays modern dramas, but she always feels that her works are not up to par and doesn't want to say more. Most of the scenes she shoots are action scenes, and she always gets so tired that her back aches, but she loves acting and hopes to devote the rest of her life to the film industry. Hearing this, Tang Chuan's face was filled with more doting and happiness. He had never seen a girl with such a firm belief as Wu Mingming. Her original intention of becoming an actor was so noble, just to bring happiness to the audience through performance. Tang Chuan recalled, I once suggested that Mingming marry me and stay at home to take care of the family, but she firmly said, as long as I live, I will continue to film. She was unwilling to give up her dream, but hoped to bring joy to the audience through acting, and even said, if I don't go to hell, who will? Tang Goen and his wife looked at each other. Although they thought their son's words were a bit exaggerated, they still had some good feelings for this future daughter-in-law. At least this girl sounds very dedicated, Su Shiyan thought. However, they still decided to wait for their son to come back and meet Wu Mingming. After all, their son's lifelong event cannot be taken lightly. Most importantly, they also wanted to ask their nephew Lin Xian to help see if her voice was trustworthy. The couple now respect Lin Xian's prediction of his inner voice as if it were an imperial decree and dare not slack off in the slightest. Chapter 378, Tang Jia San Xiao's Wandering Life. Just when Tang Goen and his wife were still thinking about how to bring Hao De's girlfriend to their nephew Lin Xian's voice rang out again, instantly cheering them up. Wu Mingming? TSK, TSK, TSK. This guy has good taste, he's good at action scenes, and he has a nice body too. What a pity. We can only watch from afar, not get a close look at him. If Tang Chuan knew what his goddess really looks like when she's acting, he'd probably go completely crazy. Haha. What does this mean? Tang Goen and Su Shuyun suddenly felt uneasy, as if their hearts were being pulled. Is there something wrong with this future daughter-in-law? But Lin Xian only said half of it and did not give a specific explanation, which made the couple anxious like ants on a hot pot. However, Lin Xian's next words almost made them faint. The plot has been advanced a lot because of the butterfly effect. I remember that Wu Mingming only started to act in the later stage. Why is he trying to trick my cousin into going abroad now? He is still smiling foolishly. He really doesn't know how to live or die. When he arrives at the fraud park in northern Myanmar, he will be living a life worse than death. Lin Xian's inner voice became more and more terrifying, and the couple's faces became more and more ugly. Tang Chuan would not only be deceived by the goddess to go to northern Myanmar, but also experience a series of inhumane tortures, and finally end up with a miserable end. How dare this little bitch plot against my Tang family? The couple looked at each other, anger burning in their eyes. At this time, they believed in Lin Xian's words and secretly made up their minds to stop Tang Chuan's plan to go abroad and expose the truth behind Wu Mingming. Tang Chuan snorted with disdain. Nonsense. Mingming and I are so close. How could she possibly harm me? It's obvious that my cousin is jealous that I've found true love, so he cursed me on purpose. At this time, the police car stopped at an intersection, and Lin Xian planned to get off the car in advance. He suddenly turned to Tang Chuan and said, "Cousin, I suggest you don't go abroad recently. I see that your forehead is black. I'm afraid there will be a bloody disaster." After saying that, Lin Xian closed the car door and left without looking back. He had said all he could. As for whether Tang Chuan could escape the disaster, it all depended on his luck. After Lin Xian left, Tang Goen and his wife looked at his back, their hearts filled with emotion. This nephew was so kind-hearted that he even reminded people who treated him so badly before leaving. With tears in their eyes, Tang Goen and his wife felt deeply grateful at this moment. They were grateful that Lin Xian was by their side, and they were more determined to thoroughly investigate Wu Mingming's true identity. Chapter 379, The Turning Point of Destiny. Inside the police car, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. As soon as Lin Xian's figure disappeared from sight, Su Xian said in a serious tone that he had never used before, "Xiaochuan, did you hear what Xiaoxian said just now? He said that your forehead is black, and you will have a bloody disaster if you go on a long journey. Cancel your plan to go to the Maldives immediately and bring your girlfriend home tomorrow, so that we can meet her." Tang Chuan was shocked and kept muttering in his heart, "What's wrong with Mom? How can you believe such superstition? You take what your beastly cousin says seriously? What era is this? How can anyone still believe this? Mom, my cousin is just talking nonsense. How can you believe him? I've already promised Ming Ming. How can I go back on my word? This will make her disappointed in me." Tang Chuan argued with reason, his face full of unwillingness. Su Shiyun's patience gradually disappeared. Looking at her son, who was infatuated with love, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. This silly boy was almost sold, but he was still helping others count money. If it weren't for Xiaoshuan's reminder, you would have been deceived to northern Myanmar tonight and lived a life worse than death. Shut up. Tang Goen expressed his attitude directly with practical actions. A few loud slaps made Tang Chuan dizzy. Faced with his parents' tough attitude, he could only grit his teeth and compromise. At this moment, Tang Chuan's phone vibrated, and his girlfriend Wu Mingming sent a message. "Xiao Chuan, I'm already at the airport. Please come quickly. The plane is about to take off." Tang Chuan's heart was beating wildly, his mind full of beautiful images of a romantic vacation with his goddess. He wanted to find an opportunity to sneak out, do it first and ask his parents later, and by the time his parents found out, he would already be enjoying the sunshine in the Maldives. However, Lin Xian's inner voice suddenly appeared in his mind, making him feel a little uneasy. For some unknown reason, Tang Chuan replied, "Sorry, Ming Ming, something happened at home. Can we postpone the trip to next week?" After sending the message, Tang Chuan himself felt a little unbelievable, but he hurriedly excused himself in his heart. "I just wanted to not disappoint my parents, not because I doubted Ming Ming." Soon, Wu Mingming replied, "Okay, Xiaochuan, I can't help you because something happened at home. Let's go next week. Please contact me anytime if you need help." Seeing the goddess' heartwarming reply, Tang Chuan was so moved that he almost cried, and at the same time he felt ashamed for his hesitation just now. Ming Ming is indeed a considerate and good girl, worthy of his lifelong protection. However, at the airport, Wu Ming Ming, wearing a light yellow dress, looked livid as she watched the flight to northern Myanmar take off. She dialed a number. Mr. Hua, Tang Chuan has something urgent to do and cannot go to Myanmar. The plan will be postponed to next week. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone, suppressing his anger. I have already made arrangements in Myanmar, and you tell me he can't come? Wu Mingming quickly explained. Mr. Hua, Tang Chuan is very serious about his feelings for me, and he also invited me to his house tomorrow to meet his parents and discuss the engagement. Very good. Come and see me now. There's been a change of plan. You need to go to the Tang family as a spy. The call was quickly hung up. At the same time, Tang Chuan, who had no idea what was going on, was thinking about how to save his idol from his beastly cousin. He opened WeChat and sent a message to his idol. Are you there? When Lin Xian saw the message sent by Tang Chuan, he couldn't help but laugh and thought, this boy is really silly and cute. Okay, I have no objection. After Lin Xian replied, he was quickly pulled into a fan group. Seeing the list of people in the group, Lin Xian was surprised to find that these fans were all popular stars. It turned out that Tang Chuan's fan group was actually these big names in the entertainment industry. The group was filled with messages, and the stars were expressing their enthusiasm for Lin Xian like ordinary fans. But Lin Xian was suddenly attracted by a message from Jay Cho. I'm having a concert in Shanghai today, and I really hope my idol can come to the scene to give me some advice. Chinga once said that her favorite singer is Jay Cho. If I could take her to a concert, she would definitely be very happy, right? Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to invite Su Chinga to chase stars together. A concert will set off a huge storm, and Tang Chuan and his Ming Ming have not yet realized that the undercurrent of conspiracy has quietly surged. Chapter 381, Su Chinga's Strong Talent. Magic City. In a dim basement, an unknown bloody killing is taking place. Who are you? Why did you bring us here? Please let us go. We obviously haven't offended you. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. Help? No help? Aw. After 2.5 minutes, the shrill scream stopped abruptly and the entire space returned to silence again. Snap! Snap! As the basement door was pushed open, the room has become a terrifying scene like the Azura of hell. Roof. Several small light bulbs were hung high up, emitting an eerie, faint red light that was scattered on the cold ground. In this dead silence, more than a dozen mummies with horrific death appearances were lying in various corners. From the outside, the skin of the corpse had lost all moisture, and it looked like a dead tree that had been exposed to the scorching sun for many days, and it had a terrible gray-brown color. The skin was tightly attached to the bones, without a trace of excess fat, and it seemed as if all the life essence had been sucked out. His eyes were sunken, with only 2 dark holes left in his eye sockets, as if they had been ruthlessly dug out by time. The lips are shrunken and the teeth are exposed, looking particularly sharp. At the same time, there was boundless fear on the face of each mummy, as if they had encountered something extremely terrible before dying. Under the dim red light, the mummies exuded a disgusting stench of decay. It was the bacteria remaining in the corpses, decomposing the last of their flesh. Soon, an old man and a young man walked out of the room. The person in the lead was a beautiful woman with a cold expression. The woman had a graceful figure, angelic looks, and a temperament as cold as ice, as if she was a fairy from the sky standing above the clouds, overlooking all living beings with an emotionless attitude. She was wearing a red dress. The red was like blood, but it revealed a unique beauty. The red dress on her seemed to have life, swaying gently with her movements like a blooming flame. Her skin was as white as snow, forming a sharp contrast with the red dress, further highlighting her lonely and cold temperament. His eyes are as deep as a pool, as if he can see through all the vanity in the world. There was no warmth or ripples in those beautiful eyes, only coldness and determination. The beauty of the woman is breathtakingly stunning, like the most amazing creation of nature. People dare not look at her closely, but can't help being attracted to her. Behind her, a white-haired old woman stood respectfully. At this moment, he was frowning slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Madame Rome, where's my master? Why haven't I seen her since yesterday? Reporting to the young master, there will be an official Jianghu life and death tournament the day after tomorrow. The president said that there is a grudge that she has to settle personally. Oh, I remember now. The master informed me in advance. The woman nodded without showing too much worry. After all, with her master's strength, he is enough to walk around the magic city with ease. At this time, the woman found that the old woman following her seemed to be hiding something, so she asked her to speak frankly. Young master, there is something I don't understand. Now that you have woken up, why don't you separate from that son-in-law? Your future is destined to be extraordinary. Ordinary people like that are not even worthy of your finger. Your subordinate, know my crime. I should never have questioned the young master's decision. Please forgive me, young master. When she was halfway through her words, Rong Mama was startled and felt the hairs on her body stand on end. She knelt hurriedly and kowtowed. She was so terrified that she didn't even dare to breathe deeply. All this was due to the cold gaze cast by the woman in front of him. Young master, I was confused for a moment. Please forgive me. I don't want to hear you disrespecting him again. In view of Rong Mama's usual loyalty, the woman did not pursue the matter too much in the end, but just gave her a cold warning. Thank you for your kindness, young master. Thank you, young master. Rong Mama felt as if she had been pardoned and kowtowed desperately to express her gratitude. That's all. Get up. As for the reasons you want to know, there are two. First, he played an indispensable role in my recovery from a vegetative state. I can't do such a thing as killing a fish after it has done its work. Second, speaking of the second reason, the woman paused, and the hostility in her beautiful eyes suddenly dissipated a lot, replaced by a touch of tenderness. All the little things that had happened during this period were playing in his mind like a passing show, leaving him dazed. The time when her soul was bound in endless darkness can still awaken the fear that remains in her consciousness when she thinks back on it. I still remember that no matter how she struggled madly in her heart, collapsed and roared, she was still tied to the hospital bed and could not move an inch. Gradually, she was desperate. She was numb and resigned to her fate. She longed to die sooner countless times so that she wouldn't have to continue struggling in hell. Anyone is fine. Please kill me. Just when she was numb and cried out for death for who knows how many times, thinking that she would be forever sunk in endless darkness, the man who saved her life appeared. Even now, she can still recall the first words the other person said when they first met, and the warmth and excitement he felt when he put his hands together and wrapped her little hand in his palms. Chinga, I'm here to see you. By the way, you still don't know who I am, right? My name is Lin Xian, your future husband. The warmth in her palm and the gentle call awakened her from her numbness at the time, gave her hope to live, and opened a new chapter in her life. Give yourself a massage, sing songs, tell yourself stories, take yourself to the amusement park, feed yourself, give yourself a princess hug, give yourself your first kiss. She experienced countless first times that she had never tried before with that man. They were short but happy. Recalling the past, the time when she was in a vegetative state that once frightened her, she suddenly felt a special kind of sweetness. What's going on? Why did the young master suddenly become silent? Please continue talking. I really want to know what kind of magic power that man has that can make the young master protect him like this. On the ground, Rong Mama was still kneeling on the ground. At this moment, there was a big doubt in the little squinting eyes. But with the lessons learned from the past, she dared not ask anything, dared not say anything. But the confusion in my heart is increasing instead of decreasing. She still remembered the murderous, cold-blooded, and ruthless attitude of the young master before he became a vegetable. No matter how unruly a member of the organization is, they will unconsciously lower their posture and feel terrified when facing the young master. And now the young master, who has returned to the organization, although still majestic, gives people the feeling that he does not seem to regard life as worthless as before, and has become more human. There are also strict requirements for the selection of sacrifices, and they are only allowed to hunt down those guilty, evil people. When this order was issued, most members were dumbfounded and said they could not accept it. As a killer organization, they are not allowed to kill innocent people indiscriminately and can only target specific criminals. Is this still a criminal group? If you don't know, you might think these killers are chivalrous and righteous knights who uphold justice. Inevitably, voices of opposition and doubt arose within the organization, and even the president hesitated for a moment. It was not until the young master used only a week to advance from the initial stage of internal strength cultivation to the great perfection of internal strength. This terrifying speed of advancement, like riding a rocket, shocked everyone in the organization. At this time, Everyone truly understood why the president had gone against the majority's opinion and accepted an ordinary person as his disciple and announced her as the successor of the organization. Turn out to be. The president had a far-sighted vision and had long seen that the young master was a martial arts genius that was rare in a century and possessed an unparalleled talent for cultivation. According to the young master's cultivation speed, it is hard to imagine how far she can grow in the future. Martial arts master? It's just a matter of time. Even a higher realm seems possible. From that time on, the voices of doubt within the organization became less and less until they disappeared completely. People were no longer respectful to the young master because of the intimidation of the president. Instead, they admire and respect the young master from the bottom of their hearts and look forward to her leading the organization to become bigger and stronger and create greater glory. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in her ears, interrupting Rome Mama's thoughts. "Get up! Thank you for your kindness, young master." The old woman burst into tears of gratitude, stood up and stood quietly aside, waiting for new instructions. "It's getting late. I have to go back. As usual, you should clean up those bodies. The next batch of evildoers should be delivered as soon as possible. I have already vaguely sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough." He glanced at the corpses on the ground, whose blood had been sucked dry by him. Chinga had a blank expression on his face, and there was no emotion in his words. Every word he said was like an icy blade, precise and sharp. Ever since she was brought into this organization by her master, she had been prepared to have her hands stained with blood and go to hell in the future. In order to gain powerful strength as soon as possible and avenge her family, she, who was full of hatred at that time, it doesn't matter whether you are practicing evil or demonic skills, as long as you can become stronger. She doesn't care whether this organization is good or bad, as long as it can become a sharp sword in her hand. She doesn't care whether the people being killed are good or evil, as long as they can become the nutrients for her power. In order to achieve her goal, she didn't care about anything at that time, until, because of her Aunt Su Yin, she became a vegetable by accident and met that man again. Now, she can no longer stop and can only keep getting stronger. Otherwise, myself and the people close to me will be killed by my master. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, in the silent basement, a slight vibration of a cell phone was heard, interrupting Chinga's thoughts. At this time, who will send me a message? She frowned slightly. A hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she reached into her pocket and took out a Huawei phone. Then, he quickly focused his eyes on the flashing screen of his phone. "Wife, are you done with your work?" Behind Chinga, Aunt Rong accidentally caught a glimpse of the text message. Suddenly, he felt as if struck by lightning. He was stunned and gasped. Crazy. Crazy. Who on earth sent such a crazy text message? Is he looking for death? Not only did she dare to speak to the young master in such a disgusting tone, but she also dared to call her wife and call herself husband on her own initiative. In the entire organization, who doesn't know that the young master suffers from severe misogyny? Not long ago, there was a good seedling in the organization who had a considerable background, claimed to have good talent, and had the potential to be promoted to a martial arts master in the future. He was shocked at the first sight of the young master and attempted to pursue her without knowing his own limitations. He was directly treated as a sacrifice by her and sucked dry, becoming a part of the young master's strength. From then on, no one dared to have any improper thoughts, and everyone was afraid of the young master like the plague. Now, which short-lived ghost who despises his own long life dares to openly tease his young master? Isn't this just like an old man eating arsenic? He is tired of living. Just when Rong Mama was about to recommend herself and propose to take down a certain little beast who sent text messages, Madame Rong was surprised to find that the young master did not look as gloomy as she had thought. Instead, a beautiful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 382, Lin Jianjun's Verdict. As soon as Lin Xian disappeared from sight, Su Xiyun's face instantly became serious. "Xiaochuan, did you hear what Xiaoxin said? There is a black spot on your forehead, and you will get into bloody trouble if you travel far away. Cancel your plan to go to the Maldives immediately and bring your girlfriend home tomorrow." Her tone left no room for doubt. Tang Chuan was shocked and confused. What's wrong with Mom? How could she believe in such superstition? How could she take her cousin's words seriously? "Mom, my cousin is just talking nonsense. How can you believe him? I have already promised Ming Ming. How can I go back on my word at the last minute?" Tang Chuan argued unwillingly. Shut up. Tang Goen stepped forward and slapped Tang Chuan several times, making him dizzy. Are you going to listen to me? If not, I don't mind breaking your legs. Under his parents' tough attitude, Tang Chuan could only agree reluctantly. However, his phone vibrated and Wu Mingming sent a message. Xiao Chuan, I'm already at the airport. Come quickly, the plane is about to take off. Tang Chuan's heartbeat quickened, his mind full of images of a romantic vacation with his goddess. He wanted to sneak out and kill first and ask for permission later, but Lin Xian's voice suddenly appeared in his mind, making him feel a little uneasy. For some unknown reason, he replied, Sorry, Ming Ming, something happened at home. Can I postpone the trip to next week? Soon, Wu Mingming replied, Okay, Xiao Chuan, I have something going on at home, so I can't help you. Let's go next week. Tang Chuan was so moved by the goddess' heartwarming reply that he almost cried, and at the same time he felt ashamed of his hesitation. Ming Ming was indeed a considerate and good girl, and she was worth protecting for a lifetime. However, at the airport, Wu Mingming watched the flight to northern Myanmar take off with an unpleasant look on her face. She dialed a number. Mr. Hua, Tang Chuan has something urgent to do and cannot go to Myanmar. The plan will be postponed to next week. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. I have already made arrangements in Myanmar, and you tell me he can't come? Wu Mingming quickly explained. Mr. Hua, Tang Chuan is very serious about his feelings for me, and he also invited me to his house tomorrow to meet his parents and discuss the engagement. Very good. Come and see me now. There's been a change of plan. You need to go to the Tang family as a spy. The call was quickly hung up. At the same time, Tang Chuan, who had no idea what was going on, was thinking about how to save his idol from his beastly cousin. He opened WeChat and sent a message to his idol. Are you there? When Lin Xian saw the message, he couldn't help laughing and thought, this kid is so silly and cute. Okay, I have no objection. After Lin Xian replied, he was quickly pulled into a fan group. Seeing the list of people in the group, Lin Xian was surprised to find that these fans were all popular stars. It turned out that Tang Chuan's fan group was actually these big names in the entertainment industry. The group was filled with messages, with celebrities expressing their enthusiasm for Lin Xian like ordinary fans. And Lin Xian was attracted by a message from Jay Cho. I am having a concert in Shanghai today, and I really hope my idol can come to the scene to give me some advice. Chinga once said that her favorite singer is Jay Cho. If I could take her to a concert, she would definitely be very happy, right? Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to invite Su Chinga to chase stars together. A concert will set off a huge storm, and Tang Chuan and his Ming Ming have not yet realized that the undercurrent of conspiracy has quietly surged. Chapter 383: Su Chinga's Fear and Worry. On the highway, a black Maybach was driving smoothly. The atmosphere in the car gradually became ambiguous. The driver Feng Yin noticed this change and quietly raised the rear seat barrier. Lin Xian silently praised her in his heart, thinking that this girl was really sensible. Just as he was about to do whatever he wanted to Su Chinga in his arms, the girl suddenly spoke. Lin Xian, if one day you find that I am different from what you imagined, will you hate me? Lin Xian was stunned, his face full of confusion, not understanding why Su Chinga suddenly asked this. He was about to tease her, but when he looked down and saw her eyes, he was stunned. In her eyes, he saw 3 parts of sadness, 3 parts of fear, and 4 parts of uneasiness. Chinga, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Lin Xian immediately became serious and asked with concern. He was full of doubts. In the original plot, Su Chinga didn't experience any major events, so why did she react like this? He rubbed her head gently and said in a gentle tone, Chinga, if you encounter anything, you must tell me. I am your husband. No matter what happens, I will help you. We will face it together, and there is nothing that we can't overcome. Su Chinga felt warm at heart when she heard his words, and a smile appeared on her face. No, I'm just worried that if I can't get better, you might abandon me. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her smile, his worries were also relieved. He gently patted her forehead and said in a serious tone, Please, am I the kind of man who will abandon you after having sex with you? No matter what you are like, I will take care of you for the rest of my life. The heavens can bear witness to this, and the sun and the moon can testify to this. Hearing this, Su Chinga couldn't help laughing, and the haze in her heart seemed to be dispelled a lot. She leaned in Lin Xian's arms, feeling the warmth from him. However, where Lin Xian couldn't see, A hint of worry still flashed in Su Chinga's eyes. In order to avenge her parents, Su Chinga embarked on the path of martial arts. Through the magic skills taught by her master, she gained powerful strength, but this strength came at the cost of blood. She was not afraid of killing. As early as 3 years ago, she had already prepared to be stained with blood. What really scared her was that one day, Lin Xian would know her true face. She couldn't imagine what kind of expression Lin Xian would show to her if he knew that she was a murderer. Would it be horror, disgust, or anger? She didn't dare to gamble, nor did she want to gamble. She was afraid of losing Lin Xian, afraid that he would look at her with strange eyes. Therefore, she decided to hide her cruelness at all costs and not let Lin Xian see her dark side. In this warm embrace, Su Chinga felt a peace and happiness she had never felt before, but the fear in her heart would never go away. Chapter 384 Su Chinga's Past, Scarlet Society. Su Chinga leaned in Lin Xian's arms, her eyes lowered, but her thoughts had flown back to the night 3 years ago that changed her destiny. If Lin Xian knew my true identity, he would be afraid of me. No one likes a murderer. Su Chinga whispered in her heart. Her inner struggle and fear surged like a tide. She had to hide all this and not let her relatives and friends know the truth. In order to protect them, she could only become stronger, strong enough to kill her master. 3 years ago, Su Chinga's parents died unexpectedly. Su Group was in turmoil, and she was almost on the verge of despair. Just when she was about to give up, a woman wearing a red skull mask appeared in front of her, with 2 surveillance videos in her hands. In the video, her parents were humiliated before they died. Her mother was insulted by those beasts in front of her father, and her father knelt down and begged for mercy in despair. In the end, they both committed suicide. Su Chinga looked at the screen, almost suffocating in pain. She was powerless and could only watch her parents turn into ashes in the flames. The second video made her collapse even more. She saw her brother Su Yang being hunted down, shot in the left chest, and fell to the ground. Her family members did not die in an accident, but were murdered. This cruel truth made her fall into endless hatred and despair. At this moment, the mysterious woman spoke, her cold voice echoing in her ears. Do you want revenge? Do you want to kill those who killed your family? Make a deal with me. Bet your life, and I will give you the power of revenge. From that day on, Su Chinga made a deal with this woman and became her disciple. She didn't know the other party's true identity and purpose, but she knew that in order to take revenge, she had no choice but to rely on this mysterious power. The first order her master gave her was to cultivate internal strength within 3 years. People who practice martial arts usually need to start practicing from a young age, but Su Chinga had already passed the best age for martial arts training and was almost powerless. Cultivating internal strength in 3 years was almost an impossible task. However, with her obsession with revenge, she miraculously did it. Very good, very good. As expected, I was not wrong about you. The woman's voice was still cold, but with a hint of satisfaction. From today on, you are my direct disciple and the future successor of the Scarlet Society. I will give you everything I have. You must become stronger until one day you kill me with your own hands. If you can't do it, I will kill you and slaughter everyone you care about. Su Chinga knew that there was no turning back. In order to protect the people she cherished, she could only become stronger, strong enough to cut off the chains of fate. Even if it meant swallowing up countless lives and paying a huge price, she had to keep going. And now, Lin Xian is her only warmth. She must hide her dark side and not let him see her true self. She is afraid that one day he will look at her with disgust, which is what she can't bear the most. Chapter 385. Fate wonderful. Everyone gathers together again. Boom boom. On the wide road, a black Maybach was moving freely, like an elegant cheetah, quickly passing through the bustling streets. Inside the car, the atmosphere is quiet and warm. The starry sky roof flickered with a soft glow, which fell on the back seat, adding a bit of warmth to the small space. Maybe it's because of too much mental pressure. The girl, who was originally leaning quietly in Lin Xian's arms, closed her eyes unconsciously and fell into a sweet dream. Her sleeping face is so beautiful, like a fairy in a painting, which makes people feel pity for her. Her long hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying slightly as the vehicle bumped along. On that jade-white face, there was a hint of melancholy between the brows, as if hiding countless worries. Fortunately, all these thoughts seemed to be soothed by the gentle dream at this moment. turning into the faint smile on her lips. It seems Chinga has been having a hard time these days. Lin Xian's face was full of heartache, and he carefully adjusted his posture so that the girl in his arms could sleep more comfortably. At the same time, he lowered his head, feeling the girl's steady breathing rising and falling beside his ears. His eyes were gentle and focused, as if he wanted to engrave this beautiful sleeping face in his heart forever. As he watched, Lin Xian unconsciously stretched out his fingers and gently stroked Su Chinga's soft hair, as if he was playing a silent movement, and every note was filled with love for the girl. Outside the car window, the scenery was constantly receding and the streets were bustling with people. The interior of the car was soft and peaceful. Even the air seemed to be infected by the peaceful atmosphere. Tom seemed to have completely frozen at this moment. The tranquility was not broken until the vehicle slowly stopped. However, Su Chinga was still immersed in the sweet dream and was unwilling to wake up for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Xian gently stroked the girl's cheek, smiled tenderly, and did not choose to wake her up immediately. Instead, he opened the back door and carefully carried Su Chinga, who was still immersed in her sweet dream, out in a princess-like posture. Not far away stands a super large gymnasium. Walalelo. Even though he was standing outside at this moment, Lin Xian could still hear the cheers coming from the gymnasium. It's worthy of Jay Chou's concert. The cards are full. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a step forward and slowly walked into the concert venue. Inside the gymnasium, rows of seats were densely packed with fans, whispering to each other, excitedly waiting for the concert to start. This overwhelming popularity is enough to show how popular Jay Chou is. However, this is not surprising. After all, before L came out of nowhere, Jay Chou was hailed as the king who had the greatest potential to save the Chinese music scene. I found my location. It's here. Well, it really deserves to be a super VLP VIP seat. The view is excellent. It can really be called the center of the whole venue. Chinga, when did you wake up? Just as Lin Xian was holding the sleeping girl and found his own booth, he accidentally looked down and was surprised to find Su Chinga in his arms, looking at him with sleepy eyes. When their eyes met, the tenderness and attachment in the girl's eyes almost melted Lin Xian's heart. I just woke up. Put me down. Su Chinga's cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked away awkwardly and spoke in a low voice. In fact, she was already awakened when Lin Xian carried her out of the car. But for some reason, she really wanted to enjoy the man's warm embrace for a while. So, for some unknown reason, he continued to sleep soundly and did not wake up. Soon, the two of them sat down at the seat closest to the stage, holding hands and quietly waiting for the concert to begin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. While waiting, the Huawei phone in Lin Xian's pocket suddenly vibrated. Who will send me a message at this time? Lin Xian was full of confusion. He took out his cell phone and took a look. He was extremely shocked, because the person who sent her the message was actually someone she hadn't seen for a while, by Susu. Open the text message. The content was very simple, which was that I wanted to meet him and had something very important to talk to him alone. Winky face. Huh? Lin Xian felt completely confused and bewildered. I wonder what Bai Susu is doing in private. But after looking at Su Chinga beside him, even to avoid suspicion, Lin Xian did not intend to pay attention to the other party's inexplicable invitation and directly refused. At this time, Su Chinga turned his head curiously. Who is it? I don't know, I don't recognize him. Maybe I sent it to the wrong person? Oh. Ding dong. In a shopping mall, Bai Susu heard the notification tone of her cell phone and quickly raised her phone to check. Immediately, a bitter smile appeared on his face unconsciously. As expected, he refused to meet me. I didn't expect it. I just went to Jinling to relax for a few days, and he has officially become someone else's husband. Not long ago, Bai Susu, who was full of worries, decided to travel to Jinling to relax and sort out her true thoughts. But when she made up her mind and rushed back to the Magic City, she learned a shocking piece of bad news. Lin Xian got the marriage certificate. I originally thought that as long as we hadn't gotten the marriage certificate, I still had a chance. But who would have thought? Now that Lin Xian has obtained a marriage certificate, it means that no matter from which perspective, he is a real husband. I am afraid that I will never have another chance. Thinking of this, Bai Susu turned pale, as if she had lost her parents. At this moment, she felt a surge of endless regret in her heart. If only she had understood her feelings earlier and confessed them to Lin Xian. maybe the result will be different. Unfortunately, there is no if. Only the cruel result remains. Not far away, a lowly girl in a JK uniform waved her hands excitedly, chattered, and quickly approached by Susu. Su Fan, who was wearing a white shirt and ripped jeans, had a sullen face the whole time, and followed closely with bags of clothes in his hands. Susu, I've finished shopping. Let's go. Jay's concert is about to start. If we delay any longer, we'll be late. Let's go. And you are such an incompetent bodyguard. I just asked you to help carry some things. This is your duty as a bodyguard. But what's with that dissatisfied look on your face? What's with that unhappy look in your eyes? Humph, I'm so pissed. Fortunately, this is also the last day you and my parents agreed to be bodyguards. From now on, you wear your ripped jeans, and I wear my little white dress. We will never have anything to do with each other again. Chapter 386. She flees, she chases, she can't escape. She runs, she jumps, her life or death is uncertain. Susu, are you okay? You don't look well. If you're not feeling well, let's go home now and not go to the concert. Seeing that, Bai Susu looked very haggard. Chinkurson hurriedly supported her with a worried look on her face. Hearing this, Bai Susu forced out an ugly smile, shook his head, and advised, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I might just be a little anemic. I just need to rest. Let's go and have a look. Didn't you say that you spent a lot of effort to finally get the super VIP seats, with a great view and the closest position to the stage? It would be a shame if you don't go. Besides, Jay Cho is your idol, right? It was not easy for them to hold a concert in Shanghai. If you, a little fan, don't go, you might regret it in the future." To ease the pain of broken love, Bai Susu wanted to do something to divert her attention. Right now, this star concert may be the best choice. Okay, since you said so, I have no objection. Chin Kurson scratched his head and shrugged to indicate that he didn't care. However, when I think of the VIP seat I had managed to secure, Chin Kurson was so angry that she pouted and pulled her own ponytails hard to relieve the depression in her heart. Hey, don't mention it. I get angry when I talk about tickets. I've already reserved the C seat for the whole show. But for some reason, the organizers suddenly changed their mind. They called me and told me that the center seat had been reserved by other guests, and they wanted to move us to a less crowded booth nearby. Of course, I refused. I argued with reason, but it was useless. The organizers still forcefully notified me to change. Humph, I guess the guy who took my seat must be someone important. The organizers risked defending my Chin family and forcibly changed our seats for him. Alas, this society of human relationships that is gradually being shrouded in darkness. This has proved one thing to me once again. If you want to be a gangster, it's useless to fight. You need power. Some people who think they can fight and look down on others will be taught a lesson by society sooner or later. As the old saying goes, if you don't listen to the little girl, you will suffer the consequences. Having said that, Chin Kurson subconsciously glanced at Su Fan, who had a grim expression on his face. You pretentious bastard, since you have been my bodyguard for a few days, I will be merciful and teach you this philosophy of life. As for how much you can understand, it depends on your personal understanding. Also, Susu, I need to make it clear to you that my idol has now become Oni-chan. His musical talent is unprecedented and unrivaled. No one can compare with him anymore. Even my former idol Jay Cho can't do that. I, the Evil King's True Eye user, would like to acknowledge here that Oni-chan is the strongest in the music industry. Feel honored. Rororo. Chin Kurson patted her chest and solemnly declared that her idol had been changed to Lin Xian. Moreover, he took out a black eye mask from somewhere and put it on his right eye, then made a self-abasement gesture of bow to the bow, buddy. Then, the little girl put her hands on her hips and laughed wildly. Such an exaggerated behavior looks as silly as it can be, and as ridiculous as it can be. In an instant, tourists in the entire mall looked sideways and cast strange looks at the few people. Cassine, didn't you say the concert was about to start? Aye. Let's go quickly, run quickly. After saying that, Bai Susu didn't even turn around, covered her face, and quickly fled the scene of social death. At this point, she couldn't stay there any longer. I just felt goosebumps all over my body, and I was so embarrassed that my skull almost flew off. However, with this twist, Bai Susu's heart-wrenching feeling suddenly eased a lot. At one point, She even felt that compared to the pain of a broken heart, this moment of social death seemed even more difficult to accept. Huh? What's wrong with you? Susu, don't walk so fast. Susu. Wait for me. Go away. Susu. How can I live without you? Susu. Chun Kursen waved her hands desperately and quickly followed the direction Bai Susu left. But the louder she shouted, the faster Bai Susu ran. While walking briskly, Bai Susu even forgot that she was a fragile girl who had just experienced a breakup. All she wanted was to escape from that middle school syndrome lowly as soon as possible. Otherwise, she might be socially killed. This moment, in the shopping mall, witnessed by countless tourists, a touching drama of she escapes, she chases, she can't fly away, she runs, she jumps, her life and death are unpredictable, was staged. The person you should be waiting for the most is me. Looking at the two girls quickly fleeing backs, Su Fan, carrying large and small bags, stood there dumbfounded, with the corners of his mouth twitching, facing the pointing and gesturing of the surrounding tourists. Even with Su Fan's iron-like face, he couldn't help but feel his cheeks getting hot and rosy at this moment. Although he did things throughout his life, he did not need to explain them to others. But when people think he is arrogant, he always laughs it off and even takes pride in it. After all, only the strong have the capital to be rampant. But if he were looked at with the eyes of caring for mentally retarded children, he would inevitably be a little broken. You bastard little female ghost. How dare you mess with my mind? Fortunately, I will soon get the marriage certificate, and then I will immediately part ways with this brat. Thinking of this, Su Fan felt much better, picked up his bags and chased after him. D387 Dong, listen to your mother. Su Chinga's tears. Inside the stadium, Jay Chou's concert is in full swing. Sitting in the best VIP seats, Lin Xian was watching Jay Chou on the stage, feeling a little emotional. Jay Chou in this world looks less than 30 years old, so young. He also looks a bit more handsome than the one I remember. Only 5 meters away from the stage, Lin Xian could clearly hear every word Jay Chou said. At this moment, Jay Chou said to the audience, "Today is Mother's Day. I want to sing a new song, Listen to Mom by El God of Songs for everyone. May all mothers in the world be happy." As the music started, the audience was instantly excited, with cheers and screams coming one after another. It's Listen to Mom. This is my favorite. Long live Jay Chou, El, the eternal God. The audiences in the audience were very excited and expressed their love for this song. Lin Xian listened to the discussions around him, and an awkward smile appeared on his face. Especially when he saw Jay Chou on the stage proudly showing his photo with Elle, his face became a little hot. "I am ashamed, Jay Chou in this world. Please forgive my shamelessness. I am actually your true fan." Su Chinga beside him turned around and teased. "The whole audience is calling your name. When will RL singing God hold a concert?" Lin Xian's mouth twitched, and he smiled awkwardly. "Next time, definitely next time." At this moment, Jay Chou's voice sounded in a familiar melody. "Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks along with these lyrics?" The whole audience fell into an indescribable emotion, and the audience were immersed in this affectionate singing. Su Chinga was also deeply moved by the song, and her eyes became red. Her thoughts went back to the past, and she thought of her mother, her heart full of longing and regret. "Mom, I miss you so much. I'm doing well now. You don't have to worry. Also, I'm married and met a man who can make me happy." Su Chinga said silently in her heart, but these words were destined to never be told to her mother in person. Tears welled up in Su Chinga's eyes, almost bursting out. At this moment, her hand was wrapped by a warm, big hand. When she looked up, Lin Xian was looking at her with a distressed look on his face. He gently caught a teardrop that was about to fall, put it in his mouth, and said seriously, "Well, it's a bit salty." It seems that beauty's tears are still salty. Su Chinga was stunned by this sudden behavior, blushing and whispering, "Pervert, what are you doing?" Lin Xian smiled, spread out his hands, and said, "I'm just verifying my chemical knowledge." Having successfully diverted the girl's attention, Lin Xian secretly felt lucky. On the other side, as Listen to Mom came to an end, the stadium was silent, and then thunderous applause broke out. The audience wiped their tears with tissues, immersed in this touching moment, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Great, the singing is so great. I'm going back to my hometown to see my mom tomorrow," someone shouted excitedly. "This song is truly amazing. Elle is so amazing. The lyrics and melody are so touching that it is simply beyond words." said another audience member with admiration. If I could meet L in person, I would definitely kowtow to him and thank him for his contribution to the world, someone sighed, which resonated with the people around him. At this moment, Lin Xian's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Facing the praise and gratitude from all around him, he could only sigh inwardly. All of this was beyond his expectations, but also within reason. Chapter 388 Large Documentary. I Came Here Alone. At Jay Chou's concert, Lin Xian was immersed in the enthusiastic atmosphere. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, which made him feel nervous. As expected, it was the arrogant Lolita Chen Kursin. She angrily questioned Lin Xian. Aoni-chan, so you are the bully who stole my seat? Lin Xian hurriedly denied it, but Chen Kursin had already started to show off, and the two instantly entered into a childish fight, using fake punches to hit each other, attracting helpless looks from the surrounding audience. At the same time, Su Chinga and Bai Susu were also observing this scene. Su Chinga looked at the farce of Lin Xian and Chen Kursin helplessly, while Bai Susu felt a little sour in her heart, but more of a sigh for this pair of enemies. Just as everyone was thinking about their own things, the concert entered the song request phase. Jay Cho randomly selected a man and a woman in the audience. The woman acted coy and lovely in front of the camera, but the otaku next to her was ignored by her, causing the audience to laugh. This scene quickly fermented on the internet, and the otaku unexpectedly became the focus of attention. He turned his experience into a live broadcast content, and within a few days, he received huge rewards due to the surge in traffic and even became an internet celebrity. Although netizens felt that they were tricked, the otaku took this opportunity to start his own live broadcast sales career and quickly became rich. In the end, the climax of this concert was not only the touching feeling brought by the music, but also the sensation and reversal brought about by this unexpected incident, which became a topic of conversation among people after dinner. Chapter 389. The second disease suddenly breaks out, and the evil king uses the true eye to wield Chen Kursin. At the concert, the atmosphere reached a climax due to an unexpected interaction. Faced with the awkward conversation between the otaku and the goddess, Jay Cho smiled bitterly to smooth things over and quickly turned his attention to the selection of the next lucky audience member. Chen Kursin, the cute little girl, had already been dancing in her seat, eager to be the next lucky winner. Sure enough, as the big screen froze, she was chosen. Chen Kursin stood up excitedly to show off, and the people in the entire gymnasium were amused by her cute behavior. However, when Jay Cho asked Chen Kursin if she came alone, this little girl immediately said dissatisfiedly that she was an adult and began to perform her middle school drama. She claimed that she was the evil king's true eye user and threatened to destroy the entire stadium with evil power. This funny performance made the audience embarrassed and funny. Just when Chen Kursin was too immersed in the role, Jay Cho switched the camera to Bai Susu next to her. Although Bai Susu wanted to keep a low profile, she felt unwilling to give up when she saw the sweet look of Lin Xian and Su Chinga. So, she smiled and ordered a song, and in the name of friend, she chose Jay Chou's What Kind of Man Is He? When Bai Susu's provocative reason for requesting a song spread throughout the venue, everyone couldn't help but wonder if this friend was herself. Su Chinga also noticed the subtlety and hinted at Lin Xian whether he understood Bai Susu's meaning. Lin Xian responded lightly, saying that the past was no longer important. Just as Jay Cho began to sing, What Kind of Man Is He?, the atmosphere in the stadium reached a new climax. The audience was immersed in the music, while Lin Xian was focused on interacting with Su Chinga and didn't notice that the big screen on the stage had locked on him. You've been chosen as the lucky audience. Su Chinga suddenly reminded him, and Lin Xian turned his head in astonishment and saw his face on the big screen. This sudden turn of events made him at a loss for a moment. The entire concert came to an end with this dramatic ending, and Lin Xian's story also opened a new chapter with this unexpected selection. Chapter 391, Lin Xian's Request. Jay Cho, please step aside. I want to go on stage and sing a song for my wife. As soon as Lin Xian's handsome face appeared on the big screen, the whole audience immediately fell into a boiling state. Countless pairs of eyes were shocked by his appearance. Even the girls couldn't help screaming. And even Jay Cho was stunned on the stage, speechless for a long time. Who would have thought that someone could be so handsome? Even Jay Cho couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There are people in this world who are hundreds of times more handsome than him. There was constant discussion in the audience, who were amazed at Lin Xian's appearance. Some even sighed, if I were 1 point as handsome as him, I would have been single long ago. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was just here to join in the fun, something unexpected happened. When Jay Cho asked Lin Xian what song he wanted to order, Lin Xian scratched his head and suddenly had a bold idea. He smiled and replied, "Sorry, I don't want to order a song. If Jay Cho allows, I want to go on stage and sing a song for my wife." As soon as he said this, the whole audience fell silent, and everyone stared at Lin Xian in amazement. The audience was all exclaiming in their hearts, "Is this guy kidding? He actually wants Jay Cho to step down?" You know, this is a concert with more than 100,000 people, and Lin Xian's courage is really unprecedented. Even Su Chinga was shocked by Lin Xian's bold behavior. She had never seen anyone make such a request at Jay Cho's concert. However, Lin Xian was still confident and asked Jay Cho again with a smile, "Can I sing a song?" Faced with such a special request, the audience became excited and began to shout, "Let him go on stage. We want to hear him sing." Just when the audience's enthusiasm reached its peak, the camera switched to Su Chinga's face. Instantly, the atmosphere in the gymnasium climbed again. The audience praised her beauty, and some exclaimed, "This young lady is so beautiful that she doesn't look like a mortal." At this moment, Su Chinga seemed to have become the focus of the whole audience, more dazzling than Jay Cho on the stage. Her beauty was not only charming, but also had a holy temperament that made people reluctant to blaspheme. Bai Susu, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and couldn't help but feel a little unwilling. Although she didn't want to admit it, the fact was that she was far inferior to Su Chinga in every aspect. This made her understand why Lin Xian chose Su Chinga. Just as everyone was looking forward to Lin Xian going on stage to sing, Su Chinga felt a strong sense of anticipation, and her eyes fell softly on Lin Xian. At this moment, the entire stadium was quietly waiting for this sudden performance. And would Lin Xian bring an unexpected surprise? Lin Xian's singing voice is as pure as a mountain spring and as gentle as a spring breeze, as if it has its own magical power. In just a moment, hundreds of thousands of listeners at the scene were captivated by it. The originally noisy gymnasium gradually became quiet. Some audience members closed their eyes and enjoyed the wonderful melody. Others opened their mouths wide, shocked by Lin Xian's amazing singing skills. At this moment, no matter what they were doing before, the audience stopped everything they were doing and focused their eyes on Lin Xian, who was playing and singing, listening to the song in fascination. "Oh my God! This guy is not only handsome, but also sings beautifully. What kind of dream do I have to marry a man like this? My mother always reminds me to open my eyes and see the world. I didn't understand it before, but today I finally understand it completely. It turns out that this world is so beautiful. And there is such a perfect man. This is the feeling of being moved." Hearing this, Lin Xian was speechless. His eyes became more and more strange, and finally he nodded silently. "Of course, feel free to record it. I have no objection. Bye." After saying that, Lin Xian pushed Su Chinga and quickly left the gymnasium as if fleeing. Chapter 397, Lin Xian's Affectionate Kiss. In the bustling night market, Lin Xian and his friends were strolling around after a fight. The food stalls on both sides of the street exuded an enticing aroma, making people salivate. Just as they passed a stall, Chen Kursen suddenly discovered something and shouted excitedly, "Look, there is an old man selling cotton candy over there." She happily ran over to choose and enthusiastically invited everyone to choose the flavor together. Everyone picked their favorite marshmallows. Su Fan randomly chose strawberry flavor, while Bai Susu chose pineapple flavor, which was a little bitter. Lin Xian gently picked a classic original marshmallow for Su Chinga because he knew she didn't like those fancy flavors. In the public rest area, Lin Xian personally fed Su Chinga cotton candy. This intimate gesture made her blush, but she had no choice but to accept it. In the eyes of others, the interaction between the couple seemed extremely sweet, but it also made Su Fan and Bai Susu feel mixed emotions. Su Fan looked at her sister, who used to be cold and arrogant, and now she was so obedient to accept Lin Xian's feeding, and she couldn't help but feel complicated. Bai Susu was silently chewing on the pineapple-flavored marshmallow in her hand. The sour taste made her even more unhappy. Just as everyone was immersed in this sweet and sour atmosphere, Lin Xian suddenly asked an unexpected question. "Do you know what flavor of marshmallow I like best?" Su Chinga looked at him curiously, waiting for an answer. However, Lin Xian grabbed the back of her head and suddenly kissed her when she was off guard. This kiss came without warning, as if it instantly cut off the surrounding noise, and Su Chinga's world seemed to be filled with only Lin Xian's breath. Her heart beat like a drum, and all her thoughts disappeared in this kiss. Although she had some resistance in her heart, her body relaxed involuntarily and finally fell into this sudden tenderness. Lin Xian's kiss was gentle and firm, as if he was savoring this sweet moment. His movements seemed to be full of some kind of magic, gradually pulling Su Chinga into this deep affection. When he let her go, Su Chinga's cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and her heart was still beating violently, as if this kiss had completely captured her heart. The whole world seemed to stop at this moment. Lin Xian's affectionate gaze and Su Chinga's confused expression intertwined, making everyone watching hold their breath. And this scene made Su Fan and by Su feel endless complex emotions, as if their world had also changed with this kiss. D398 Jong Chinga. This is my favorite imported marshmallow. Lin Xian's lips gently rolled over the girl's lips, as if exploring an unknown treasure. And that treasure is all the softness and shyness of Su Chinga. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. Finally, Lin Xian gently let go of the girl in his arms and licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. Looking at the other person's pink cheeks that were as red as a ripe apple, his eyes were full of affection, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a gentle arc. At this moment, both of them seemed to be immersed in the sweetness of that moment, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Immediately following, Lin Xian slowly put his arms around Su Chinga's waist and gently pulled her into his arms. In the man's embrace, Su Chinga's body involuntarily moved closer to him, even close enough that she could clearly see the rise and fall of Lin Xian's chest and hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The heartbeat was as powerful as a drum, and every beat seemed to tell of his deep affection for her. Unconsciously, Su Chinga buried her head in the man's chest, listening to his heartbeat, feeling his body temperature and breath, and clinging to that warm and strong embrace. It seemed like a safe haven, making Su Chinga feel extremely at ease and relaxed. This moment, she even briefly forgot the responsibilities and hatred she carried, and felt that she was being treated gently by the whole world. Just like that, the two bodies were tightly pressed together, as if there was no gap at all. Su Chinga could truly feel every inch of muscle in the man's body seemed to radiate strength and warmth, which made her feel more dependent. She closed her eyes gently, enjoying this rare intimacy and tranquility. Lin Xian also hugged the girl tightly, as if he wanted to completely integrate her into his body. His fingers shuttled through the girl's hair, gently stroking her hair, as if expressing his tenderness and love for her. Immediately, Lin Xian lowered his head and whispered in Su Chinga's ear, "Chinga, this is my favorite imported marshmallow." These words are as warm as the spring breeze, deep and magnetic. Every word seemed to carry the magic power of love, which made Su Chinga's heartbeat accelerate involuntarily. She felt as if she was thrown into a furnace. Her whole body was burning, and her cheeks were so red that they seemed to bleed. You. Su Chinga originally wanted to settle the score later and severely reprimanded Lin Xian for being so bold. How dare you be so rude to her in the street? But when she wanted to pretend to be angry, Lin Xian's affectionate eyes looked over, and Su Chinga surrendered in an instant, subconsciously raising the white flag. Even though she despised herself several times in her heart, she still couldn't bear to say a harsh word to Lin Xian. In the end, what she said was bland and instead had the feel of a little girl's flirting. You, why are you pushing so hard? My lips are swollen from your kisses. What if they break? Su Chinga blushed and snorted proudly. Perhaps. Only in front of Lin Xian can she show such a girly side. However, Su Chinga did feel that her lips were swollen and a little painful from being kissed. But she did not feel any pain. Instead, she thought it was a symbol of sweetness. Looking at Lin Xian's affectionate eyes, Su Chinga felt as if she was surrounded by a warm current, a happiness and satisfaction she had never experienced before. Did my kiss hurt you? I'm sorry. Shall I kiss you more gently next time? Still, if you want to have a next time, forget it. But I want to eat imported marshmallows in the future. What should I do? Cold dish. Oh, who would have thought that the imported marshmallows you mentioned would be like this? I've never heard of it, okay? There's nothing I can do. I just like this. Chinga, this is the marshmallow flavor I like. I want more next time. Lin Xian repeated with a smile, then reached out and gently pushed the strands of hair on Su Chinga's face behind her ears. The movement was gentle and delicate, as if one was protecting a rare treasure. Chinga did not respond, but just looked away awkwardly. Her heartbeat was still accelerating, boom, 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 but that shyness and nervousness has gradually been replaced by a sense of sweetness and happiness. And my heart is in turmoil. What are you in a daze for? Haven't you reacted yet? I suggest that we practice kissing more when we have time, and you won't do this again when you get used to it. Don't forget that we are husband and wife. You will get used to it sooner or later. Seeing that Chinga's eyes were still blurry and her mind was wandering, Lin Xian couldn't help but pinch the girl's nose with a teasing look on his face. Hearing this, Chinga's face turned red and she lowered her head, not daring to look directly into the man's burning gaze. Habit of what? Can Zundu get used to this kind of thing? I feel like I may never get used to this kind of thing in my lifetime. Just when Lin Xian and his wife were so affectionate and exuding the sour smell of love, they had completely forgotten that there were a few light bulbs around them. Su Fan and others had already been petrified and stood there in a daze. Things are developing so fast, they still haven't reacted until now. Who I am? Where am I? What the hell am I doing? Did we just see something incredible? Chapter 399. By Susu's defense is broken. By Susu's mood was like being hit hard. The intimate behavior of Chinga and Lin Xian made her unable to calm down. The words of the little lowly Chin-Curson that made her embarrassed echoed in her mind. Her cheeks turned red and white, but a huge wave was set off in her heart. Bai Susu's eyes wandered between Lin Xian and Chinga, and the pain in her heart was beyond words. Once upon a time, Lin Xian was still the dog who tried his best to please her for a smile and stayed by her side without regrets. She was used to his kindness and his care for her, and even thought that all this was taken for granted. However, now, the man who once loved her deeply is kissing another woman affectionately in front of her. How is it possible? Bai Susu's heart ached. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was once so proud, but now she was severely shattered by reality. She thought Lin Xian still had feelings for her, and that he wrote a song for her and sang it affectionately in public, which meant that he still had feelings for her. But now this scene made her realize that maybe she was the one who was forgotten. Her heart was completely torn apart by Lin Xian's actions, and the world in front of her seemed to become blurry. The countless times of neglect and indifference seemed to bite back at her heart at this moment. She finally understood that her feelings for Lin Xian had already quietly arisen, but now it seemed too late. When she saw the sweet interaction between Lin Xian and Chinga, the pain in her heart was like a knife cutting. She was no longer the goddess who was high above everyone else, but an ordinary girl struggling painfully in loss and regret. Regret and unwillingness surged into her heart like a tide, and she bit her lips tightly, trying not to let the tears flow out. Susu, are you okay? Chin-Curson noticed Bai Susu's abnormality and asked with concern. Bai Susu shook her head, resisting the pain in her heart, and chose to turn around and leave. She didn't want others to see her fragility at this moment, even if this fragility had collapsed like an iceberg. Her back looked particularly lonely and desolate in the night, and only the soft sigh seemed to tell of her inner struggle and confusion. Lin Xian and Chinga were still immersed in each other's world, oblivious to everything around them. Only Su Fan took a deep look at his sister before leaving. Seeing her happy smile, Su Fan felt mixed emotions. He knew that his sister had found her happiness, and that was enough. He only hoped that Lin Xian would continue to treat her like this. Otherwise, he would never let her off easily. As Su Fan left, Lin Xian and Chinga continued to stroll in the night, leisurely enjoying the rare quiet time. Lin Xian whispered to Chinga, "They seem a little strange, but it doesn't matter. Let's walk around for a while and then go home." Chinga nodded and responded with a smile. "Okay, your uncle's family has invited us to visit tomorrow, and I want to meet your relatives too." The night breeze blew gently, and the two walked hand in hand on the street, their hearts full of warmth and satisfaction. But in a corner far away, Bai Susu's heart was surrounded by endless sadness, unable to extricate herself. Chapter 400. The real and fake daughter statuses are swapped. Chu Ling is flattered. Have you heard? The little princess of the wealthy Tang family is not the biological child of the Tang couple. Yeah, I heard something about it. A friend of mine just came back from Chua Village this morning and gave me some inside information. It seems that 18 years ago, the Tang couple by chance stayed at a villager's home and gave birth to their baby daughter there. But do you know? That villager was so bold that he was greedy and secretly switched the two baby girls. They are even secretly planning to wait until their biological daughter grows up in the Tang family, and then join forces with the outside world to seize the Tang family's vast wealth in one fell swoop. Oh my god! Their intentions are so vicious. If they hadn't been discovered by accident, their conspiracy would have almost succeeded. Who says it's not true? What's even more hateful is that after the villagers stole the baby, they often abused the real daughter of the Tang family. And their fake daughter, on the other hand, lives a pampered life in the Tang family. It's infuriating just to think about it. So that's how it is? No wonder the Tangs had gnashing teeth and anger on their faces when they came to take the statement this afternoon. Such a big shot is usually calm and reserved. If he wasn't really angered, he wouldn't behave so badly. Anyone would be angry if this happened to them, but the two culprits are now completely finished. It is said that the Tang family has already started to use their connections to prepare for revenge against them. I guess even if they escape the death penalty this time, they will not be able to avoid life imprisonment. In fact, even if they end up in prison, they will probably never have a good life in their lifetime. If the Tang family uses a little trick, their future in prison will probably be more painful than death. Humph! It's their own fault. It's what they deserve. Magic City Police Department. Inside the detention center, under the dim light, two hunched figures faced each other, each huddled in a corner. The one on the left is Chu Xiong, one of the culprits in the baby girl swap. He lays sickly on the bed, looking decadent and haggard, with a blank look in his eyes. The arrogance and domineering attitude that once existed has long disappeared without a trace. Instead, only deep fear and anxiety remain. Opposite him, Tao Yin looked dazed and haggard. She sat on the bed, hugging her knees tightly with her hands. The panic and anxiety in her eyes were so strong that they seemed to turn into reality. Damn, how did things turn out like this? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? I don't want to go to jail. When Tao Yin thought about the endless imprisonment she was about to face, her face was filled with despair and her whole body went limp. Obviously, she was yesterday, still dreaming of wealth and glory. How come in less than a day, I was imprisoned and about to face the cold life behind bars? Tao Yin was at a loss and subconsciously asked her man for help. Boss, what do you think we should do? I heard from the police that we may have to go to jail, and there's a good chance I'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. No, I don't want to stay in prison for the rest of my life. I still want to live the life of a rich lady. I can't go through this kind of hardship. They are so cruel. Oh, how could they do this to us? No matter what, we raised that damn girl Chuling. Even if they don't have any merit, they have worked hard. How can those people from the Tang family be so ungrateful? They are simply beasts worse than pigs and dogs. Boss, don't just stand there in a daze. Think of a solution quickly. Boss, can you say something? Pa. Chu Xiong, who was already filled with despair, became ferocious in an instant under the control of fear. I just happened to use the chattering Tao Yin as a temporary punching bag. He stood up viciously and slammed a big bag heavily on Tao Yan's face. Damn it, you bitch, you still dare to ask me what to do? You've killed me. If you hadn't come up with that bullshit stealing the sky and replacing the day plan back then, how could I have been so bewildered as to believe in your lies and end up like this today? It's all your fault? The reason I was arrested is all your fucking fault. Chu Xiong had a hideous face and a crazy look. Now trapped in this dark cage, the fear made him completely regret it. What about wealth and splendor? What about wives and concubines? What about villas and luxury cars? Everything that Chu Xiong once dreamed of now seems like a passing cloud and meaningless. If he could go back 18 years, he probably wouldn't have replaced the two baby girls again. If he was still replaced by some strange coincidence, he would immediately throw that little bitch Chu Ling into the ditch and drown her. Whoa! Tao Yin was hit so hard by the slap that she became dizzy and her nose was bleeding. But she was speechless and could only cover her face and cry. Like Chu Xiong, she also regretted it. If I hadn't been jealous back then, I would have just raised my own daughter honestly. You stinky bitch. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. It's all your fault for getting me into trouble. Why don't you just die? I'm going to beat you to death. Chu Xiong grabbed the woman's hair and roared wildly in her ear. He turned all the regret and fear in his heart into rain-like fists and vented them on Tao Yin, who was in tears. Under this ruthless fight, Tao Yin finally exploded. She endured the severe pain and pushed the man away hysterically. Get out of here! You bastard! Why do you put all the blame on me? You excitedly agreed to the baby swap without even thinking about it that day, but now you blame it all on me? Why? Why? If you weren't such a useless and incompetent person, why would I resort to such a desperate measure and be separated from my biological daughter for 18 years? If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have married a loser like you. If I had married a scholar in the city, I might have lived the life of a wealthy wife. It's you. It's you. It's you. My life is ruined by a piece of trash like you. You dare to attack me? I will fight you. Tao Yin screamed wildly and waved her sharp fingernails to scratch Chu Xiong's face. For a while, the couple turned against each other and fought each other. This commotion also attracted the guards in the police station. However, when they saw two mad dogs biting each other through the iron fence, they all stood aside and watched with interest and did not step forward to stop them. These two people deserve it. Tang family in the brightly lit villa. Xiaoling, Komin, take a look at this room. Do you like it? If not, Mom and Dad can change it for you. After returning from Chua Village, Tang Goen and his wife, feeling extremely guilty, immediately made arrangements to replace Chu Ling's room with a more luxurious one. At this time, he was leading his daughter to a door and letting her open it herself to welcome the surprise. Just like that, Chu Ling carefully pushed open the carved door, and everything in the luxurious room came into view. Soft cashmere carpet, retro European-style bed, top-grade comfortable bedding, elegant mahogany table for treasures of the study, etc. Chu Ling could vaguely see the beautiful scenery of the garden through the floor-to-ceiling windows, which contrasted beautifully with the flowing silk curtains. Yeah, I like it very much, thank you. Everything in the room was luxurious and comfortable, and it was obvious that it had been carefully decorated. How could Chu Ling not like it? However, the girl was still somewhat flattered, as if she were in a dream. Are you really worthy of living in such a nice house? Am I still dreaming? Okay, Xiaoling, as long as you like it. You can live here from now on. If you need any daily necessities, you can always tell Mom and Dad. Seeing that his precious daughter was satisfied, Tang Goen laughed heartily and nodded repeatedly, completely losing his usual calm demeanor. Beside him, Su Shiyun's eyes unconsciously turned red and she secretly wiped away tears. Before they returned to Shanghai, they went to see the environment where Chu Ling had lived for all these years. All they can say is, they broke down in tears on the spot. A small, dark, and damp woodshed. A pigsty covered in dirt and feces. It is hard to imagine that my own daughter has lived in such a place since she was a child. Compared with the princess room that Tang Ro had lived in for the past 18 years, this is totally different. Boundless guilt instantly filled the couple's hearts. So, after rushing back home, they decided to clean up the best room in the house for their precious daughter to live in. Mom, don't cry. My dear daughter, I didn't cry. I was just so happy that I cried tears of joy. Seeing Su Shiyun's red eyes, Chu Ling subconsciously stepped forward to comfort her, but as she spoke, she couldn't help wiping away her own tears. She felt so happy that she cried with gratitude. In the blink of an eye, the mother and daughter hugged each other, tears streaming down their cheeks. But the corners of their mouths were always smiling. On the side, Tang Goen's face was full of relief, and his eyes were red with emotion. Only Tang Ro, who was standing behind the crowd and seemed to be completely ignored, had jealousy and resentment in her eyes that seemed to be about to materialize. The house chosen for Chu Ling was the best room in the house. She once proposed to Tang's father and mother that she wanted to move into this room, but was rejected by the couple righteously. Repeatedly declared, this room can only be used as a wedding room for the child who gets married first in the family. But now, Tang Ro was both angry and helpless about this. After she returned home this time, she could clearly feel the cold attitude of Tang's father and mother towards her. But even so, Tang Ro knew that she could not just sit there and wait for death. Otherwise, sooner or later, everything she has now will be taken away by Chu Ling, an outsider. Think of this. Tang Ro took a deep breath, pretended to be full of apology and about to cry, walked forward, held Chu Ling's hand, and apologized sincerely. Sister, it's great that you're back. You've suffered so much over the years. That kind of poor life should have been my daily life. But because of my biological parents. Woo-woo. Sobbing, sister, I'm sorry for you. If I hadn't been born, maybe, you wouldn't have been replaced by someone else, and you wouldn't have lived such a hard life. Every time I think of this, I feel so guilty that I can hardly breathe. Sister Chu Ling, I'm sorry. Please hit me and scold me. Only in this way can the guilt in my heart be alleviated a little." When she was moved, Tang Ro's eyes kept shedding tears. Anyone who saw it would think that this girl was truly repentant. In the end, Tang Ro even bowed 90 degrees to apologize while crying. Seeing this, although Chu Ling's brows were still furrowed, her expression looked a little better. After all, the baby swapping incident could not be blamed on Tang Ro, as she was just an innocent baby at the time. As for her recent frame-ups and targeting of herself, Chu Ling could understand it. Little girls, worried about stealing the love of their parents, they did some irrational things. However, understanding is understanding. The most Chu Ling could do was not to deliberately target Tang Ro, but it was almost impossible for her to get along with her in a friendly manner. Because every time she was with Tang Ro, she would vaguely see in her the parents who had given her endless suffering. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Tang Goen came out to smooth things over with a wave of his hand. "Xiao Ro, don't call Xiao Ling sister from now on. According to the time of birth, you are her elder sister. You should take good care of your sister in the future. If there's anything delicious or fun, you should save it for your sister first, right? Okay, it's time for dinner. Xiaoling, are you hungry? Let's go eat first." After saying that, Tang Goen and his wife took their precious daughter downstairs to have dinner. Tang Ro, who was left alone, looked pale and blue in the face, with the resentment in her eyes becoming more and more obvious. Chapter 401. Chu Xiong and his wife want to see their two daughters? Get them out. There is a wide variety of delicious dishes on the dining table in the Tang family villa. The aroma of braised pork was fragrant, the deliciousness of steamed fish was mouth-watering, and the green vegetables seemed to exude the freshness of nature. Chu Ling sat at the dining table, looking at the delicious food in front of her, feeling both moved and uneasy. Tang Goen and his wife enthusiastically picked up food for her, fearing that she would not eat enough nutrition. Chu Ling accepted this warmth with tears in her eyes, and her heart was filled with unprecedented happiness. She gently picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. The fat and lean meat melted on her tongue, and the richness of the sauce almost made her cry. The delicious taste was something she had never experienced at the Chu Xiong couple's home. In that home, she was forced to eat cold rice and leftovers, or even spoiled coarse grains, and her stomach had long been accustomed to the bland food. Today, she finally tasted what real deliciousness was. Tang Goen and his wife watched their daughter wolfing down the food, feeling mixed emotions. Tang Goen said softly, "Ling, eat slowly, don't choke, there's still plenty in the kitchen." Su Shuyun silently served her daughter a bowl of chicken soup, tears glistening in her eyes, her heart full of guilt and love. "Dad, Mom, you guys eat too, don't keep looking at me." Chu Ling blushed and said softly. Tang Goen laughed. "Ha, okay, Xiaoling, you should eat more too. 18 is the time when you need to grow up." The family was having a great time. Chu Ling gradually relaxed and even started to joke with her parents. However, there was one person at the table who seemed particularly silent. Tang Ro lowered her head and ate silently, her heart filled with jealousy and resentment. Once upon a time, all the love and care from Tang's father and mother belonged to her. But now, everything has changed. Tang Ro felt like she was abandoned, and she had nowhere to vent her anger. She couldn't accept the fact that she was replaced by her own daughter, especially when she saw how well Tang Goen and his wife cared for Chu Ling. Her heart felt like it was cut by a knife. After dinner, the family was sitting on the sofa enjoying strawberries when the white-haired old housekeeper came over and said respectfully, "Sir, madam, there is news from the detention center that Mr. and Mrs. Chu Xiong want to see Miss Chu Ling." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Goen's face immediately darkened. He sneered, "Those two bastards still have the nerve to ask for this? To see Xiaoling? Are they worthy?" Su Shiyun's face also turned cold in an instant, and his tone was cold. "Tell them no." The request of Chu Xiong and his wife made Tang Goen and his wife furious. How could they forgive those evil people who had abused their precious daughter? Chu Ling had been tortured all these years, and the hatred in their hearts could no longer be calmed. Faced with such a request, they had only one answer: never forgive. Chapter 402. The Tang family members share a common hatred for the enemy, the stubborn Chu Xiong couple. Hearing that Tang Goen and his wife decisively rejected the request of Chu Xiong and his wife, the old housekeeper hesitated for a moment, and then added cautiously, "Sir, madam, Chu Xiong and his wife also mentioned that if Miss Chu Ling is unwilling to see them, they hope to see Miss Tang Ro. This request made Tang Goen and his wife smile at each other and snort coldly. They knew that Chu Xiong and his wife were desperate and tried to rely on their biological daughter to save their lives. Tang Goen gave the choice to Tang Ro. Xiao Ro, what do you think? If you want to see your biological parents, we will not object. Tang Ro was furious, but she didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction on the surface. She knew that once she agreed to meet, her remaining status in the Tang family would plummet. Cursing Chu Xiong and his wife for being shameless, Tang Ro finally decided to refuse the meeting. But just as she was about to speak, Chu Ling, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "I want to meet them." Chu Ling's words caused the whole audience to fall silent, and everyone looked at her in surprise. Tang Goen and Su Shiyin thought their daughter was soft-hearted and might still have illusions about the evil couple, so they were ready to forgive them. But Chu Ling's eyes were as cold as ice. She smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong. I just want to see their miserable plight with my own eyes." Upon hearing this, Tang Goen and Su Shiyin couldn't help but smile with relief and nodded repeatedly. Revenge when there is revenge, and complain when there is complaint. This is the attitude that our Tang family should have. The couple excitedly gave advice to their daughter and discussed how to make the Chu Xiong couple completely collapse. Meanwhile, in the dark and damp detention center, Chu Xiong and his wife were waiting with hope. Although they had just had a big fight, they had now made peace and sat together, imagining how to use Chu Ling to escape. Tao Yin asked worriedly, "Boss, do you think that damn girl will come to save us?" Chu Xiong answered confidently, "She will definitely come. We have raised her for 18 years. She can't just watch us die." The more they thought about it, the more proud they became. They even began to fantasize about a better life in the future. They were confident that Chu Ling would be frightened into obedience, and even thought that she would be grateful for their years of raising her. They completely forgot about their past tyranny and instead felt that they deserved to be rewarded. Tao Yin smiled proudly and said, "After we get out of this predicament, we will stay in the city and enjoy life and never go back to that broken village again." Chu Xiong also laughed. "That's right, not only do we have Chu Ling, we also have Tang Ro. As long as she says a few good words to the Tang family, we can be acquitted and settle down in the city to enjoy a good life." The two of them became more and more proud as if their plan had succeeded. Little did they know that what was waiting for them was Chu Ling's most ruthless revenge. Chapter 40, for the fake daughter breaks up with her biological parents. "Shut up. You still have the nerve to beg for mercy." Su Shiyun's eyes were filled with tears, and her body was shaking with anger. She wanted to tear the Chu Xiong couple into pieces immediately to seek justice for her daughter's suffering over the years. Tang Goen hurried forward to comfort his wife and whispered, "Forget it. No matter how much you say to this kind of scum, it will be useless. Their fate is already determined." Seeing the resolute attitude of Tang Goen and his wife, Chu Xiong and his wife were angry but did not dare to show it. They could only place their last hope on Tang Ro. When Tang Ro noticed the gaze of Chu Xiong and his wife, her heart tightened. Sure enough, the next second, the wailing of Chu Xiong and his wife resounded throughout the room. "Xiao Ro, save Mom and Dad. You are our biological daughter. Can you bear to watch us die?" Tao Yin cried miserably and even knelt on the ground, begging Tang Ro, "Please ask your adoptive parents to let us live." Tang Ro felt a chill in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface. She knew that her current position was already precarious, and all of this could be ruined by the Chu Xiong couple's pleading. Faced with this dilemma, Tang Ro was furious inside, but on the surface she pretended to be sad and squeezed out a few tears from her eyes. "Father, Mother, Mr. and Mrs. Chu Xiong did give me birth." Tang Ro's voice choked with sobs, but they are to blame for the suffering that Sister Chu Ling has endured over the years. They should be punished by law. She pretended to hesitate for a moment, then said coldly, "My suggestion is death penalty, preferably immediate execution." When Chu Xiong and his wife heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Their eyes went dark, and they almost fainted. Tao Yin was in disbelief, and her tears could not stop flowing. "Xiao Ro, do you know what you were saying? Do you really want to watch us die? You beast! I'm your father. How could you do this to me?" Chu Xiong pointed at Tang Ro angrily, raging like a thunderbolt. Over the years, they had worked hard to cultivate Tang Ro and wanted her to live a good life, but they didn't expect that she would be so heartless now. Tang Ro looked at them coldly, without any sympathy. Mr. Chu, Mrs. Tao, your decision to exchange the child was your choice and has nothing to do with me. My biological parents are only Tang Goen and Su Shuyan. You are just two strangers to me. Tang Ro's indifference was like a bolt of lightning, striking Chu Xiong and his wife hard in the heart. They looked ashen, filled with anger and despair that almost swallowed them up. But in order to survive, they had to put aside all their dignity, kneel in front of Chu Ling, and beg for her mercy. Chu Ling looked at the Chu Xiong couple who had been so high and mighty and tortured her in every way, now kneeling in front of her and begging for forgiveness, with coldness in her eyes. The suffering she had suffered seemed to have been retributed at this moment, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, as if she was enjoying this belated victory. Chapter 405. The Chu Xiong couple are deserted by their friends and relatives and are completely desperate. In the detention center, in order to avoid imprisonment, Chu Xiong and his wife knelt down in front of Chu Ling without hesitation, crying and repenting. Xiaoling, you are the only one who can save us now. I'm sorry. Our previous education method was wrong. But you have to believe that we beat you for your own good. Look at how sensible and well-behaved you are now after being taught by us. Especially compared to Tang Ro, the ungrateful beast. You have completely grown into a kind little angel. We have raised you for so many years, and you are so rude and forgetful. Give us a chance to reform and write off the past, okay? From now on, we will definitely treat you as our own daughter. As for that rebellious girl Tang Ro, it's better not to have her. We have finally seen clearly that you are our only precious daughter. Xiaoling, please believe that Mom and Dad love you. Listening to the various insults from her biological parents, Tang Ro's mouth twitched, her face turned dark, and she felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. Chu Ling, who was standing aside, had a cold face from beginning to end and stood there condescendingly. His eyes were as deep as a cold pond, without a trace of warmth. In her memory, this pair of parents have always been arrogant and cruel. Now, they are like two dogs wagging their tails to beg for mercy, kneeling at their own feet, confessing with tears and snot. Chu Ling had imagined such a scene countless times in her dreams, but when it really happened, she could only sneer in her heart. Listen to what you said. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Chu Ling's body was trembling slightly, not because of anger or sadness, but because of the pleasure of revenge surging from deep in her heart. At the same time, she felt extremely panicked and ironic. Every word the Chu Xiong couple said seemed to be a contradiction in their own words. Their self-abuse behavior is now glorified as a so-called education method. How dare you shamelessly ask for my forgiveness? This is something that my uncle can tolerate, but my aunt can't. A sarcastic smile appeared on Chu Ling's lips. She bent down slightly, approached the faces of Chu Xiong and his wife, and looked at them at eye level. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, only coldness and determination. Her voice was cold and firm, and every word was like an icicle, piercing the couple's hearts. You never thought that this day would come to pass. It's too late for you to talk about this now. Don't you think it's too late? Do you think, if you kneel down and beg me now and say sorry, I will forgive you for what you did in the past? It's hilarious. Ever since I can remember, the memories you left me are all about beatings and scolding. Every day, I have endless work to do and not enough food to eat. If I don't do what you want, I will be beaten and kicked. You still have the nerve to say you raised me for 18 years? You actually tortured me for 18 years. I never understood why other people's parents are so kind to their children. But you are so different. This doubt has troubled me for more than 10 years, until I suddenly realized it a while ago. It turns out that I am not your biological daughter. So in your eyes, my life is worth less than grass. Chu Ling vented out everything she had wanted to say for a long time. After she finished speaking, she felt that a lot of resentment that had accumulated in her chest for many years dissipated, and an unprecedented sense of pleasure surged in her heart. Shaking her head in self-mockery, Chu Ling stood up, looked down at the trembling Chu Xiong and his wife, and threw a sentence that echoed in the air. I will never forgive you ever. Immediately, Chu Ling turned around and left, with her head held high and her chest puffed out, her steps firm, without any trace of reluctance. No matter how her former parents begged for mercy behind her back, Chu Ling's footsteps did not pause at all. She seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, and her heart was filled with unprecedented joy and satisfaction. She knew that the shadows of the past would always be under her feet. She knew that from this moment on, she was truly free. Ah, good. You really are worthy of being my precious daughter. You make decisions right away without any hesitation. As for you two beasts, you'll learn your lesson. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the last time we meet in this life. Tang and his wife looked at each other, laughed heartily, and left the detention center arm in arm. As for Tang, she didn't even bother to look at her biological parents and turned around mercilessly to follow the Tang couple. Behind them, the Chu couple were frozen in despair. After an unknown amount of time, Tao Yin came to her senses, turned around with a sad face, nudged Chu arm with her elbow, and said, "Boss, what should we do now?" "Well, I don't want to go to jail." Listening to the unpleasant wailing sound like that of a dead person, Chu became impatient and threw a big punch with his backhand. Pa. Cry. All you do is cry all day long. Trash. Shut up. With his reward, Tao Yin finally stopped crying temporarily and could only sob softly. It's not the end yet. We still have hope until the sentence is handed down. There is justice in this world. The Demon City is so big, I don't believe that the Tang family can cover the sky with one hand. It's not a big deal. Don't panic. We still have hope, because the villagers will definitely find a way to save us. That's right. We in Chua Village have always been united and friendly, and we are united in purpose. When one side is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. The clan rules state that in normal times, when there are conflicts among fellow villagers, we should not take sides. But when we meet outsiders, we must be united against them. I am 95% sure. The thousands of Chu families in our village are definitely trying their best to rescue us under the leadership of the village committee. Chu Xiong clenched his fists and spoke with his blood boiling, as if he had already seen the scene of himself being picked up by his fellow villagers. Being beside him, although Tao Yin had some doubts in her heart, now she could only believe it. After all, under the successive blows, the couple was on the verge of collapse. They desperately need this tiny glimmer of hope to support themselves to persevere. Just when the couple huddled together for warmth and encouraged each other. "Hey, come here, you two. Someone from your village just came and asked us to pass this letter to you." A guard appeared at the door of the detention room and handed a letter in through the iron bars. Hearing this, the eyes of Chu Xiong and his wife lit up. Their expressions were excited, and a blazing fire of hope burned in their hearts. Could it be that what he said was right? The villagers are united as one, trying every possible way to rescue themselves outside. Think of this. The couple was so moved that they burst into tears beyond words. I secretly vowed that when I return to the village in the future, I must turn over a new leaf and become a new person in order to repay the villagers' kindness. Snort. The Tang family and those two vicious little bitches thought they could take advantage of this opportunity to put us to death. They certainly didn't expect. We have so many relatives to protect us. After I leave here, I must find a way to take revenge. After so many years of raising me, it would be unreasonable for the Tang family not to give me $1 billion or $800 million. They would definitely not let it go. At worst, they would make a big fuss and end up with a lose-lose situation. After getting this well-deserved huge sum of money, use it to build roads, schools, public places, etc. in the village. They will definitely repay the village for its kindness. With a heart full of gratitude, Chu Xiong took the letter and opened it. Then, the couple looked at each other and stood there in a daze. Chapter 406, Su Chinga's Plan. The atmosphere in the Tang family villa was tense and busy. My nephew's wife will be visiting our house for the first time tomorrow. We must give her and Xiaoxian enough face. Tang instructed the housekeeper, Old Chun, arrange dozens of smart security guards and make sure they hold up the scene when my nephew arrives. The servants were busy cleaning the villa, and everyone knew the importance of Lin Xian. Tang and his wife regarded Lin Xian as the hope of the Tang family, especially when they heard that he had no status in the Su family, was forced to work all day, and was even forced to drink foot-washing water. Such humiliation was unbearable for them. They must let the Su family understand that Lin Xian is the Tang family's beloved nephew, who has a powerful maternal family to back him up and must not be despised or bullied. The next morning, at the Su family manor, a ray of morning light shines through the curtains into the luxurious bedroom. On the bed, a beautiful woman slowly opens her eyes. Su Chinga sits up lazily from the quilt, her long black hair falling on her shoulders, as beautiful as a person in a painting. Good morning, wife. Su Chinga heard Lin Xian's gentle greeting. She turned around and saw him looking at her with a smile. Why do you get up so early every day? She asked, with a hint of laziness in her voice. I can't help it. I'll be awakened by my own handsomeness at a fixed time and can't help but get up and look in the mirror. Lin Xian joked, with a smug look on his face. Grass, a kind of plant. Su Chinga rolled his eyes at him helplessly. The two played around for a while, then had breakfast together, and went to the hospital to visit Su Chinga's grandfather. Lin Xian was absent-minded. His mind was full of the upcoming Jianghu life and death tournament. He knew that it would be the climax of the plot in the future, and he secretly planned how to show his support. In the VIP ward of the hospital, Su Xingtian lay quietly with a ruddy complexion. The old gentleman is recovering quickly and will be awake soon. The dean received them personally. Su Chinga heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. She sat in front of her grandfather's bed, but her mind was distracted, thinking of the news that Rong Mama had passed on to her last night. Tomorrow, a life and death contest would be held, and the participants were two legendary martial arts masters. One of them was Jiang Yangping, who was famous 20 years ago, and the other was a mysterious young master who was only 30 years old. Su Chinga couldn't help but look forward to it. This battle would be of great help to her future practice. She knew that her practice had reached a bottleneck, and the key to a breakthrough was to absorb more high-quality blood and qi. Lin Xian was thinking leisurely about how to find an excuse to separate from Su Chinga tomorrow and watch the fateful battle quietly. What he didn't know was that Su Chinga had a similar plan in mind. The two men have different thoughts, but they are both preparing for the upcoming decisive battle. No one realizes that everything in the future will undergo earth-shaking changes in this life and death battle. Chapter 407. Su Fan's Romantic Calamity. Thinking of this, Su Chinga couldn't help but narrow his eyes and start to have wild thoughts. It would be great if those two masters who were fighting to the death could both be injured, and I could just pick them up. If I can absorb the power of two masters at once, I might be able to break through to the martial arts master level in an instant. Even if I can't break through, I'm sure I'll only be one step away from it. Becoming a grandmaster is just a matter of course. Only then can I truly possess the power to protect the people around me. Even in front of my master, I won't feel so powerless. Having said that, Su Chinga also knew that he was daydreaming and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But soon, she was entangled in new troubles. Tomorrow, what reason should I use to leave Lin Xian? In order to disguise oneself and reduce the chance of identity exposure. To this day, Su Chinga still pretends to be a disabled person with paralyzed legs. If she rashly asked Lin Xian to leave for a while, the other party would most likely ask her all sorts of questions, and even ask her to go with him. But the world of warriors is too cruel, and Su Chinga doesn't want him to step into it. She only hopes that Lin Xian can be an ordinary person and live a happy life with fine clothes and delicious food. During this period, all responsibilities and hardships were borne by her alone. After all, this man married her and became her son-in-law. As a responsible woman, since you have married a man, you should shoulder the burden of the family, be responsible for working hard outside to support the family, carry the burden forward, protect your man from wind and rain, and let him live his life without worries. Therefore, Su Chinga never thought of revealing the cruel realities of warriors and revenge to Lin Xian. This also leads to information gap between the two sides, which is sometimes unequal, just like now. How is she going to make an excuse? Su Chinga pondered deeply and sighed softly. Oh, my head hurts. Han family. You. How can you be so strong? No, don't kill me, Poochie. Bang! As a headless corpse fell, peace returned to the hall. You don't know how to live or die, just like an ant. Su Fan, who was wearing a bleached shirt, ripped jeans, and canvas shoes, didn't even raise his eyelids and slowly withdrew his hand. Next to him stood a father and daughter, witnessing all this with admiration on their faces. The man's name is Han Jingyang, the current head of the Han family. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, had a strong physique, looked to be in his early 40s, and exuded the confidence of a successful man. Standing side by side with him was his beloved daughter, Han Xinxiao, one of the 4 great beauties in Shanghai, ranked 3rd. She is tall and good-looking. She wore a pure white short-sleeved shirt with a low back and blue denim shorts, which showed off her perfect S-shaped figure. Now, her eyes were shining, and she was looking at Su Fan with an infatuated look on her face. That ordinary face now looked so wise, mighty, and extraordinary in her eyes. He is indeed the man that Han Xinxiao likes. Only such a strong man is worthy of her beauty and worth her offering her graceful body for his enjoyment. As the death battle is about to begin, many warriors have arrived in the Demon City. Some of them are very ambitious and think they are extremely gifted and invincible. They simply do not believe that anyone in the world can become a young master. In order to become famous, people constantly come to challenge Su Fan, hoping to become famous by stepping on his head. For example, the corpse on the ground is one of them. Unfortunately, no matter if the internal strength is great or perfect, no matter how famous the person was during his lifetime, Su Fan defeated all his enemies with one move, making the intruders doubt their lives. How could such a wise and brave side not make the young girl Han Xinxiao fall in love with him and become infatuated with him? Amazing! Su Fan is so manly, so manly. A man like this, isn't he the best of the best, the Mr. Right I've been looking for? As long as I can become his woman, won't I be able to walk sideways in the magic city in the future? Below one man, above 10,000? Become the envy of all women. Han Xinxiao was so excited that her mouth was watering, and she had an infinite admiration for Su Fan. Just thinking about the fact that such an excellent man was divorced by her not long ago, Han Xinxiao wanted to slap herself twice and angrily scold herself for being blind. But luckily I still have a chance. Su Fan is so young and full of vigor, and I am so beautiful as a man who doesn't like beauty. If I make good use of my perfect body, I might be able to control Su Fan and make him bow down to my beautiful feet. What if I could subdue this martial arts master? Doesn't that prove my charm and make me the most beautiful woman in Shanghai? Even Su Chinga can't be compared with me? At this moment, a bold idea came to Han Xinxiao's mind. She has always been full of disdain and jealousy towards Su Chinga, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the Magic City. Want to compete with others in everything. She originally thought that the other party had become a vegetable and had married the good-for-nothing abandoned young master of the Lin family. There was no chance that he would ever make a comeback in his life, and he would be left behind by her forever. Who would have thought? Su Chinga has woken up recently, and the Su family's business is booming. Now it is about to have a market value of 100 billion yuan, becoming a new first-tier wealthy family. The good-for-nothing abandoned young man that she married didn't seem to be an ordinary person either. This made Han Xinxiao feel a little frustrated. In order to completely surpass the other party, the only way is to become the woman of a martial arts master. By then, even Su Chinga would have to bow down and fawn on her when he saw her. But what makes Han Xinxiao depressed is, for the sake of her great cause, she has been using all her skills and using all kinds of personal temptations. But Su Fan was like a blind man and ignored it completely. Could this guy have a problem with his sexual orientation and like picking up soaps? Otherwise, how could he have no reaction to such a beautiful woman as himself? Han Xinxiao looked at him strangely. But she, who dreams of becoming the mother of the country, secretly encourages herself, believing that her charm can overcome everything. As the saying goes, where there is sincerity, even metal and stone can be opened. If you work hard enough, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. Even if Su Fan is really a gay who prefers men over women, she is determined to make him straight again. Chapter 408. There is no mirror at home, but you must have peed, right? Why not take a peed and look at yourself? In the Tang family villa, sunlight poured into the room through the window. After Su Fan sent the Han family father and daughter away, he stood alone in front of the French window, overlooking the prosperous scene below. However, his heart was not calm. He was full of anticipation for the upcoming death battle. Jiang Yangping. Su Fan muttered to himself, with a hint of sneer on his face. I hope you can let me help you a little, otherwise it will be too boring. He took out a red marriage certificate from his pocket, opened it, and noticed a big autumn written on it. The marriage certificate he got from the Han family not long ago had spring written on it, which puzzled him. Spring and autumn? What does this mean? Su Fan frowned, recalling the incident 5 years ago. At that time, Su Fan followed his parents to a foreign country to discuss business and encountered an assassination on the way. His parents tried their best to protect him and escape, but he was still shot in the left chest and was on the verge of death. Fortunately, Su Fan's heart was located differently from that of ordinary people, on the right side, so he escaped by luck and wandered abroad for a while, during which time he met 3 masters who changed his destiny. The first master is a martial arts master, the second master is a genius doctor, and the third master is a man of unparalleled wisdom. Under their guidance, Su Fan learned a lot of skills and changed his name to Su Fan, vowing to find his old enemy and take revenge. The third master once told him that the enemy's information was hidden in 4 marriage certificates. As long as he collected all 4 marriage certificates, he could find the enemy. But the condition was that the woman must take the initiative to cancel the marriage, and no coercive means could be used. At present, he has obtained 2 copies, and of the remaining 2, the third copy seems to be in the hands of the Tang family. Tang family? Is my fiancé Tang Ro, or the one with the surname Chu? Su Fan sneered and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Breaking off the engagement is my goal. He sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation, his heart filled with the flame of revenge. At the same time, at the entrance of the Tang family villa, Lin Xian pushed Su Chinga's wheelchair out of the car. Chinga, we're here, Lin Xian said gently. Su Chinga nodded, but she was wary of the Tang family. It was said that although the Tang family was Lin Xian's family, they treated him coldly and even slandered him in order to sever their relationship. It was not until recently that the 2 sides met again because of the real and fake daughter incident. When she saw the empty villa, she felt even more unhappy. Sure enough, the rumors are true. The Tang family doesn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. Su Chinga sneered in her heart and decided to seek justice for Lin Xian. Just as she was about to persuade Lin Xian to leave, the gate of the villa suddenly opened, and dozens of bodyguards in black lined up neatly in front of the 2 of them, knelt on one knee, and shouted in unison, "The 3-year period has expired. Welcome home, young Master Lin." This scene made Lin Xian and Su Chinga stunned. Before Lin Xian could react, a hearty laugh came from a distance. "Xiao Xian, welcome home." Tang Goen walked out with a smile on his face. He was tall and had an elegant temperament. Standing beside him were his wife, Su Shuyun, and Chu Ling. "In the past 3 years, the misunderstanding between us has been too deep, and I have always felt guilty. Now you have helped us find Xiaoling, and I am very grateful to you," Tang Goen said affectionately. "From now on, the Tang family is your backer. I will never allow anyone to bully you." Su Chinga watched this scene coldly, but she was secretly alert in her heart. She saw Tang Ro standing next to Tang Goen, and a sneer appeared on her face. This guy who once slandered Lin Xian. Today I want to ask her if she feels ashamed of what she did. Su Chinga's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and she decided to seek justice for Lin Xian today. The Tang family must understand that Lin Xian is not a helpless little man. He has Su Chinga's support behind him, and he must not be underestimated. Chapter 409. Eat melons, shocking melons. Perhaps he noticed Su Chinga's hostile gaze. Under the other party's strong and sharp gaze, Tang Ro looked away unnaturally and instinctively lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. But his heart was filled with dissatisfaction and jealousy. To be honest, which socialite in the circle wouldn't be envious of the title of the most beautiful woman in Shanghai? That represents supreme glory, and she is the most noble woman in the entire demon city. As the saying goes, the courtesan takes turns sitting in my house this year. After Su Chinga became a vegetable, many rich girls in Shanghai who boasted of their stunning beauty coveted this position, thinking they had a chance. I never expected. Less than a month into her happiness, she heard the news that Su Chinga was marrying a son-in-law for the purpose of bringing good luck. Originally, this was nothing. Everyone just thought that Mr. Su was just trying to save his life and buy psychological comfort. After all, it's the 21st century now. People only believe in science and never thought that Su Chinga could wake up. But who could have thought? Marrying a man for good fortune really wakes people up? Naturally, her awakening made many of the rich girls who were eager to make a move and thought that the next era belonged to them depressed, including Tang Ro. If Su Chinga wasn't there, with her stunning beauty, the title of the most beautiful woman in Magic City would definitely belong to her. Her image as a cold female CEO hasn't changed at all over the years. Tang Ro appeared submissive on the surface, but in fact she was sneering in her heart. She had met Su Chinga a few times at some business receptions. How to say it? The other person gave her a very cold feeling. He always showed a cold and strong look, acting like a big shot. If you didn't know, you would think he owed her a lot of money. In the eyes of Tang Ro, who is also a woman, it seems a bit pretentious and fake. I still remember that at a cocktail party, in order to build good relationships with upper-class people from all walks of life, she took the initiative to toast Su Chinga. But the other party didn't even look at her and ignored her, which made her lose face in public. This still bothers Tang Ro to this day. Humph, what are you showing off for? Aren't we all the same? Two eyes and one mouth. Who are you showing off to? But this cool image in the eyes of those cheap men. Instead, it aroused their so-called desire for conquest, and they thought it was her true nature. They all rushed forward to be her lickers, flocking to her and treating her like a goddess. As expected, men are just cheap. A licker cannot get a house. Xiaoxian, welcome home. My dear nephew, do you like the welcome ceremony that your uncle has prepared for you? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Tang Goen stepped forward and gave Lin Xian an intimate hug like uncle and nephew. Seeing this scene, a trace of resentment flashed in Tang Ro's eyes. 18 years of warm companionship, after all, is not as good as that tiny blood relationship. Obviously, everyone knows that Lin Xian has hurt her, but now, because they helped the Tang family find their biological daughter, Tang's father and mother ignored her feelings and announced in a big way that they would accept Lin Xian again. How does this make her deal with herself? Where does this put her? But she couldn't lose her temper and had to pretend to be happy and accepting at all times. This indescribable feeling of frustration almost made her develop breast hyperplasia on the spot. While Tang Ro was secretly resentful, Lin Xian and his friends were having a pleasant conversation. Tang Goen was speechless. How could a nephew praise someone like this? However, when he caught sight of Su Chinga, who was sitting in a wheelchair and gave him an aura that said, "Keep away from strangers," he silently cast a sympathetic look at Lin Xian. It's easy to tell that this girl is difficult to get along with. Xiaoxian must have had a very hard time in the Su family. The rumors are true. Fortunately, with my uncle backing him up, my miserable nephew will surely have a better life in the future. Little did he know that while Tang Goen was sighing with emotion, Su Chinga was also stealing glances at him, with a thoughtful look in her beautiful eyes. Did I misunderstand? Uncle Lin Xian doesn't seem like the kind of person who would mistreat his nephew. Wait, maybe it's a disguise. In order to gain greater benefits from Lin Xian, he deliberately pretended to be friendly? Not sure. I'll observe further under the other side. Su Xian came over with her two daughters, and the two sides greeted each other. Aunt, where's cousin Xiaochuan? Didn't he say on the phone that he would bring his girlfriend home today to make you two happy? Oh, that bad boy. You want to pick up Wu Mingming early in the morning and won't be home until the afternoon. Xiaoxian, you have to help your aunt look around this afternoon. There are too many bad women these days. I'm worried that your cousin will meet the wrong person. Aunt, you're worrying too much. Well, my cousin met this time. Might be true love. Lin Xian smiled, with a meaningful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he righteously agreed to the other party's request. Before traveling through time, he was a diehard fan of Wu Mingming, and he liked her plump figure the most. Today, he has the chance to meet his former idol. How could he give up such a great opportunity? No matter what, I have to fulfill my dream once. It seems that he listened to the advice I gave to Tang Chuan when we parted last time. Otherwise, my love-brain cousin would have been tricked into Burma by now and would be spending the rest of his miserable life in a dark dungeon in a certain park. When I escaped back to the Magic City, it was already who knows how many years later, and everything had changed and nothing had happened. After hearing their nephew's inner thoughts again, Tang Goen and his wife looked at each other and could see the joy in each other's eyes. My good old son finally escaped a tragic fate. As expected, with my nephew in hand, the world is mine. No matter how uncertain the fate of my Tang family is, as long as I have my nephew as my golden finger, my future will be bright. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice rang in his ears again. However, the content revealed this time made the several members of the Tang family who heard the inner voice stunned on the spot. I have to say, my aunt has taken really good care of herself. She still has her charm. Accurately hit the preferences of many Chow thieves. No wonder after divorcing her uncle, she was able to become a live streamer with over 100,000 viewers per live stream and received so many gifts. My miserable uncle is in such a bad state. He's an old man. No one will look at him even if he tries to get close to others. How can I describe his misery with just one word? In the end, he was framed as a spy who accepted bribes from the United States and sold out state secrets. The judge sentenced him to death in court, dragged him to a grove at night, and beat him like a hornet's nest. Chapter 412. The Real and Fake Daughter Battle. Chu Ling wins for the first time. Inside the Tang family villa, the air seemed to have frozen. Lin Xian squatted on the ground, gently stroking the head of a golden retriever with a faint smile on his face. Wang Kai, be good, or you'll be made into dog meat hot pot. Seeing this scene, Tang Goen and his wife were stunned. Wang Kai was usually wary of strangers, so why did he let Lin Xian touch him so obediently today? Although they were puzzled, seeing that Wang Kai did not lose control, Tang Goen was relieved and smiled and gave a thumbs up. Xiao Xian, you are really amazing. Even professional animal trainers are not as good as you. Lin Xian smiled faintly and said, Uncle, you are too kind. Wang Kai is very humane, thanks to your good care of him. But shouldn't he be tied up normally? Tang Goen nodded. Yes, we always lock it in the room when we have guests. I don't know why it ran out today. When the uncle and nephew were greeting each other, no one noticed that a trace of human contempt flashed in Wang Sai's eyes. Wang Kai thought to himself, of course I know that this man in front of me is not simple. He really dares to make me into a hot pot. A man who knows the situation is a dog hero. He doesn't bow his head and wait for death. Moreover, the door was not closed properly, but someone deliberately let me out. Lin Xian also had some vague guesses in his mind, and he thought to himself, Wang Sai's sudden appearance was most likely someone's deliberate act, and the most likely person was Tang Rou. At this moment, Su Shuyan was about to ask someone to call Tang Rou over with a cold face, when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps and an apology from behind. Oh, Wang Kai, why are you here? Cousin, I'm sorry. I didn't close the door properly and let the dog run out. Tang Rou hurried out from the corner of the corridor, apologizing in panic. Lin Xian smiled faintly. It's okay. Tang Rou was stunned for a moment. She thought Lin Xian would be aggressive, but she didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. So, she quickly said, Thank you for your understanding, cousin. I will take Wang Kai back now. Tang Rou looked so sincere that it was hard to see any flaws. But Lin Xian already knew what was going on, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Tang Rou's acting skills were indeed good, but he didn't intend to expose her. Just when Tang Rou thought she had resolved the crisis, Chu Ling's voice suddenly rang out. Someone is being hypocritical again. Was it an accident, or was it intentional? Tang Rou's face changed, and she turned to look at Chu Ling in disbelief, only to see Chu Ling staring at her with displeasure and whispering to Su Chinga, but her voice was just loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Tang Rou's heart sank, and she immediately began to cry. Sister Chu Ling, how could you slander me like this? I really didn't mean it. She turned to Tang Goen and his wife and cried, Father, Mother, you have to believe me. I really didn't mean it. However, this time, Tang Goen and his wife did not go forward to comfort her as they did in the past. Instead, they said coldly, Cry, what's there to cry about? Wang Kai ran away because of your negligence. Just accept the criticism humbly. Tang Rou's eyes widened. She couldn't believe her ears. She was scolded? For the first time in her life, her parents didn't stand by her side, but blamed her instead? At this moment, Tang Rou felt truly heartbroken. Her tears welled up from the bottom of her heart, while Chu Ling, who was not far away, showed a relieved smile. For the first time, Chu Ling felt the favoritism from Tang Goen and his wife, and the refreshing feeling almost made her cry. At this moment, Chu Ling had only one word in her mind. Cool. Chapter 413. After knowing the true identity of the fake daughter, the Tang couple no longer favored her. Why are you still standing there? Andre, hurry up and apologize to Xiaoling. Then quickly take Wang Kai back to the room and don't let him come out and scare people again. Tang Goen urged loudly with a cold face. He has now come to a complete enlightenment, and his favorable impression of this daughter, who has no blood relationship with him, is getting worse and worse. The other party's scheming is really too deep. It's horrible. For 18 years, no one in their family noticed it and foolishly regarded Tang Rou as an angel girl who was innocent, simple, and kind. If I hadn't overheard my nephew's inner thoughts by chance, it would be hard to imagine. How will their family be manipulated by Tang Rou in the future? However, after 18 years of companionship, there is still some affection left, and considering the feelings of the other children. That's why Tang Goen and his wife didn't kick Tang Rou out immediately. Sorry, Sister Chu Ling, I shouldn't have spoken to you so loudly. Under the pressure from the Tang couple, no matter how reluctant Tang Rou was, she had no choice but to grit her teeth, bow her head, and apologize to Chu Ling. Seeing this, Chu Ling couldn't suppress the curve of her mouth. She crossed her arms and said in a tone of teaching the younger generation, "Since you sincerely apologized to me, I will show mercy and forgive you. Remember, think twice before you act next time, and don't be so careless again." Did you hear that? You sister. Tang Ro took a few deep breaths and finally stopped the urge to lose her temper. She squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Sister. Got it. Yoshi the girl is teachable. Chu Ling was very satisfied and nodded repeatedly, feeling extremely happy. Her successful villain look almost broke Tang Ro's defense, and she got breast hyperplasia on the spot. Fortunately, she finally relied on the Ninja Turtle technique of be patient, and everything will be fine. Take a step back, and the sky will be wide open to force herself to calm down. Forbearance. In this small turmoil in the Tang family, Lin Xian and the others chose to stand by and watch because of their status as outsiders. The result of Tang Goen and his wife's treatment was obviously something they had not expected. Fuck. Have the uncle and his wife changed their personalities? They actually got angry at the fake daughter for the real daughter? It seems that some butterfly effect has indeed occurred. Now, my poor cousin should be able to escape her original tragic fate, right? I remember that because she was too eager for family affection. After being adopted into the Tang family, she has been trying hard to please the Tang family and do her best to please my uncle's family. Unfortunately, due to Tang Ro's tricks, my uncle's family has become stupider and they either beat or scolded my poor cousin. Alas, my poor cousin, I was unable to warm the hearts of my family members until the very end, and I was so disheartened. Not only did she voluntarily give up treatment for her stomach cancer, she also snatched the dog chain from Wansai's neck and hanged herself in the toilet. That death was so tragic. When the girl's body was found the next day, his eyeballs have already bulged out, his urine and feces are overflowing, his tongue is sticking out, and his neck is stretched out. After eavesdropping on Lin Xian's thoughts, the three people and the dog had different thoughts. Chu Ling was mentally prepared because she had eavesdropped once before in the hospital. At this moment, although her heart was still in turmoil, she soon calmed down. She firmly believed that her tragic fate had come to an end when she met her cousin with the golden finger. She finally came back to us. How could we ignore her? In the end, she was so frustrated that she snatched the dog chain from Wansai's neck and hanged herself in the toilet. This is simply unbearable to die with regret. The couple looked at each other and could see the horror in each other's eyes. They simply could not accept such a cruel fact. But when they thought of the grievances Chu Ling suffered when she just returned home, they both fell silent again, their faces full of guilt. If it weren't for the variable of her nephew, Xiaoling's future. Thinking of this, the couple felt a tightness in their chests. While they felt sorry for their own daughter, they also became more and more dissatisfied with Tang Ro. They couldn't figure it out. How can a person be so vicious? They clearly gave Tang Ro endless wealth and splendor, but their own daughter had to suffer for her for so many years. Even if it was to make up for the years of debt, they should be nicer to Chu Ling. What right did Tang Ro have to be jealous? Or even frame her? It seems that even if the other children in the family don't understand, they still have to discuss how to send Tang Ro away. Chapter 414. Returning to her ancestral roots, Chu Ling officially changed her name to Tang Ling. Vuif 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 vuif. Wang Xingyu, vicious woman. I am a magnanimous person, so I will let you go for now. If you dare to disrespect me again next time, I will teach you a lesson and teach you how to be a good person. 2.5 minutes later, the farce between humans and dogs in the Tang family's living room finally came to a temporary end. After being comforted by the Tang family, Wang Kai understood that one should leave a way out for others so that they can meet again in the future. So he walked away with the housekeeper in an arrogant manner without recognizing any relatives. Thus, the world in which only the fake daughter was hurt was completed. She covered her buttocks, gasping in pain, tears streaming down her face. Underscore. Is this what it feels like to be bitten by a dog? Pain. It hurts so much. That damn golden retriever, if I ever get the chance, I will definitely make it into dog meat hot pot to make up for my hatred for it. Tang Ro thought viciously in her heart as she lay on the sofa in the room, receiving treatment from her family doctor. Unable to swallow this anger, she turned to look at Tang Goen and his wife. She wanted them to think of a way to vent her anger, but she found that they seemed to be daydreaming and not worried about her injury at all, giving her a feeling of absent-mindedness. This made Tang Ro shocked and angry. Her eyes were red. Back then, even if she accidentally got a little scratched, Dad and Mom would be so distressed and would ask about her well-being. But now I don't care. Dear father, dear mother. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look, Wonkai is biting people now. It's okay if it bites me. Xiaoro can bear it, but it will be troublesome if it bites someone else. I suggest sending it to a dog training center for a while to temper its temper. Tang Ro's eyes were filled with tears, and she kept acting pitiful, trying to awaken Tang's father and mother's concern for her. Unfortunately, the methods that used to work well now have little effect. When Su Shiyan heard that Wang Kai was going to be sent away, he kept shaking his head and refused without hesitation. No, Wang Kai can't stand the hardship. I can't bear to send him away. Besides, you weren't hurt that badly. You were just bitten a few times. Can't you just apply some medicine and bandage it? Let's put the facts aside. Don't you think you're wrong? Wang Kai is usually so well-behaved. Why did he suddenly bite you for no reason this time? You should reflect on yourself and look for the reasons in yourself. Think about why Wang Kai bites you instead of others. Tang Ro was completely stunned. She couldn't believe that such outrageous words would come out of Su Shiyun's mouth. Before she could close her wide-open mouth, Tang Goen had already waved his hand impatiently and said perfunctorily, "Since he's fine, you can stay here to recover first. Xiaoxian and the others are still in the living room. Your mother and I have to go entertain the guests." After saying that, the couple no longer paid attention to the fake daughter's ugly expression and walked out of the room one after another. Living room. Seeing Tang Goen and his wife coming out, Lin Xian pretended to show concern. "Uncle, is cousin Tang Ro okay?" "It's nothing. It's not a big problem. Don't panic." Tang Goen nodded with a smile. That's good, that's good. By the way, Uncle, you just said that you were going to hold a family recognition banquet and bring cousin Chu Ling home with great fanfare? Are you kidding me? Zundu, I plan to announce the swapping of the two children's backgrounds at the recognition of family banquet. Only in this way can Xiaoling return to the Tang family openly, and the outside world will not spread rumors. That's true. The matter of cousin Chu Ling should have a conclusion. Yes, it's not a good idea to delay it like this. I plan to discuss the family recognition banquet with your other cousins after they return home. Also, Xiaoling, it's time to change your name on the household registration booklet to Tang Ling from now on. Chu Ling, who was suddenly called, was stunned for a moment. After hearing Tang Goen's words clearly, she whispered her face full of surprise and joy, and the curve of the corners of her mouth could not be suppressed. From now on, she has a real home. Finally, I can get rid of the word Chu, completely draw a line with the painful years in the past, and move towards happiness. At this moment, her name is Tang Ling. Don't cry, kid. We've wronged you over the years, and your parents will make it up to you in the future. Seeing her precious daughter crying with excitement, Su Shiyan hurried forward to comfort her and spoke softly. Inside the room, Tang Ro, who was only separated by a door, heard everything that Tang's father and mother announced in the living room. She clenched her fists, breathed rapidly, and almost bit her lips to bleed. Recognition banquet. And he was going to announce Chu Ling? No, Tang. Ling's background at the banquet. Damn it. Do this couple know what they are doing? How can they act without consulting me? Once this family recognition banquet begins, what should she do? Doesn't the whole Magic City know that she is a fake daughter who has taken over the man's nest? In this case, how can she face her former friends and relatives? Isn't this like putting her on the fire? Could it be that for the sake of his own biological daughter, he could really throw away the family affection that he had lived with for 18 years? The warm companionship of the past has really become dispensable. Tang Rookie's face was ferocious, and her defense was completely broken. She thought that even if they wanted to recognize her as a relative, Tang's father and mother would at least discuss it with her and take her feelings into consideration before making a decision. At the very least, they would treat her as their own daughter and announce to the public that both of them are Tang family's biological daughters. This was the biggest concession she could make. Who would have thought that this couple would act without consulting anyone first, let alone discussing it? And the decision they made was even more disheartening. She was still a little confused until now, and couldn't believe that Tang's father and mother, who had always held her in their hands for fear of dropping her, and held her in their mouths for fear of melting her, would become so ruthless and indifferent in a very short time. Just when Tang Ro was feeling disheartened and self-pitying, she received a message from Tang Chuan on her phone, asking whether Lin Xian had come to visit her home, etc. Seeing those caring words, Tang Ro suddenly became alert and cheered herself up again. That's right, things haven't deteriorated to the point where they can't be undone. Tang Ro felt that she could still be saved. Even though she lost the love of Tang's father and mother, she still had the care of her brother, sister, and grandfather. She had not yet been completely defeated in this battle for the real and fake daughter. Chapter 436, Su Chinga's Headache. The summer night sky is like a deep blue velvet, adding a bit of haziness and poetry. The twinkling stars, like countless sparkling diamonds, are inlaid in the deep night sky, complementing the bright moonlight, weaving together a quiet and peaceful summer night picture. Inside the Su family manor, there was a gentle breeze, and the surroundings were quiet, with only the gentle chirping of summer insects to be heard. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's Grandmaster battle. Su Chinga was enjoying the tranquility and peace that went straight to the depths of her heart while thinking about the latest news that Rong Mama had passed on not long ago. Tomorrow, the official will hold a life and death contest. At that time, two legendary martial arts masters will fight to the death. One of them is Jiang Yangping, the martial arts master who became famous 20 years ago. The identity of the other is unknown. Rumor has it that he is less than 30 years old, but he is already a young master who dominates the area and a natural martial arts genius. Jiang Yangping was already a master of the transformation realm 20 years ago, sweeping across the Chinese martial arts world. Now, 20 years have passed. It is hard to imagine how strong he has become. And his opponent is also very powerful and mysterious with unparalleled talent. It is unheard of that he can become a young master at this age. It is so terrifying. I must go and watch their fight. I think it will be of great help to me in my future promotion to a martial arts master. If I'm lucky enough, I can even blood sacrifice some warriors to speed up the improvement of my cultivation. On weekdays, there aren't many opportunities like this to gather so many warriors. Even though he felt the gap in talent between him and the young master, Su Chinga did not feel discouraged. In the eyes of ordinary warriors, the cultivation level of a martial arts master may be a realm that can never be reached. But in her mind, it was just a matter of time. The best way to shorten this time difference is to consume a large amount of blood and energy. Compared to ordinary people, the blood and energy of a warrior is obviously more vigorous and condensed. 100 ordinary people may not be as good as a warrior who has just entered the realm of internal energy. Not to mention those higher-level warriors, they're simply walking ginseng fruits. Su Chinga now can feel that his cultivation speed has slowed down and has reached a bottleneck. The biggest reason is not that her talent and potential have reached its limit, but that ordinary people are no longer qualified to become her nutrients. If she wants to break through to the martial arts master level within half a year, she needs better quality food. Think of this. Su Chinga couldn't help but blink and let his thoughts wander for a while. It would be great if those two masters who were fighting to the death were both injured and I just happened to absorb the energy. If I can absorb the power of two masters at once, I might be able to break through to the martial arts master level in an instant. Even if I can't break through, I'm sure I'll only be one step away from it. Becoming a grandmaster is just a matter of course. By that time, even in front of my master, I won't feel so powerless anymore, and I will truly have the power to protect the people around me. Thinking of this, Su Chinga's face unconsciously showed a hint of longing. But soon, he sighed deeply in his heart. In fact, she also knew that she was dreaming. How could she be so lucky that she just happened to pick up a bargain? After stopping fantasizing about unrealistic things, Su Chinga was entangled in new troubles. Tomorrow, what reason should I use to leave Lin Xian? In order to disguise oneself and reduce the chance of identity exposure. To this day, Su Chinga still plays the role of a disabled person with paralyzed legs. If she rashly asked Lin Xian to leave for a while, the other party would most likely ask her all sorts of questions, and even ask her to go with him. But the world of warriors is too cruel. If you have a choice, Su Chinga still hopes that the little man can stay away from this circle. She only hopes that Lin Xian can be an ordinary person, live a happy life with luxurious clothes and delicious food. During this period, all responsibilities and hardships were borne by her alone. After all, Lin Xian had already married her and became her son-in-law. So, as a responsible New Age woman, since she married a man, she should be responsible to the end, shoulder the burden of the family, work hard outside to support the family, and move forward with a heavy burden. Give everything you have to protect your man from the wind and rain, and let him live a carefree life. Therefore, Chinga never thought of revealing the cruel realities of warriors and revenge to Lin Xian. This also leads to information gap between the two sides, which is sometimes unequal, just like now. How could she come up with a suitable excuse to leave with a clear conscience? Chinga pondered deeply and sighed quietly in his heart. Oh, I have a headache underscore. At this time, the couple who were enjoying their sweet troubles in the manor were unaware. At an altitude of 51,000 feet above their heads, a Predator private jet was speeding towards the Magic City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yeah, there's a plane. But why is that plane shaking? Lin Xian looked up inadvertently and found that the plane flying overhead, flashing red lights in the dark night, seemed to have an unstable flight path, swaying from side to side. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. The plane is broken down. Please send rescue personnel immediately. No, it's too late. The plane is going to crash. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Master Jong and your little disciple, please put on your parachutes immediately. We have to jump out of the plane right away. Sorry, the plane can't make it to the agreed destination. Life and death are determined by fate. Let's just be well. High in the sky, the pilot was sweating profusely as he tried desperately to control the malfunctioning plane. But the final result is still beyond redemption. With no other choice, he quickly took out 2 parachutes and threw them to the back seat. There were 2 people, one old and one young. Jiang Yangping, Tang Hao. Chapter 437, Hawking's grandson. What kitchen? The old man had a head full of silver hair, combed neatly behind his head. He looked to be in his 50s in good spirits, and gave people an aura of majesty without even being angry. His face was sharply defined, with lips tightly closed under a high nose. He is tall and straight, and although the years have left deep marks on his face, his eyes are still as sharp as an eagle, flashing a captivating light. His hands were covered with calluses, the marks left by years of martial arts training, as if he could crush steel with a slight grip. He was wearing a simple black martial arts uniform and carrying an ancient sword on his back. The sword was fiery red all over, like a burning flame. He is Jiang Yangping, who stirred up the martial arts world 20 years ago. Bang! Looking at the parachute bag dropped at his feet, Jiang Yangping didn't even raise his eyelids. His body sat straight like a javelin. No matter how anxiously the pilot called out to him, he remained motionless. This made the pilot very anxious. He knew that this old man seemed to be a very powerful warrior, and he was ordered to come and pick him up this time. Unexpectedly, the plane shook halfway through the flight, and then something went wrong and it began to shake. Mr. Jiang, please put on your parachute. This is an emergency, and the plane could crash at any time. Next to Jiang Yangping was a bald young man, about 1.9 meters tall, with a straight figure, well-defined muscles, and a heroic look between his brows. He was dressed in a black suit. With cold sweat on his forehead, he picked up the parachute and put it on anxiously. He is still young, has never had a girlfriend, and has not yet reunited with his family, whom he has not seen for 3 years. He definitely does not want to die here. Master, put them on quickly. We are now 10,000 meters in the air. We will be smashed into a pulp. Tang Hao knew that his master was very powerful, but he had never seen him really fight, and he did not think that mortals could defeat the laws of physics. No need, Jiang Yangping said slowly. After saying that, he stood up, walked to the door of the Predator jet, and pulled it open in front of the astonished gazes of Tang Hao and the others. In an instant, a fierce and violent wind came howling. The entire cabin was suddenly filled with wind. Jiang Yangping stood at the cabin door, overlooking the area below. He stood with his hands behind his back, his body as straight as a javelin, allowing the storm to attack him without moving an inch. Master, what are you doing? Because the wind was so loud, the terrified Tang Hao could only shout. Even so, his voice was still drowned out by the sound of the hurricane. He looked down through the plane window, and his legs were shaking with fear. The Magic City at night is very beautiful, but from Tang Hao's height, he could only see buildings the size of firewood boxes and people as tiny as ants. At this moment, Tang Hao was so scared that tears came out. He didn't understand what his master was trying to do. He couldn't possibly be planning to just jump down like that, right? No way. No way. Omega, this is 10,000 meters above the ground. No matter how powerful a master is, he is still immortal. Does the master really think of himself as a little Superman? Jiang Yongping ignored his apprentice's fear and cast his gaze towards the foot of the mountain in the distance, where the plane was originally going to land. After determining the position, he flashed to Tang Hao's side like a ghost. His movements seemed slow, but were actually as fast as lightning. He grabbed Tang Hao's big bald head and threw him out of the cabin. Tang Hao? After a brief moment of confusion, a heart-wrenching scream rang out from the sky. Under the pilot's horrified gaze, Jiang Yongping remained expressionless, took a step forward, and jumped off the plane right after him. 10,000 meters high, falling from the sky. What the hell? The driver was stunned, staring out the window. Immediately, his expression froze completely, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. All because he saw a scene he would never forget. Jiang Yongping bent his elbows, holding the screaming young man, and fell down at a very fast speed. At this moment, the red ancient sword behind him seemed to have a soul and consciousness, and it automatically circled and danced in the air. Then Jiang Yongping stepped on him and carried the master and his apprentice to the foot of the mountain in the distance. Click sound. The pilot slumped in the driving seat, his face filled with horror, his worldview completely turned upside down. Fly with a sword? Oh my God! Am I still dreaming? This is unscientific. Or did I see a living god? However, despite being terrified, the pilot, who did not want the plane to crash and everyone on board to die, quickly pressed the emergency escape button. The next second, the whole person was ejected from the cabin and gradually floated away under the action of a parachute. Boom, boom. As for the Predator private jet, it quickly crashed into the endless mountains, exploded with a loud bang, and burst into dazzling flames in the night sky. Night is falling. A luxurious holiday villa was built at the foot of a mountain in the suburbs of Magic City. At this moment, the villa is brightly lit, like a fairyland dotted with stars. Under the light, the European-style buildings appear solemn and elegant, and every detail reveals an atmosphere of luxury. The ground lamps on the lawn outline elegant lines, complementing the stars in the night sky. Inside the villa, the lights make every corner look picturesque. This is the summer resort that the Hua family built specifically to expand their network and win over wealthy nobles. On weekdays, many wealthy and powerful celebrities are received here. They gather here to taste delicious food and wine and enjoy a quiet and luxurious night. But today, the villa was eerily quiet. On a large lawn in front of the helipad, a group of people were waiting for Jiang Yongping's arrival with serious expressions. Leading the group is Hawking's 18th-generation descendant, Hua Kitchen. I also love the fragrant little Lolita youthful vitality. The current eldest son of the Hua family has lost all his former vigor and vitality. His handsome face, which was as sharp as a knife and an axe, is now only dark and gloomy. He couldn't figure it out at all. Why am I so unfortunate to have inherited the strange disease of my first ancestor Hawking? Not long ago, Hua Kitchen discovered that his waist would often feel numb for no reason. Later, the symptoms gradually spread to his legs until his lower body had no feeling and was completely paralyzed. He could only rely on a wheelchair to get around. Faced with this situation, the Hua family certainly could not ignore it and tried their best to find many famous doctors. But no one has the ability to bring back the dead. Hua Kitchen's symptoms became more and more serious during the process of seeking medical treatment. He was horrified to find that even his muscles began to become stiff, his limbs became weak, his spontaneous breathing weakened, and he had difficulty swallowing. Up to this moment, most of Hua Kitchen's muscles had atrophied beyond recognition and lost their original functions. Only 3 fingers and the head can move slightly, but the speech is also starting to become slurred. Chapter 438, Wuyang Tianzuan, Taoist priest He Ping. Faced with the strange disease of the eldest son of the Hua family, the Hua clan members were at a loss as to what to do and were extremely worried. After much hard work, they finally found the source of the strange disease. It turns out that the first-generation ancestor of the Hua family, Hawking, suffered from the same unique disease as Hua Kitchen. Because this strange disease is rare in the world, it has only appeared in Hawking's ancestors. People named this unique disease after the ancestor of the Hawking family, Hawking syndrome. And because no one among the descendants in later generations unfortunately suffered from this strange disease, it was gradually forgotten by the Hua family. Who would have thought? The 18th generation grandson, Hua Kitchen, suddenly reverted to his ancestral genes and contracted the strange disease of his ancestor. Epsilon's sad face Omicron asterisk. It can only be said that it is a matter of time and fate. According to the Hua family genealogy, Hua Kitchen's condition will continue to worsen. In the end, he will be like his ancestor Hawking. Except for his eyes, he can only use 3 fingers to operate the computer on the wheelchair and express his thoughts through a speech synthesizer. No, I won't accept this. I am Hua Kitchen, the only one in the world. I am Hua Kitchen, who was born superior to others, destined to break all boundaries and stand at a peak that no one can reach. I am destined to be at the top of the crowd, leading the trend of the times with every step, and becoming the legendary Hua Kitchen. How can I die like this? I won't give up. I will definitely cure the disease that my ancestors were unable to cure and return to the top. Hua Kitchen roared in his heart to cover up his inner panic. At one side, Uncle Fu, an old servant who had served for many years, looked at the young master paralyzed in a wheelchair with a face full of heartache. He couldn't have imagined. How could the genes of the Hua family's ancestors be so strong that they could still be manifested in their descendants after 18 generations? It's really hard for this handsome and charming young master of our family. Originally, the young master was the one who had the greatest hope of leading the Hua family to the top of the Magic City in the past few decades. What a pity. What a pity. All I can say is, God is jealous of talented people. Thinking of this, Uncle Fu sighed and turned away. Looking not far away, there is an old man standing on the lawn with his hands behind his back, gazing at the dark night sky. The old man was dressed in a Taoist robe, with an immortal look, a slightly plump figure, and white hair and beard. This person is the most respected guest of the Hua clan, the Hua family's elder, He Ping. Master He, do you think Master Jiang really has a way to cure Master Hua's illness? Wu Yin Tianzuan. I don't know either, but Master Jiang has traveled all over the country for so many years. What has he not seen? Maybe he just happened to have a solution? Taoist priest, he turned around, glanced at Hua Kitchen, who was looking expectant, and sighed. As long as Jiang Yangping can cure my illness, my Hua family can agree to any of his conditions. Sitting in the wheelchair, Hua Kitchen twisted his head, the only part of his body that could move, with a grim expression on his face. These days, he needs servants to take care of his eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. The feeling of powerlessness and despair gradually twisted his heart. He desperately wanted to find a way to recover, and was even willing to give up everything for it. Hua Kitchen saw things very clearly and knew that as his illness prolonged, the prestige he had accumulated in the Hua family over the years would sooner or later be gone. At that time, he would 100% be abandoned by his tribe members, and by then he would be helpless. Mr. Hua, be careful with your words. You should be respectful to Master Jiang. If your grandfather had not shown a little kindness to Master Jiang when he was young, the Hua family today might not even be qualified to have a conversation with Master Jiang. I heard that Hua Kitchen had no respect for the strong and dared to call Master Jiang by his name. He Ping frowned immediately and rebuked loudly. He has a very high status in the Hua family. Except for old Master Hua, he doesn't take the other younger generations seriously. Not even Hua Kitchen is no exception. What Mr. He taught me is, I will reflect on myself and control my emotions. I was the one who acted recklessly this time. Hua Kitchen looked very aggrieved, but in front of He Ping, he still bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He was very clear about the other party's position in the Hua family. It can be said that if He Ping proposed to the Hua family to replace the heir, those old men in the family would give up on him after hesitating for at most 2.5 seconds. Therefore, Hua Kitchen gave in without even thinking about it. Moreover, after calming down, he felt a little scared and realized that he had spoken out of turn. What kind of person is Jiang Yangping? Martial arts grandmaster. Even Mr. He had to tremble in fear and be cautious in front of him, not to mention these mortals. The reason why Jiang Yangping was willing to do the honor of temporarily settling down at the Hua family this time was mainly because of the past entanglements and relationships between him and the Hua family. Otherwise, this good thing would not really be the Hua family's turn. After all, there are many forces in the Magic City who want to curry favor with Jiang Yangping, some of which even the Hua family dare not provoke. Well, the boy is teachable. Taoist priest, he nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, this is also a great thing for your Hua family. There's a martial arts master who is on good terms with you. If word gets out, it will be enough to make the Hua family fearsome and powerful, and no one will dare to provoke them again. Even some of the transcendent forces in the imperial capital would probably have to give you some face and a little more respect. On the side, Uncle Fu felt the same way and agreed repeatedly. Yes, a martial arts master can influence the life and death of a powerful force with just one word. It's really terrifying. Isn't it because of the relationship with the young master that the Han family has become so prosperous recently, overtaking the Hua family? Now that the Hua family has Master Jiang in charge, there is no need to be afraid of them. Sitting in the wheelchair, Hua Kitchen had a blank expression on his face, his sharp face full of indifference. He now only wants to cure his strange disease as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how prosperous the Hua family becomes in the future, it will have nothing to do with him. And so, everyone waited for another 2.5 minutes. Finally, even Taoist priest he frowned slightly, looked at the agreed time, and felt somewhat doubtful. Strange. Logically speaking, it should have arrived already, right? Maybe Master Jiang has something to do? He temporarily flew to another place? Uncle Fu scratched his head, feeling quite puzzled. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the younger brother who was in charge of liaison suddenly received an emergency call. What? The plane broke down? It crashed mid-flight? We can't get in touch with the people in the cabin? Are they all dead? Chapter 439, Jiang Yangping falls from the sky. When the younger brother reported all the information he had received, everyone present was dumbfounded. Who would have thought such a low probability event actually happened to them? It's over. It's over. Master Jiang couldn't have been blown to death like this, right? If a plane crashes from an altitude of 10,000 meters, anyone who is still human will die. I didn't expect that Master Jiang would die before he could accomplish his mission. What should we do now? Uncle Fu paced back and forth anxiously, not knowing what to do. Damn it, why did he die now, if he didn't die earlier or later? At the very least, can you cure my illness before you die? Hua Kitchen's sharp face was clouded with dark clouds. Obviously, he also holds a pessimistic attitude and thinks that it is impossible for humans to survive such a plane crash. Calm down. He's a martial arts master. How could he just die like this? Send someone to look for him first. If he's alive, we must find him. If he's dead, we must find his body. Only Taoist priest he was present. He remained calm and spoke steadily. Seeing how he remained calm despite facing a huge crisis, everyone seemed to have found their backbone and calmed down. In fact, Master he himself was not sure. After all, he had only met a handful of martial arts masters, and he himself had never reached that level. All he had seen and heard was hearsay. Therefore, he was not sure whether a master-level strong man could survive such a terrible plane crash. Anyway, if he encountered such a thing, he would basically just close his eyes and wait for death. However, according to Master He's own speculation, even if Master Jiang could save his life, he would probably be seriously injured and dying. Huh? Where did the scream come from? At this moment, Taoist's ears pricked up as he vaguely heard a sound. He looked around in surprise, but found nothing. Fuck! Master, look up at the sky. What is that? Suddenly, a young man in black accidentally looked up, and the scene he saw made him stunned on the spot, omega to omega. Everyone was shocked and looked in the direction of his finger. They saw a fiery red mark in the dark night sky, approaching their direction. What is that? A shooting star? That's impossible. The meteor is red? And why do I feel like it's getting closer? Everyone's faces were filled with curiosity and confusion, and they stared wide-eyed, trying to see the UFO in the sky clearly. As the red dot got closer, they made an incredible discovery. There seemed to be a human figure wrapped in the red light. Oh my God! Did I see God? What the hell? Ew. Am I hallucinating? How can humans fly in the sky? Oh my God! So there really are gods in this world. Wait, he's coming towards us. Countless exclamations rang out one after another, and everyone opened their mouths wide at the same time to witness the coming of a miracle. I saw the faint red light getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, it jumped across a space of hundreds of meters. Without any slowdown or pause, it fell to the ground with a bang. Boom boom. There was a deafening bang, accompanied by a cloud of dust, and the entire lawn shook for a moment. Even the swimming pool in the manor was shaking with ripples due to the earthquake-like noise. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Apart from the whistling, cool summer breeze, there was no other sound. Everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on the figure that gradually emerged from the smoke and dust. In the billowing smoke and dust, a figure was looming. The figure had his hands behind his back, standing as straight as a javelin. A large hole was smashed into the cement floor beneath his feet, with him as the center and an irregular crack spread out like a spider web. At this moment, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, the figure moved. He slowly walked out of the smoke and dust his figure revealed to the world. Only then did Hua Kitchen and others see clearly that the Immortal, who descended from the sky, was actually an old man with white hair and beard. The old man had a head full of silver hair, neatly combed back. He looked to be in his 50s and was in good spirits, giving off an aura of authority without even being angry. His face was sharply defined, with lips tightly closed under a high nose. He is tall and straight, and although the years have left deep marks on his face, his eyes are still as sharp as an eagle, flashing a captivating light. His hands were covered with calluses, the marks left by years of martial arts training, as if he could crush steel with a slight grip. He was wearing a simple black martial arts uniform and carrying an ancient sword on his back. The sword was fiery red all over, like a burning flame. You are Master Jong? Taoist priest, he plucked up his courage and asked carefully, but he had already made up his mind. Release your inner strength and walk on the heaven and earth. This is a supernatural method that only a master can do. Moreover, it is not something that a beginner can do. One must have gone very far on the path to becoming a master, have profound attainments, and practiced hard for many years before being able to perform this task. Such people are all the strongest in the world. The only thing that master he can think of at the moment is, there is only Jiang Yangping. Yes, it's me. Really? Hearing Jiang Yangping nod in acknowledgement, Taoist he understood clearly, and once again felt awe for the martial arts master's power. In a sense, these people can no longer be viewed from the perspective of mortals. Then, a flattering smile appeared on his round face, and he ran forward happily and started to get close to her. Master Wuliang, Master Zhang, I have long admired you. My name is He Ping, and I once practiced in Longhu Mountain for a period of time, and they are from the Hua family. Jiang Yangping's eyes were indifferent, and he quickly scanned the people present. Immediately, he withdrew his gaze and asked about tomorrow's death battle. Chapter 440, Jiang Yangping's confidence. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves? Ridiculous. Watch me kill the back waves with one punch. Master Jiang, the mysterious master who killed your apprentice, is now in the Han family. At present, the authorities have already decided on the location for holding the Jianghu Life and Death Tournament, Bujiangbei. Taoist priest he did not dare to be negligent and told him everything he knew, no matter how big or small. At the same time, looking at Jiang Yangping's tight skin, he was secretly amazed and envious. It is obvious that both of them are old antiques from the same era. He is old and frail, but Jiang Yangping is like a person wandering against the tide in the long river of time. Although he is already in his twilight years, he seems to be blessed by the mysterious magic of time. He has an upright posture and a strong step. How can he look like a 70-plus-year-old with a dull appearance? Is this the power of the Grandmaster level? Sheng has broken the law of aging in biology. Rejuvenation, so scary. The man who killed my disciple Fang Mo, is he really a young master? After listening to Master He's story, Jiang Yangping didn't even raise his eyelids and directly asked him the question that concerned him most. To be honest, I don't know much about it, but this is what the Han family announced to the public. And recently, many warriors have come to the Han family, hoping to become famous in a battle. Among them, there are even quite a few who have been famous for a long time, such as Li Diao, the current head of Xingyi's sect, who has reached the peak of internal strength. But all these contemporary masters have gone without returning. Now it seems that the rumors about the young master are not groundless. Master Zhang must be careful in tomorrow's battle. After hearing Su Fan's story, Jiang Yangping couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. A martial arts master who is less than 30 years old. There is indeed something, even though he claimed to be a natural martial arts genius. It was only when he was nearly 40 that he was able to make his mark, experience an epiphany, and enter the realm of a master, becoming a powerful figure in the world. I didn't expect that the younger generation would surpass the older generation, and this generation would actually have such terrifying talents. However, reaching such a height at such a young age must have made him arrogant. Only then, when he had not accumulated enough experience, did he blindly and confidently accept his life and death battle. If the other party were allowed to continue practicing at his current level for another 10 years, he might actually pose a threat to him. But now tomorrow, I will let that so-called young master understand that there is always someone better than you. Even if both parties are martial arts masters, the difference in strength between masters is sometimes as great as heaven and earth. Hearing this, Taoist priest felt the same way and nodded repeatedly. In this Dharma-ending age, any breakthrough in a small realm among the grandmasters is as difficult as ascending to heaven. No matter how terrifying the talent of the young master of the Han family is, there is always a limit. Even if he had started practicing since his mother's womb, his understanding and effort in cultivating the grandmaster realm would never be better than Jiang Yangping, an old senior who had spent his entire life cultivating, right? All I can say is that the other person has extraordinary talent, which is rare in the world, but he is too young and arrogant. Otherwise, with his terrifying talent, if he could stay hidden and practice for a few years before coming out, he could really suppress all directions and shock the world. But now, impossible, absolutely impossible. This life and death battle in the Jiang attracted the attention of countless forces both openly and secretly. Most of them were on Jiang Yangping's side, and didn't think that such a long-established and established king would be defeated by a young boy. Master Jong, you have come all the way here. Please take a rest in the manor for one night. Once we have adjusted to our peak condition, we will set out for Bujiang Bay tomorrow. Under the guidance of Taoist Jiang Yangping nodded with satisfaction, followed him, and walked towards the villa. During this time, he did not even glance at the people around him, treating them as nothing. Seeing this, Hua Kitchen, who was in a wheelchair, suddenly became anxious. Is he still waiting for the other party to cure his illness? Besides, he is the eldest son of the Hua family, a domineering figure. Even if Jiang Yangping looks down on him, he should at least come over and say hello to him for the sake of his grandfather, right? Gah. Just as Hua Kitchen was about to shout for help, Uncle Fu, who was quick-witted, covered his mouth and he started sobbing. Master Hua, there is no rush to cure the disease. It's getting late. Let Master Jiang have a good night's rest first, and we can talk about other things later. Uncle Fu knew very well how terrifying strong men like Jiang Yangping were. They were moody, did things as they pleased, and were particular about having one idea in mind. He was afraid that his young master would accidentally say something wrong and offend the other party, thus bringing disaster to the Hua family. Now the two parties are not very familiar with each other, and it feels a bit strange. It would not be nice to ask for help right away. You can wait a few days until the relationship between you is closer and more familiar. Then you can make a humbly request. I believe that Master Jiang will give you some face at that time. Snort. Hua Kitchen snorted coldly, feeling extremely angry and very dissatisfied with Uncle Fu. What does it mean that there is no rush to cure a disease? Let's talk about it later. What else is going on at the moment? What is more important than this overlord regaining his ability to move? A bunch of bastards who only care about themselves. Hua Kitchen was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that Uncle Fu regarded the interests of the family as more important than himself, but he could do nothing about it. Uncle Fu was sent by his grandfather personally to protect him. He is very powerful and has great prestige in the Hua family, second only to Taoist Tea. Considering my half-dead state now, I really can't refuse the other party's decision. Alas, if Zhou Bo were still alive, it would be great. If it were him, he would definitely put my personal interests first. It's a pity that he disappeared, and there has been no news since then. Hua Kitchen looked grim, and suddenly he missed Zhou Bo, who had been missing for a long time. During this period, the Hua family also sent a lot of people out to search. But in the end, all efforts were in vain. Zhou Bo seemed to have suddenly evaporated from the face of the earth, completely disappeared. Of course, with the mentality of I must see him in person if he's alive, and his body if he's dead, Hua Kitchen was definitely unwilling to give up. The first suspect he could think of was the evil hand of the Su family. After all, the last time he sent Zhou Bo out, the mission he carried out was related to Lin Xian. Hua Kitchen has never forgotten the humiliation he suffered from the other party. It's just that I'm suffering from a strange disease now and can't protect myself, so I didn't take revenge immediately. Chapter 441, The Fake Daughter's Crying Story. Sixth-child Tang Hao was furious. Just when Hua Kitchen was gritting his teeth in hatred, that stern face, like a sculpture, was covered with dark clouds, and in his deep eyes, there was a burning rage. Excited screams rang out. Oh my God! Where's the master? Where's the master? Awesome! I want to learn this. This flying sword move is so cool. Once I learn it, it will be a great tool for showing off. Everyone turned around in shock and found that a 1.9-meter tall, strong bald man had climbed up from the big pit where Jiang Yangping had landed and was jumping up and down. Tang Hao. When he fell from a height of 10,000 meters, he really thought he was going to be smashed into a pulp, and he fainted on the spot. Fortunately, not only is everything fine now, but he has also truly experienced the power of a martial arts master. This made Tang Hao even more determined in his belief in martial arts. This person is Master Zhang's apprentice? Uncle Fu thought of the news he had received earlier that Jiang Yangping had indeed brought his little apprentice on board the plane, and he quickly stepped forward with a smile and tried to get close to him. After introducing each other, the two sides gradually became familiar with each other. You are worthy of being Master Zhang's beloved disciple. At such a young age, you have cultivated internal energy. It's so terrifying. Hearing the strong praise from Uncle Fu and others, Tang Hao quickly waved his hands in a humbly manner. No, no, no. It's all because of my master's good teaching. Although Tang Hao said that, but anyone who saw the smug expression on his face could tell how proud he was inside. Tang Hao, someone from the Tang family? In the wheelchair, Hua Kitchen narrowed his eyes. The Hua family made their fortune in real estate, and Tang Goen was a leader in the Land Development and Planning Bureau and had first-hand information in his hands. Therefore, the Hua family has always hoped to have a good relationship with the Tang family. This is also the reason why he approached Tang Chuan intentionally or unintentionally and tried every means to become the other's intimate good brother. Now, Tang Hao is not only Tang Chuan's younger brother, but also Jiang Yangping's direct disciple, so naturally he has to make friends with him. Hello, Xiao, right? My name is Hua Kitchen, and your third brother and I are good friends. You are Hua Kitchen, Mr. Hua? How did you become like this? Looking at Hua Kitchen, who was lying on the wheelchair with a crooked mouth and squinting eyes, Tang Hao was shocked and screamed. He knew Hua Kitchen. Before he was taken away by his master, the other party was a well-known domineering president in Shanghai and the Hua family's well-deserved first heir. The scenery is endless. How come in just 3 years he has become like this? Can't even take care of himself? Noticing Tang Hao's incredibly sympathetic look, Hua Kitchen's sensitive self-esteem seemed to be touched, and his face turned pale. On the side, Uncle Fu quickly tried to smooth things over by telling everyone that his young master had unfortunately contracted Hawking syndrome, and hinted that he wanted Master Jiang to help take a look. Is that so? Don't worry. Tomorrow, after Master has avenged my brother, I will ask if there is any solution. After these words were spoken, Hua Kitchen's expression became much better, and he smiled and thanked him. By the way, Xiao Hao, I heard that you are related to Lin Xian from the Lin family? He seems to be your cousin. Cousin? Lin Xian. Tang Hao thought of his sister, who was almost bullied by a beast. His face darkened. What cousin? That beast in human form has a beastly heart. He is not worthy of being my cousin at all. I'm going to teach him a lesson after I come back from my studies. To avenge what happened to Bidu. Tang Hao touched his cheek, gritting his teeth in anger, and memories of the past emerged in his mind like a passing show. That happened several years ago. At that time, he was not as tall and mighty as he is now, and was still a weak student. Out of kindness, he told Lin Xian to be careful of his good father. After all, throughout history, as soon as a mistress comes into the house, the biological father will become the stepfather in minutes. But Lin Xian, who suffered from irritability, suddenly turned pale and flew into a rage, and gave him a big punch. Don't insult my beloved father. He would never do this to me. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. We are a loving family. Why are you trying to sow discord? You deserve to be killed. Dabadoo, please serve me. Bang! Until now, Tang Hao can still recall the embarrassment of that year. But he was weak and couldn't beat Lin Xian at all. Tang's father and mother could only ask themselves to be patient and understanding, saying that Lin Xian was a hot-tempered patient and that family members should not be petty. Because of this, he began to admire strength, hoping that he could get justice for himself when something happened. Later, when Jiang Yangping said he wanted to take him in as his disciple, Tang Hao dropped out of school without hesitation and followed his master west to learn martial arts. Now he has returned as a king, becoming a martial artist who breaks the limits of the human body. I'm afraid that just one finger is enough to kill my beastly cousin. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't be fooled by those who are younger than you. It's not that I don't want a fan, It's just that the time has not come yet. And now, the 3-year period is up. It's time to take revenge, to repay grievances, and to repay betrayal. Tang Hao's pupils sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't wait to appear in front of his beastly cousin and admire his expression of regret, fear, and despair. GGG. On the side, Kitchen looked calm on the surface, but he was sneering in his heart. Very good, the same report I investigated before. Lin Xian has always been at odds with his mother's family. The Tang family hates this relative to the core, and the two sides have even cut off contact. That's great. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He could not only unite with the other party against the enemy and get closer to the Tang family, but also use the honor of being Jiang Yangping's disciple to pressure the Su family and avenge the humiliation that day. Xiaohao, it's getting late. Let's go into the villa and talk first. Uncle Fu, ask the kitchen to prepare some food. I want to talk to Xiaohao while we eat. Xiaohao, let's go. Brother Chun is very curious about your martial arts training life. Tell me about it when you have time. The group chatted and laughed as they entered the holiday villa in a friendly atmosphere. 2.5 minutes later, just as Tang Hao was boasting about his extraordinary talent and how he had effortlessly entered the inner energy realm, shocking his master to the point of being dumbfounded. Ding dong! His Xiaomi phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a text message from his sister Tang Ro. Tang Hao was stunned for a moment and quickly clicked on the WeChat message. 6th brother, woo woo woo. 3rd brother. 3rd brother bullies me, woo woo woo. He doesn't want me anymore now that he has a new sister. Chapter 445, is my 6th cousin going to die today? In a luxury RV. Su Chinga nodded repeatedly, pretending to understand but not quite, and looked very interested. Beside her, Lin Xian had an exaggerated expression, with a hint of stupidity in his clear eyes. He cooperated very well and screamed loudly, but kept complaining in his heart. At this moment, the couple were both working very hard, each performing a performance of self-cultivation as an actor. So boring. When will Uncle skip this topic? I just want to sleep after listening to it. I know much more about these common-sense knowledge than him. And that old idiot Tang, how must have exaggerated the facts. He is at most just beginning to enter the inner strength realm, but why is he bragging as if he is more powerful than a master? When the inner voice sounded, the Tang family members were stunned. My goodness, it seems like you are acting. If you act so well, why don't you join the entertainment industry? With such acting skills, it would be easy for you to win the Best Actor award. Tang Jiasan Xiao collapsed on the sofa, his self-esteem severely hurt. As a professional actor, he was disappointed to find that his cousin's acting skills were natural and many times better than his. At least he didn't show any signs of acting just now. However, his dear father Tang suffered a much greater blow than him. I thought I could act cool in front of my nephew, but reality gave him a painful blow. Well, the Joker is actually me. Su Chinga was the only one at the scene who completely believed the man's ignorance. As expected, Lin Xian is so ignorant of worldly affairs. It is better for him to be an ordinary person. I must protect him and never let him be frightened by the cruel world of warriors. At this moment, everyone had different thoughts. Only Lin Xian, who knew nothing, was still complaining in his heart. I haven't seen this old man Tang Hao for many years. That guy holds a grudge. When we meet later, he won't just punch me, will he? Should I fight back with my hands? Or with my feet? However, with that kid's pretentious personality, he will most likely choose to show off in front of me, bragging about how awesome he is now and how his master is invincible. Actually, it's possible that I'm thinking too much. Maybe before they even met, he'd already been sucked dry by Jiang Yangping. As far as I can remember, Tang Hao, the 6th brother, was killed by his own master today. Before dying, he still had a look of disbelief on his face, shouting, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Master, are you kidding me?" Then, the possessed Jiang Yangping blew his head up on the spot. His brain burst out and was sucked dry. Hey, he's a relative after all. Should I remind him later? Isn't it bad to watch him die without helping? After all, my uncle and aunt are still nice to me. It would be a bit hard to bear if I had to watch them lose their beloved son. According to the current timeline, after the 6th cousin passed away, my uncle's hair turned white overnight, and my aunt almost cried herself blind. Because of the death of their beloved son, cracks gradually appear in their relationship from this point on, and they blame each other, thinking that they should not have agreed to let their 6th cousin learn martial arts in the first place. when Lin Xian's thoughts were overheard word for word by the Tang family members present. Except for Tang Ling, who had never met Tang Hao and did not have a deep relationship with him. The other members of the Tang family all opened their eyes wide with horror on their faces. Lao Lu would die today, and die at the hands of his most respected master? As for us, the initial breakdown of our relationship started from this time, and then we gradually got to divorce? Tang Goen and his wife looked at each other, feeling extremely lucky that they had brought their eldest nephew here today. Otherwise, they would have been completely in the dark and at a loss. No matter what, we must save Lao Lu today and change his fate. Since our fate can be changed, then he can do it too. The Tang family members looked at each other, nodded to each other tacitly, and made clear the final plan for today. Save Lao Lu. Catching Jiangwan. Located on the edge of the city, far away from the hustle and bustle of the urban area, it seems like a corner forgotten by the world. It is located in a remote corner, surrounded by endless barren mountains and wilderness, and is seldom inhabited. There is only a winding path, faintly visible among the weeds and rocks, as if it is the only link to the outside world. Bujiang Bay is adjacent to the surging river, which is rushing endlessly, constantly hitting the rocks on the shore, making bursts of roaring sounds. The river breeze whistled past, carrying with it the moisture of the river water and the desolation of the wilderness. On weekdays, apart from the occasional tourists who come to explore the scenery, there are few people here. However, it is precisely this tranquility and remoteness that makes it an ideal place for the official to hold the Jianghu Life and Death Arena every year. Because this place is far away from the sight of ordinary people and away from worldly troubles. The warrior's blood and passion can be fully released on this land without having to worry about disturbing the peaceful lives of ordinary people. Today, Yujiang Bay once again ushered in its annual lively celebration. 第446章 On the edge of Bujiang Bay, there is a small town named Bujiang Town. Although the town is small, it is everything. Many facilities were built with state funding to provide services specifically for the warriors who come here. Boom, boom, boom. When the RV stopped and Lin Xian and his companions got out of the car, the old mayor, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came up to greet them in person. These people must be Master Tang Hao's family members. Please come with me. Master Tang Hao's been waiting in the restaurant for a long time. Under the attentive guidance of the old mayor, the group strolled leisurely in the town while enjoying the exotic scenery. At this moment, the town of Bujiang is bustling with people. Among them were not only the indigenous people of the town, but also some warriors who came to watch the competition and official personnel who were there to maintain law and order. Lin Xian was full of curiosity. He pushed Su Chinga in the wheelchair and looked around. In front, the old mayor muttered to himself while introducing the situation in the town. Bujiang Town is located near mountains and rivers and is self-sufficient. Therefore, the native townspeople have almost never been to the outside world and live here in isolation. It was not until a few decades ago that the official venue for the annual Jianghu Life and Death Arena was set up here. This small town, which was originally isolated from the world, began to establish connections with the outside world. Those wearing military uniforms and patrolling the streets are from the Chinese Warrior Alliance, Kunlun. Every year, the government sends troops and guardians to maintain stability in the town to prevent some warriors from fighting in the streets and posing a threat to the safety of the townspeople. In the past, there have been some beasts who relied on their strength to bully men and women and do evil things in the town. But we can't do anything about it. Fortunately, Kunlun immediately sent people to make an example of the incident after discovering it, and formulated a series of response plans. After several years of continuous implementation of iron-blooded measures, no one dared to cause trouble outside the ring anymore. Looking in the direction of the old mayor's finger, Lin Xian and others saw rows of well-trained armed soldiers patrolling the streets back and forth. The streets are bustling with activity. Many townspeople are constantly shouting and selling all kinds of unique gadgets in order to seize the annual business opportunity to make a fortune. During this time, many wealthy people who were obviously outsiders and wearing various brand-name clothes came closer to watch curiously. Some of them have even been reported on TV news, such as famous entrepreneurs, wealthy people, or celebrities. There were also some people who were strong and sturdy, exuding the aura of trained warriors, and were suspected to be warriors mixed in with them. But no matter who that person is or how powerful he is, these outsiders are all honest and well-behaved. No one wants to cause trouble here and draw hostility from Kunlun. After all, the country is behind Kunlun, unless you are a fool. Otherwise, even the most arrogant person would not seek his own death, thinking that he can fight against the power of an entire country alone. In this way, the group moved forward slowly. Suddenly, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He turned his head to the right and found that his uncle was closely attached to him within 1 meter. Maybe if he was closer, they would be face to face. He turned his head to the left and found that his aunt was doing the same thing, very close to him. The couple surrounded him on both sides. Of course, if it were just that would be fine. The most amazing thing was that when Lin Xian looked back, he found that Tang Chuan and Tang Ling, the brother and sister, were also following closely behind him and almost stepped on his heels several times. Uncle, why are you guys so close to each other? Isn't it hot in the summer? Finally, Lin Xian couldn't help it, coughed a few times, and reminded him. Tang going, it's not hot. The weather has turned cooler recently. We can get closer and keep each other warm. Su Shuyun. That's right. I really regret not putting on more clothes this morning. Otherwise, I wouldn't be shivering with cold now. Tang Jia Sanshao. It's too noisy here. We need to get closer to hear each other's conversation. Cousin, don't think too much. Tang Ling. I'm not familiar with the place. I'm afraid of getting lost, so it makes sense to follow closely. Lin Shan. What a horrible weather. Chapter 447, the 3-year period has arrived. Today is the day to take revenge. Fishing restaurant in the Tinsy box. Lin Xian pushed the wheelchair and walked slowly at the end. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Tang Hao and the other man looking at each other. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. From the looks of it, this 6th cousin is also blind. He must be like Tang Chuan before, thinking that this sister is so pure and innocent, so natural, and he must do his best to protect her. Speechless. However, if the 6th cousin knew that the reason why he chose to break up with his first love, whom he loved so much, if it was actually his good sister who was causing trouble, I wonder what kind of interesting expression this 6th cousin would have. When Lin Xian's voice rang in the ears of the Tang family members present, everyone was stunned. Did we hear that right? At that time, Lao Lu had a passionate love affair with a girl from the same school. Because the Tang family has always been open-minded, no one tried to stop Lao Lu from having his hard-earned first love. Suddenly one day, Tang Hao ran home crying, saying that he no longer believed in love and wanted to drop out of school. After questioning by Tang Goen and others, they learned that Tang Hao discovered that his first love was two-faced. While she was in a relationship with him, she was also ambiguous with other boys. She was definitely a female Aquaman. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hurt, and the deeper the hatred. Tang Hao was heartbroken, and from then on he closed his heart to love, vowed never to touch any woman again, and to live out the rest of his life as a lonely monk. Now, hearing what my nephew said, is there another hidden story behind that incident back then? And Tang Ro is involved? She might even be the mastermind behind all the trouble? Tang Goen and his wife looked at each other and nodded knowingly. Once again, they realized Tang Ro's terrible intentions. Fortunately, ever since they knew Tang Ro's true identity as a scheming girl, they have already thought about staying away from each other. Now, how could he watch Lao Lu fall into the fire pit and get close to the other party? With Lao Lu's smart mind and simple limbs, he might be sold out by the scheming girl, and he will be happy to count the money for her. On the side, Tang Jia Sanshao had a complicated expression. Back then, he could not understand the pain of his 6th brother. He thought that she was just a woman. Was there any need to risk his life for her? But now, after what happened to Wu Mingming, he was also deeply hurt by a woman's love, but suddenly he had an epiphany and could empathize with the pain his 6th brother had experienced back then. Hey, brothers in distress. Is it my hallucination? Tang Hao was unaware of the complex and strange looks from his relatives. At this moment, his mind was completely attracted by the sudden sound. He looked around for the source of the sound with a solemn expression, because that inexplicable voice actually said that the reason why the first love girl he pursued that year broke up with him was because of some hidden reason. And from what he said, it seems to be related to Xiao. Humph, impossible, absolutely impossible. At this time, Tang Hao also found that the people around him looked normal, as if they had not heard the shocking words just now. Are you hallucinating? Otherwise, how could the people around him have no reaction? It seems that I overestimated my physical fitness. I stayed up all night last night, and even now I have auditory hallucinations. Realizing that no one knew about his past that he couldn't let go of, Tang Hao finally calmed down. Hello, sixth brother. Nice to meet you. I'm Tang Ling. At this moment, a somewhat timid greeting drew Tang Hao's attention back. When I turned around, I saw a skinny girl with dark and rough skin. This girl is Tang Ling? So, she's my biological sister? Looking at the familiar features between Tang Ling's eyebrows, Tang Hao had no doubt that he was related to her by blood. But what surprised him was, compared with the radiant Tang Ro, Tang Ling's overall temperament and state give people the feeling that she is far from a rich girl, but more like a girl from an ordinary family. This shows that she must have suffered a lot over the years. Therefore, after returning to the Tang family, she was absolutely resentful towards Tang Ro, who had enjoyed the wealthy life for 18 years instead of her. That's why he took advantage of the blood relationship to embarrass Xiaoro. Tang Hao sighed inwardly, thinking he had seen through the whole story. To be honest, from Tang Ling's perspective, he could understand what she did, and he even felt a little pity and sympathy for his own sister. However, compared to his biological sister whom he just met for the first time, his emotions would be more inclined towards Xiaoro, with whom he has been living for more than 10 years. He could not just watch Tang Ro being bullied and remain indifferent. To Tang Hao, blood relationship means nothing. Look at your beastly cousin. He and your uncle are biological father and son connected by blood. But so what? Didn't the father and son eventually turn against each other and go to court, with the uncle being thrown in jail? In this world, the only feelings cultivated through daily interactions are the ones that are most worth cherishing. For example, the close bond between him and Xiaoro that they have developed over the years as siblings is definitely far superior to this superficial blood relationship. Think of this. Tang Hao looked straight ahead, his eyes on the nose and his nose on the heart, as if he had not heard Tang Ling's advances and was deliberately leaving her alone. He wanted to use this method to give Tang Ling a warning, to not take advantage of their blood relationship to do evil and bully Xiaoro. Faced with Tang Hao's deliberately distant attitude, Tang Ling, who had finally mustered up the courage to say hello, suddenly lowered her head and fell silent. She stood there awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable and aggrieved. She didn't understand why sixth brother treated her so badly when they first met. Tang Hao glanced at the girl who was tangled with her hands and looked a little helpless. He frowned slightly and subconsciously felt a little bit of pity and compassion. But he remembered the grievances that Xiaoro had told him about on the phone last night, crying. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and turned his head to the side. He must teach Tang Ling a lesson, let her know that Xiaoro has his support and should not be bullied at will. Besides, anyone with a little common sense would know that all the grudges from the past had nothing to do with Tang Ro. At that time, she was just a baby who knew nothing about the world. If she wants to blame someone, she can only blame her vicious Chu parents. As for Xiaoro, she is just an innocent victim. Now, the Chuxiong couple have received the punishment they deserve. Then the past should be written off, instead of continuing to act unreasonably and taking out one's anger on Xiaoro. If he asks himself, Tang Hao is not the kind of person who doesn't care about his relatives. If Tang Ling is willing to be more generous and sensible, then he wouldn't mind treating her equally, fulfilling his responsibilities as a brother, and truly treating Tang Ling as his own sister, caring for her warmly. At this moment, the most happy and relaxed person present is Tang Ro. She looked calm on the surface, but in fact she was extremely happy, with an undisguised sense of pride in her eyes. As expected, sixth brother still cares about me the most. With him backing me up, how can this little bitch fight me? I don't believe it. This time, Tang Ling was able to use some unknown and despicable means to poach Brother Lu away from me. Just when Tang Ro was feeling complacent and thought she could take advantage of Tang Hao's feelings for her and rest easy. You bastard, are you deaf? Didn't you hear your sister saying hello to you? Tang Goen raised his eyebrows. How could he watch his precious daughter suffer injustice? He changed his fatherly image when they first met, frowned, kicked Tang Hao in the butt, and said fiercely, Dad, please give me some face. I'm a famous person now after all. Tang Hao covered his butt, feeling a little embarrassed. Ever since he became the master's direct disciple and mastered the internal energy, no one dared to show him the respect in public for a long time. What a bullshit celebrity. Even if you become the president of the United States, it still can't change the fact that I am your father. Hurry up and apologize to your sister. Tell her that you didn't ignore her on purpose. It's just that there was too much earwax that blocked your ears, so you didn't hear it. Tang Goen ignored Liuwa's grievances and kicked him again. On the side, Su Shuyan had a solemn expression on his face and ignored Luer's pleading look. Xiao Hao, this is your sister Tang Ling, saying hello. Did you hear me? Ah, this. Is it really like Xiaoro said, that dad and mom forgot about the old daughter after they had a new one? Tang Hao could clearly feel the difference in the way the parents treated their two daughters after they came in. Tang's father and mother's attention was on Tang Ling from beginning to end. They didn't even pay attention to Tang Ro after entering the door. Looking at Tang Ro's aggrieved look that occasionally turned towards him, Tang Hao felt so distressed that he could hardly breathe. It turns out that Xiaoro has had such a hard time at home recently. She must have had a hard time, hiding under the quilt and secretly wiping tears every night. All right, what about the third brother? He's the one who dotes on Tang Ro the most in the family besides himself. Based on my understanding of him, there is no way that third brother would let little sister Tang Ro suffer any injustice, right? Tang Hao turned his head and wanted to win over his third brother to work together to protect the most gentle and lovely sister Xiaoro. But who would have thought? Xiaoling, don't be sad. Lao Lu has been practicing martial arts for the past few years, and his brain has been damaged. He is blind and has a low IQ. With the third brother here, we don't need the sixth brother anymore. Looking at his third brother, who was quietly comforting Tang Ling, Tang Hao was dumbfounded. What the hell? How come even the third brother betrayed her? Isn't he the one who dotes on Xiaoro the most? Not long ago, the two brothers had a private phone call. At that time, the third brother swore that he only had Tang Ro as his sister in this life, and he would never allow her to be bullied by Tang Ling relying on their blood relationship. It has only been a short time, and he has already betrayed his promise and turned to be Tang Ling's guardian angel. Noticing Tang Hao's gaze, Tang Jia Sinshao raised his eyebrows and glared at Tang Hao unhappily. This idiot was played around by a scheming girl. Little did he know that not long ago, he himself was also one of those idiots. What are you looking at? You are a real idiot. Xiaoling is our biological sister. Blood is thicker than water. Don't you understand? But what did that look in your eyes just now mean? What did that attitude of yours mean? Hurry up and apologize to Xiaoling. Tang Hao. Finally, under pressure from his family, Lao Lu had no choice but to compromise and apologize with a dark face. It's okay, sixth brother. I'm not angry. Tang Ling shook her head, as if she didn't care at all whether Tang Hao treated her as his own sister or not. I can see Tang's father, Tang's mother, and the third brother standing beside her and speaking for her. Tang Ling already felt extremely warm in her heart. She was very content and would not greedily ask for more. Xiaoling, for some reason, after seeing his sister's unfamiliar and indifferent attitude, Tang Hao felt a sudden pain in his heart and felt inexplicably blocked. When the atmosphere was a little dull, Lin Xian, at the end of the crowd, pushed his wheelchair and walked up to greet people with a smile. Xiao Hao, long time no see. You look so decent now. You are totally different from a few years ago. Even your cousin doesn't recognize you when you walk on the street? Cousin? The beast who almost defiled Xiaoro. Is he really here? The moment he heard Lin Xian's voice, Tang Hao subconsciously widened his eyes and looked towards the source of the sound. Sure enough, he met that beastly cousin who had made him grit his teeth again. Yossi, the 3-year period has come to an end. Today, I will take revenge if I have revenge. I will take grievances if I have grievances, and I will repay my enemies with my revenges. Chapter 448. The Frustrated Old Six. Lin Xian protected by the Tang family. Fishing restaurant in the Tinsy box. Next to the sofa, Hua Kitchen was paralyzed in a wheelchair. The moment I saw Lin Xian, the body, which should have been unconscious, trembled slightly in extreme anger, and huge hatred burst out of his eyes. He could not forget the humiliation he had suffered at the Su family, as well as the hatred of having his wife taken away from him. They were both irreconcilable. When he saw that Lin Xian was healthy and strong, while he himself was paralyzed in bed and became a cripple, Hua Kitchen couldn't accept this reality that was so different from his previous one, and couldn't help but resent the injustice of heaven. Suddenly, he lowered his eyes and was surprised to find Su Chinga was here too, looking at the beautiful girl sitting in the wheelchair with a cold expression. Hua Kitchen's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously wanted Uncle Fu to push him away from the scene, and he screamed in his heart, I want to escape so much, but I can't escape. As a domineering president with a strong sense of self-esteem, he really didn't want to lose face in front of the woman he loved. especially considering my current appearance, with the other person and I both sitting in wheelchairs looking at each other. It was so awkward. If it weren't for the insensitivity in his lower body, perhaps the boss could have bought a few 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartments on the spot. Damn it. How could this happen? Is this the legendary karma? Before, he had gone to great lengths to drug Su Chinga, hoping to make her his own sleeping beauty. I didn't expect that old man from the Su family didn't play by the rules and found a loser as a son-in-law for the purpose of getting married. Originally, this was nothing, but that boy actually woke the person up. This is a bit unbelievable and not scientific at all. And since then, Su Chinga's health has been getting better day by day. Judging from her recovery speed, she may be able to get out of the wheelchair in less than a month and fully recover her health. At this moment, the boss was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Just because Su Chinga was gradually recovering his health, he suddenly regressed and contracted the strange disease of his ancestor Hawking syndrome. As his condition worsens, he will eventually become like his ancestor Hawking, with only his eyes able to move, and he will be able to use only 3 fingers to operate the computer on the wheelchair, and then use a speech synthesizer to express his thoughts. Hoi Kitchen felt terrified just thinking about that kind of life that was worse than death. Originally, he wanted to turn Su Chinga into this state of sleeping beauty so that he could ravage her at will and enjoy the pleasure of conquest. But who would have thought? Now, the person who is about to become paralyzed into this state is myself. Although both of them are currently sitting in wheelchairs, Su Chinga's condition is visibly much better than his. Looking at the sweet couple in love not far away, Hoi Kitchen felt extremely unbalanced. This was even more uncomfortable than asking him to eat shit right on the spot. Fortunately, there is an irreconcilable conflict between the Tang family and Lin Xian. In addition, after repeated tests last night, he was sure that Tang Hao, the disciple of the master, had an incomparable disgust for Lin Xian, the beastly cousin. Even if he didn't take action, Tang Hao would not let his cousin go, and the Tang family and Zhang Yangping would confront the Su family. I wonder how this bastard Lin Xian will deal with this. And I just need to wait and see, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Then I can sit on the fishing platform and reap all the benefits. Hoi Kitchen narrowed his eyes. His narrow black eyes were full of pride. He thought he was in control of everything. Cousin, brother, these years, I have missed you so much. Every time I think of you, I feel a sharp pain on my cheeks. Tell me, why is this? Tang Hao smiled sinisterly and deliberately emphasized his tone. He exuded the aura of a martial artist who had mastered internal energy, and with his 1.9-meter-tall muscular physique and fierce appearance, he was quite intimidating at first glance. Look, little bastard, I'm not going to take advantage of you right now. Tremble in fear of my terrifying aura. Tang Hao felt proud and comfortable all over. He had long imagined this day, and when he stepped forward, his beastly cousin would sweat profusely and kneel down to beg for mercy. But what surprised Tang Hao was, the beastly cousin not only did not show the slightest fear, but instead reached out and pinched the muscles on his chest, marveling at it. Cousin, how did you train your muscles? Your chest muscles are so big, it's a bit dangerous. Haven't you heard that moderate fitness attracts the opposite sex, while excessive fitness attracts the same sex? Tang Hao? Behind, Su Chinga lightly clenched the armrest of the wheelchair. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. A dangerous arc appeared in her eyes. She could clearly sense Tang Hao's hostility and was ready to strike at any time and slap Tang Hao to death. Although I don't want to expose my strength here, but if it is to protect my man, then I can't care so much. At this time, Tang Hao raised his eyebrows. He didn't want to waste any more time. He raised his hand to suppress Lin Xian and roared. Beast! You insulted my sister and slapped me in the face. Humph! Things have changed over time. I am no longer the same as I was before. Today, it's time to settle everything. Bang! Under Tang Ro and Hoi Kitchen's delighted gazes, a big dice hit Lin. Oh, Tang Hao's cheek. This. The whole audience was speechless. Tang Hao covered his cheek with his hands, his face full of disbelief. He stepped back repeatedly and looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of his beastly cousin. Dad, why did you hit me? In Tang Hao's memory, Tang Goen was obviously the one who hated his cousin the most because he blamed himself for not protecting Xiao back then. But now he is beating his own son to protect his beastly cousin. Protecting Tang Ling could be said to be because of blood relationship, But what kind of outrageous move is it to protect the beastly cousin? No matter how close they were, he couldn't slap his own son in public just for a nephew, right? Chapter 449. Lao Lu can also hear the inner voice? Forget it. Kneeling down to apologize is too light a punishment for you, old six. I'm afraid it won't be enough to relieve my cousin's hatred. At this point, it's up to you, Mom. To do it yourself. Come on, Mom. Let old six, who already has a way to die, feel the pain. Tang Jia Sin Xiao sighed and gave his own mother a command to entangle her. The next second, Su Shuyun, who shared the same feeling, responded. In order to make Lin Xian calm down sooner, and by a chance of survival for his sixth son, she simply wrapped her elbow around Tang Hao's neck. I can't understand why the family would do this for their beastly cousin. Fortunately, Su Shuyun is just an ordinary person. Her mother's entanglement skill looks intimidating, but in fact it cannot break Tang Hao's defense. But Tang Hao still pretended to be strangled and decided to compromise and endure it for the time being, and then privately asked his family members the reason for their drastic change in personality. I'm sorry, cousin. It's okay. It's a great virtue to admit one's mistakes and correct them. I am a magnanimous person, not a petty person. To be honest, Lin Xian was quite surprised at his uncle's family's protection of him, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Tang Hao also changed. My sixth cousin is so hostile to me. I really don't want to interfere with his inevitable death. It's fine to let him be sucked dry by Jiang Yangping. But my uncle and his family are so partial to me now. I feel bad for not helping them. Why don't you find a reason to stop the sixth cousin from crossing the river to find his master? Anyway, Jiang Yangping's main target is those warriors. The stronger they are, the easier it is for him to target them. As long as Chinga and I stay in the restaurant and don't go anywhere when Jiang Yangping kills all the warriors and makes them cry for their parents, my brother-in-law will naturally come at the last minute and start pretending to be awesome. After he defeats Jiang Yangping, he will naturally be regarded as a lifesaver by all the dignitaries and martial arts masters present, and will be praised and flattered by them, stealing the show. TSK, TSK, the old trick of showing off that is common in cool novels. However, given my sixth cousin's pretentious nature, he will definitely ignore my advice and walk towards his most admired master in front of everyone with his arrogant steps, without recognizing any relatives. Little did he know that his master, who had long gone astray, was the first to attack him, thus kicking off today's massacre. Until his death, the sixth cousin still looked in disbelief and shouted, Impossible, absolument impossible. Master, are you kidding me? Then, the possessed Jiang Yangping blew his head up on the spot, his brain burst out and was sucked dry. Hey, he's a relative after all. Should I remind him later? Isn't it bad to watch him die without helping him? After all, my uncle and aunt were pretty good to me. I would feel a little uneasy if I had to watch them lose their beloved son. According to the current timeline, after my sixth cousin passed away, my eldest uncle's hair turned white overnight, and my eldest aunt almost cried herself blind. The death of the sixth cousin will also become the fuse, causing the relationship between the uncle and his wife to gradually crack and quarrel. They begin to blame each other for their incompetence, until the relationship completely breaks down and they divorce. When Lin Xian's voice sounded, Tang Goen and his wife both looked happy and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I saw hope of being rescued and found a way to survive for my silly old sixth. Originally, they were still racking their brains over how to save Lao Lu from Jiang Yangping, such a powerful warrior. Ordinary means simply won't work, and using force is even more absurd. Who could deal with a martial arts master? If he is not careful, not to mention saving the sixth brother, perhaps even the entire Tang family may be wiped out in an instant. Now, with the advice of their nephew, they finally know how to save their eldest son's life. The only thing that surprised them was, this method is so simple. Just stay in the box and don't go out? Although it felt a little unbelievable, the Tang family's trust in Lin Xian now could be described as unconditional and blind obedience. They looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding, determined that no matter what Lao Lu and the others wanted to do, they would never let them leave the box. If Lao Lu dares not to obey and persists in his wrongdoings, he will be on the path to death. Then they could only unite together and take turns to use the unique skills passed down from generation to generation in their family against Tang Hao. With the combined power of the four major kinships of the Tang family, they don't believe that they can't keep Tang Hao. However, at this moment, The Tang family still had a puzzled question in their hearts. Who is that brother-in-law that Lin Xian mentioned? He actually has the strength to defeat a martial arts master. It's really so terrifying. If the other person is really my eldest nephew, then if we round it up, wouldn't he also be considered my relative? Well, if I have a chance, I must make friends with such a great relative. What the hell? Why did that sound appear again? Who? Who is speaking? Tang Hao's face was full of doubt and confusion. He looked around, but he didn't see anyone speaking. The voice seemed to have suddenly appeared in his mind. So mysterious. What was even more incredible to him was the other party actually said that his master had gone astray from practicing evil skills, and that he would die at the hands of his own master. Will the relationship between Tang's father and mother also break down? Will they choose to divorce in the future? What nonsense! No chicken talk. The master is a righteous man who has always helped the weak and treated him like his own son. How could he be infected with evil skills and harm him? Their parents supported each other and loved each other for decades, during which time they gave birth to the 7 sons of the Tang family. The couple's relationship was indestructible. How could a relationship break down and eventually lead to divorce? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am 95% sure that everything that voice said will never happen. At this moment, the familiar voice sounded again. My 6th cousin is really stupid. If he had paid more attention, he would have definitely discovered some clues. For example, his senior brothers and sisters have never appeared since they left with Jiang Yangping. But he didn't even suspect anything? Jiang Yangping will come to participate in the ring match this time, but it is false to avenge his disciple. The real reason was that he had killed all his disciples, and he could not find any more suitable warriors. And the official competition is one of the places where the most warriors gather. In order to break through the bottleneck of cultivation faster, Jiang Yangping chose to take a risk, determined to go completely crazy when the deadline came. This voice? This name? Tang Hao, who realized it late, suddenly looked at his beastly cousin in front of him, and he finally realized, why do I always feel that that mysterious voice sounds so familiar? Just because that voice is exactly the same as that of my beastly cousin. But he just stared at the other person's mouth, and the beastly cousin clearly didn't say anything? Then where did this sound come from? Wait, could it be that? Tang Hao's eyes widened, and an incredible thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that what he heard was the voice of his beastly cousin? I accidentally awakened the superpower of being able to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts. Thinking of this, Tang Hao was overjoyed. He never expected. Not only is he a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century, he has also awakened special abilities that only exist in comics. This is definitely a protagonist script, the chosen one. As expected, Tang Hao is destined to rule the world in the future, be invincible in the world, suppress one side, create his own legend, and intimidate generations to come. At this moment, Tang Hao's mouth curled up, and he smiled. But is this beastly cousin a jerk, or is he insane? You're actually calling me stupid in your heart? Did he even fabricate the fantasy that all his senior brothers and sisters died tragically at the hands of their master? It really is nonsense. Ridiculous. The master said that the reason he took his senior brothers and sisters away was to teach them the core skills. This is the unique skill of his master, a secret that is not to be passed on. One must remain in seclusion until he has mastered the skill, and only then will he allow his brothers and sisters to come out again. Tang Hao had just started to learn internal energy not long ago and was not yet qualified to learn the highest martial arts. When his internal energy became more mature, his master would naturally take him to join his senior brothers and sisters in seclusion. As for senior brother Fang Mo, his family was destroyed by the Han family's despicable means, so he became a disciple of his master and practiced hard, hoping that one day he would be able to kill all his enemies. Who would have thought? He died before he could accomplish his mission. The Han family was actually well prepared. They took the opportunity to set up a tight net, and even hired an expert to plot against senior brother Fang Mo. This ultimately led to my brother dying with regrets. When the master found out about this, he was furious and filled with grief, and vowed to avenge brother Fang Mo. How could such a good master who loves his students like his own children have selfish motives? He came here today, not for fame or profit, but just for the justice in his heart. Tang Hao firmly believed this, and was completely certain that his beastly cousin's words could not be trusted. The only thing that surprised him was, how could his beastly cousin know so much about him and his master? There are some secrets that other people cannot possibly know except those in the sect, right? When Tang Hao frowned and thought, the Tang family members present were also thoughtful. Judging from the reactions of the sixth brother just now, they concluded that Tang Hao could also eavesdrop on Lin Xian's thoughts and was a chosen one like them. As expected, smoke was coming out of the ancestral tomb of the Tang family. They were the only chosen family in the world. The other side, Lin Xian's attention was finally attracted by Hua Kitchen, who was staring at him not far away. This. I remember that in the original plot, this domineering president did not show any atavism phenomenon. When Lin Xian saw Hua Kitchen paralyzed in a wheelchair with a crooked mouth and face, he was both surprised and somewhat gloating. He had occasionally heard some rumors recently that Hua Kitchen had regressed his genes and suffered from Hawking syndrome, and that he might become a completely disabled person who could not take care of himself in the future. Originally, Lin Xian thought that the rumors were a bit exaggerated, but he didn't expect the situation to be even worse than he had expected. My brother-in-law mentioned before that he gave the boss a small punishment. I have always thought that at most the acupuncture points on Hua Kitchen's waist were sealed, causing his lower limbs to be paralyzed and unable to leave the wheelchair for the rest of his life. But now it seems that my brother-in-law was much more ruthless than I thought. However, I think it is possible that he is from the Hua family. He does have a genetic disease in his genes, but the probability of it happening is extremely low, and it does not have much impact on the continuation of the entire family. As for the unlucky Hua Kitchen, the reason why he has the reversion phenomenon, it is highly likely that under the stimulation of my brother-in-law's acupuncture, some unexpected chain reactions occurred in my body, causing the genetic disease to break out directly. Chapter 450. Hua Kitchen's true identity is exposed, and the Tang family is collectively furious. When I was in the hospital, I promised Chinga that within half a month, I would bankrupt the Hua family and make Hua Kitchen pay for what he had done. This bastard actually dared to poison my wife. I will make him suffer for the rest of his life. Now, about a week has passed. It's about time to take action. After the ring competition is over, the Hua family will be suppressed by various forces because of Jiang Yangping's involvement, and the Hua family's business will plummet. At this time, the Hua family will certainly be in a difficult situation, and the boss will be extremely anxious. In order to reverse the decline and seize the initiative, he will definitely use various means to find ways to get the development site of the university town from his uncle. This process is the best opportunity for me to set a fatal trap for the Hua family. After digesting the contents of Lin Xian's voice, the Tang family was shocked. Shocking secret, they could not imagine that the real reason for Hua Kitchen's paralysis, one of the 4 young masters of the Magic City, was actually related to Lin Xian and the nephew's wife. The reason why she became a vegetable was because Hua Kitchen gave her drugs. What kind of hatred and grudge is this? Only then could Hua Kitchen be so cruel as to try to ruin the life of a young girl. No wonder. Lin Xian wants to avenge his wife, and the Hua family, which is now at its peak, is about to decline? TSK, TSK, TSK. I watched him build a mansion, I watched him entertain guests, and I watched his mansion collapse. Anyway, no matter what the considerations are, our Tang family just needs to stand firmly on Xiaoshuan's side. The chosen couple is extremely rational. Although the Tang family and the Hua family have no conflicts of interest for the time being, they are unwilling to offend a powerful force for no reason. But if the eldest nephew really has a bad relationship with the Hua family, then the couple would stand on the side of their eldest nephew without any hesitation and face the outside world in unison. Especially Tang Goen, because of the special nature of his identity, he is very vigilant and usually avoids getting too close to some real estate businessmen. For example, he has always kept his distance from the Hua family, a family that mainly engages in the real estate industry and makes its fortune from real estate. It was just that the kid from the Hua family had once saved the product of his passion, so he chose to turn a blind eye and maintain a superficially friendly relationship between the two sides. Now it seems that his worries were not wrong. This kid from the Hua family really had bad intentions. The province's university town development project had just been implemented and was still in the top secret stage, but the other party immediately became like a cat smelling blood, eyeing it in secret. Now, we must be more careful to guard against the Hua family's dirty tricks. On the side, Tang Jiasen Xiao had a complicated look. He didn't think too much about it, but he was a little torn. After all, he and Brother Chen had been through thick and thin together, and they even called each other brothers in private, so he didn't want to be an enemy of Hua Kitchen. But his cousin Lin Xian was very kind to him. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to see these two brothers fighting each other to the death. "Oh, I have a headache." Alexander Big drop. The other side. Tang Hao also overheard what was going on, but he didn't believe a word of it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Brother Chun is such a great and upright person, and he has always been kind and gentle to women. How could he hurt a girl for no reason? With his unyielding and proud character. "I would rather die standing than live on my knees, and I absolutely disdain to use such despicable means. He calls me a brother purely because he admires my personal charm, and it has nothing to do with whether I am from the Tang family. On the contrary, it was the beastly cousin who had ulterior motives. He must be jealous of Brother Chen's talent, so he maliciously wanted to destroy the whole family. Heartbroken, vicious heart. If I had the chance, I would definitely remind Brother Chun to be careful of the plots of his beastly cousin." Tang Hao had a serious expression and was completely convinced of his own point of view. After the experience of drinking together and colluding with each other last night, he found that he and Brother Chun were birds of a feather. Therefore, he firmly believed that Hua Kitchen was as stupid, and ignorant as him. How could such a person be the kind of person who hides a knife behind his smile and is ruthless enough to destroy a beautiful woman? Slander, it's all slander. At this time, seeing that Lin Xian wanted to get close to Brother Chen, Tang Hao, who was worried that Brother Chen would be persecuted by his beastly cousin, immediately stood up to save the boss. He used his strong body to block Lin Xian and intimidated him with his eyes. "Why are my sixth cousin's eyes so wide open? Why are you looking at me with such a stupid look? Oh. Could it be that he really thinks Hua Kitchen is his elder brother? Please don't be so ignorant. This is even lower than the IQ of my third cousin. But I can't say for sure. My stupid O'Dowdu should still regard Hua Kitchen as his savior." Little did people know that the kidnapping incident a year ago was actually directed and acted by Hua Kitchen himself. The purpose is to get close to Tang Chuan and establish a good relationship with the Tang family. And he was obviously successful. The two families did become closer because of the kidnapping case that year. And it is precisely because of this that the Hua family was able to seize the opportunity in the future, obtain the top secret intelligence in the hands of the uncle, and frame him as a traitor. In the end, the uncle was dragged to the grove and was tragically shot into a hornet's nest by machine gun bullets. However, my third cousin had already been sold to Burma or Africa by then and spent the rest of his life in misery. TSK. If I, a stupid O'Dowda, knew that his good big brother was actually the mastermind behind everything, and even Wu Mingming was sent by him, I really don't know if I would doubt my life on the spot and collapse to the point of going crazy. It can be said that if it were not for the huge changes brought about by the butterfly effect, at least half of the reason for the Tang family's future bankruptcy and decline would be due to the Hua family. And my poor cousin Tang Ling, if I hadn't been kind-hearted and rescued her in advance. Then, she will run into the playboy who sent Mu Xiaowan to the hospital and fall for him with his domineering declaration, "Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention," and fall completely in love with him. Afterwards, she returned to the Tang family under the arrangement of the other party and became a chess piece planted by Hua Kitchen in the Tang family. She burned herself for him and dedicated everything to him, but ended up with a miserable end. Lin Xian's sudden revelation of his inner thoughts made all the Tang family members present at the scene dumbfounded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Great! I finally found the culprit who framed me. Tang Gowen's eyes were blazing with fire. Ever since he overheard for the first time that he would be slandered as a traitor, he had been wanting to find out the mastermind who framed him. To be honest, he is not afraid of death. But he absolutely could not accept that he was framed and killed on the charge of treason. This is not only an insult to his patriotism, but will also bring shame to his ancestors in the Tang family ancestral hall. They will not be able to rest in peace even after their death. Fortunately, we finally know who the culprit who framed him is. Humph. We must be careful and on guard from now on, and we must not let this son of a bitch succeed again. At the side, Su Shuyan narrowed his eyes slightly, with a dangerous light flashing in them. She had been with old Tang for decades, so of course she knew what kind of person he was. Traitor? That was absolutely impossible. It is hard to imagine that in another parallel world, the slandered old Tang was shot with such despair. The last moment when there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Su Shuyun felt so distressed and suffocated just thinking about it. Very good. Hua family, Hua kitchen. He is indeed one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. He is in control of everything. Not only did she plot against my husband, but also my son, my daughter, and even the entire Tang family was destroyed by Hua kitchen. In another timeline, he must be very proud. Watching the Tang family, which he had manipulated at will, decline step by step, he enjoyed the pleasure of being in control of everything and felt that he was high above and out of touch with the world. Unfortunately, God has mercy on our Tang family and sent Xiaoxian to us, so the future will be different. I will never let the Hua family go. From today on, I will fight to the death. As a strong woman who is adept at business, Su Shuyan was completely furious. She would never allow her family to be harmed. Now that she knows the identity of the real murderer, she will do it for the safety of her husband and children, or for revenge against the Hua family. She will definitely find ways to destroy the Hua family. At this moment, the person who finds it most difficult to accept the fact is Tang Jiasan Xiao. After learning the truth, his face showed 3 parts of astonishment, 3 parts of anger, and 4 parts of disbelief. 1 year ago, he and Brother Chun were taken away by vicious kidnappers. During the process, when he managed to break free from the rope and escape, the kidnappers pulled out a gun and shot him. I thought my life was over. Brother Chun flashed directly in front of him and blocked the fatal blow for him. From then on, he gained Tang Jiasan Xiao's most sincere friendship, and the 2 of them usually called each other brothers for life and death. But now, someone told him that everything was fake. The so-called brotherly love and life-saving grace were just a play directed and performed by Hua kitchen. Even Wu Mingming is a spy sent by the other side. Even the fact that he was supposed to be sold to Myanmar or Africa and spend the rest of his life in misery was also masterminded by Brother Chin. And Xiaoling, her parents, and the entire Tang family will be destroyed by Hua kitchen's hands. The good brother whom I have always trusted has actually been secretly trying to hurt him and his family. The best clown of the year is actually me? Puff. It's fine that I was backstabbed in love, but now even the friendship I value so much is fake. Tang Chuan laughed bitterly in his heart. Soon his eyes gradually became firm, and when he looked at Hua kitchen, there was only resentment and anger, and no trace of the respect and admiration he had in the past. Now, he only has family affection left. No matter what, he would never allow Hua kitchen, that bastard, to hurt his family again. In the crowd, Tang Ling blinked her big eyes and glanced at Hua kitchen. This crippled man with a crooked mouth and face sitting in a wheelchair is the man who has me obsessed? No way. No way. Could it be that in another timeline, I was really hungry? D451 a group of people competing with each other and acting. Will Brother Chin destroy the Tang family? Will the 3rd brother, his father, his mother, and the others be tortured to death by Brother Chin in the end? Brother Chun is a double-faced boy. Secretly, he is actually a ruthless and scheming boy. Tang Hao opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. Compared with Tang Goen and others who believed it without a doubt, he was stupid and his attitude was the same from beginning to end. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am 95% sure it is impossible. Lin Xian ignored the stubborn 6th cousin and smiled at Hua kitchen, waving and greeting him. The level of enthusiasm was so high that people who didn't know the truth might think that these 2 were close friends. Hua kitchen's face darkened. He really didn't want to pay attention to Lin Xian, and he never thought that the other party would take the initiative to greet him. But on second thought, Lin Xian must have known that their Hua family had hooked up with a martial arts master, so he had to prepare to admit his mistake to him in shame. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. This kind of sensible behavior is not incomprehensible to the boss. Moreover, after his careful planning over the years, most members of the Tang family have a favorable impression of him. He has so many advantages. What can this useless son-in-law use to fight him? It is perfectly normal to choose to bow your head and apologize. There is nothing strange about it. Just when Hua kitchen was feeling smug and wanted to humiliate Lin Xian's dignity in front of Su Chinga, the other party started to tease him. Mr. Hua, are you cosplaying your ancestor Stephen Hawking? Even the wheelchair is in place, and the crooked mouth and face look really convincing. If you don't know, you might think it's your ancestor who has returned to life. I feel a sense of joy that goes against the will of heaven. Listening to Lin Xian's sarcastic voice, a hint of murderous intent flashed across Hua kitchen's sharp cheeks, and anger surged in his heart. He couldn't understand what Lin Xian was trying to do. At this point, you are still so ignorant of when to advance and retreat that you dare to mock him to his face? Doesn't he know that the Hua family is about to take off and dominate the Magic City? Kid, be careful with your words. Be careful what you say. Before Hua Kitchen could retaliate, the old servant Fu Bo quickly stood up to protect his master, sneering and threatening. Wu Yin Tianzuan, little donor, I see that your forehead is black. There may be a bloody disaster today. At one side, He Ping, dressed in Taoist clothes, stood in front of the French window with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent. He didn't even look at the other people in the room. He felt that he was superior and didn't want to associate with ordinary people. Okay. I'm really scared of you. It's just a joke. Why are you so serious? Won't your life be boring if you guys love pretending so much? Forget it, let's just watch. There are still 3 minutes before the Jianghu Life and Death Tournament officially begins. I won't talk nonsense with you guys anymore. Facing the vague threats from the Hua family, Lin Xian scratched his ears and pretended not to hear anything. He pushed his wheelchair to a floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking a ring on the river not far away, waiting for the last 3 minutes of instant noodles to pass. This boy is really arrogant. Seeing this scene, both Uncle Fu and Taoist He Ping felt extremely unhappy. Ever since they had achieved success in their cultivation, had they ever been ignored like this? Who wouldn't be respectful and trembling in fear in front of them? Even Mr. Hua sometimes had to give them some face. But how dare this kid treat them with such an indifferent attitude? Just a bunch of cats and dogs. Is he too proud? Or does he think we can't lift the knife? Uncle Fu, Taoist He, let's watch the battle first. We can talk about other things later. At this time, Hua Kitchen spoke up and stopped Uncle Fu and the other man who were about to take action. On the one hand, even though Lin Xian's relationship with the Tang family is not very good, there is still a slight blood relationship. He also couldn't push Lin Xian too hard in front of Tang Goen and others. On the other hand, he did not want to suppress Lin Xian with force, but hoped that after seeing the power of the Hua family, he would willingly submit to his genes. To achieve this, all they had to do was wait for the competition to begin and let Lin Xian and the other forces see the invincibility of Jiang Yangping, the Hua family's current backer. By then, they will definitely be afraid of the Hua family and make the wisest choice. Thinking of this, Hua Kitchen's already crooked mouth corners almost stretched to the back of his ears. Realizing that the Hua family had no intention of taking action, Lin Xian silently raised his right hand and touched his nose to hide his embarrassment. He almost shouted, "Tai Tai by Do Zhang," just now. Unexpectedly, the spell was interrupted by the nosy guy, the boss. What Lin Xian didn't notice was that Su Chinga, who was sitting in the wheelchair, had relaxed again. If the Hua family really intended to attack her just now, she would not have considered the risk of being exposed and would have directly crippled the person who did it. One has achieved a small level of internal strength, and the other has reached the peak of internal strength. For Su Chinga now, this is not a big problem. In other words, because of the special nature of his cultivation method, Su Chinga, who has now reached the peak of internal strength, is confident that he can crush anyone below the Grandmaster level. Brother Chen, my cousin is a man of character. He doesn't have any bad intentions. For my sake, don't be too picky with him. If my cousin has done anything wrong, I'll apologize to you on his behalf. How about that? In order to avoid the escalation of the conflict, Tang Jiasan Xiao forced a smile, trying his best to make himself look the same as usual and pretended to be nice to Hua Kitchen. In fact, he felt so aggrieved in his heart that he wished he could slap the beast in front of him to death. But he did not lose his mind, knowing that now was not the best time to turn against each other. Forbearance, sleeping on straw, and tasting gall. Lurking beside Hua Kitchen, since he needs to use me to achieve his ulterior motives, I can also use this in turn in the future to give him a fatal blow. Tang Goen and his wife also have the same idea. They changed their previous lukewarm attitude and greeted Hua Kitchen very warmly, expressing their concern for his condition. As the saying goes, only when you know yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Now that the enemy is in the open, we are already in the dark. This is the perfect opportunity to break through his defenses. When Hua Kitchen lets down his guard, they will be able to better seize certain loopholes and in turn plunge the Hua family into an abyss of no return. At this moment, every member of the Tang family showed off their ancestral performing skills and were extremely affectionate with Hua Kitchen. Even Tang Ling was not willing to be left behind. She guessed what her family was thinking, resisted the urge to vomit, and followed Tang Jiasan Xiao in calling the head boy Brother Chen. Faced with the Tang family's sudden enthusiasm, Hua Kitchen seemed a little flattered. He was humble in words, but he was already laughing uncontrollably in his heart. He really enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything. Be it Mr. Tang or the Tang couple. Weren't they all fooled around by his schemes? Even Tang Ling, who met him for the first time, was instantly attracted by his handsome face and looked at him with affectionate and shy eyes. Look, this crazy girl was too embarrassed to look at me just now. She was still pretending to be reserved, covering her mouth and deliberately turning her face away, pretending to be unwell. Trying to get my attention with such lame behavior? Haha, what a scheming little woman. But I have to congratulate her. This cheap way of playing hard to get did succeed in arousing my sexual interest. The box was now filled with the laughter of the actors, and the guests were having a great time. You act, I act, everyone acts as if they are competing fiercely for the best actor of the year. However, if we talk about the best actor, it must be Tang Hao, because he is the only one who really plays his silly self. Seeing that the family members finally came to their senses and recognized the true face of the beastly cousin, they knew that Brother Chun was the one they should really make friends with. Tang Hao was so relieved that tears welled up in his eyes, and he felt that the few big fights he had just received were not in vain. I. At this moment, in another box not far away, people from the Han family were waiting anxiously. The competition is about to begin. Why is Master Su still nowhere to be seen? Could it be that he was afraid of Jiang Yangping's strength and fled without a fight? On the sofa, there was a man in a well-tailored suit with a strong physique who looked to be in his early 40s and exuded the confidence of a successful man. I was constantly checking the time on my phone, feeling very restless. Han Jingyang, the current head of the Han family. In fact, it's no wonder that he is so anxious and worried. Jiang Yangping was a martial arts master who was famous throughout the world decades ago, and Su Fan had only practiced for a few years. Even if he was a genius, he would still be a little stretched when facing Jiang Yangping, a veteran who had practiced for most of his life. To be honest, Han Jingyang was a little pessimistic inside. Like most people, he was more inclined towards Jiang Yangping in terms of the chances of winning. But he has no choice now. The Han family can be said to be tied to Su Fan, and all the hope is placed on him. As long as Su Fan can win this death battle, the various invisible benefits that the Han family can obtain will be unimaginable. Of course, if Su Fan loses, it will be an unbearable blow to the Han family. In this situation, how could Han Jingyang remain calm? Dad, don't worry. Master Su said that he will come here as soon as he finishes the things on hand. Sitting next to Han Jingyang was his beloved daughter, Han Xinxiao, one of the 4 great beauties in Shanghai, ranked 3rd. She is tall and good-looking. She wore a pure white short-sleeved shirt with a low back and blue denim shorts, which showed off her perfect S-shaped figure. Although Han Xinxiao was also a little worried. But after spending some time together, she knew very well that Su Fan was the kind of man who kept his word. Since he said he would come, there was no way he would run away, and he would definitely be there soon. She believed that the man she liked was the best of the best. No matter how powerful that old man is, Su Fan will definitely be able to defeat him and ascend to the highest throne by stepping on his head. And I will become Su Fan's beautiful princess in the future, standing shoulder to shoulder with him and sharing the prosperity of the world. Under one person, above 10,000 people. She will become the most enviable woman in the entire Magic City, the entire China, and even the entire world and the entire universe. Han Xinxiao was so excited that her mouth was watering, and she had infinite expectations for the future. In the number 1 box, there were corpses lying all over the floor. On the sofa, one of the corpses sat up sleepily, as if awakened by the noisy screams outside the window. Where am I? Holy shit, where's Chinga? 2.5 seconds later, Lin Xian, who had woken up, suddenly jumped up and looked around anxiously. But no matter how he searched in the box, he could not find the beautiful figure that haunted his dreams. Where are the people? Could something have happened to Chinga? Fuck. Lin Xian frowned and uttered a few swear words in a hurry. Fortunately, at this moment, he found a piece of white paper on the table. From the beautiful and lively handwriting, he recognized it as the message left by Su Chinga. Chapter 464. White Tiger Warrior dies, tragically, with a blood-burning blow. Just as Lin Xian frowned and carefully read the message left by Su Chinga. The other side. In Bujiang Town, people fleeing in panic could be seen everywhere. Many of them were warriors who usually looked up to others and claimed to be invincible, but at this moment, they all looked terrified and rushed out of the town. Run! White Tiger Warrior can't hold on any longer. Once that devil has his hands free, it will be our turn to suffer. Horrible. So terrible. This is the first time I've seen such a devilish way of killing someone. A healthy person was sucked into a mummy in the blink of an eye. I've never heard of it before. Those seniors who came forward to help were all killed by Jiang Yangping. Facing this kind of devil, there is no way we can win. Let's run for our lives. In fact, it's no wonder that everyone is so panicked. Not long ago, some well-known martial arts masters, seeing that the White Tiger General was at a disadvantage, volunteered to unite and attempted to rely on numbers to eliminate demons and defend the way of martial arts and to attack Jiang Yangping. Unfortunately, everyone's confidence only lasted for 2.5 seconds before it disappeared with Jiang Yangping's casual attack. Until then, everyone present realized that why it means that below the Grandmaster, we are all ants. No matter whether they were at the peak of internal strength or at great perfection, none of them could withstand a single move from Jiang Yangping, and they were like leeks that came to be harvested by him. Later, the frightened people no longer dared to show their strength and fled like birds and beasts, leaving only the White Tiger Warrior, who was still struggling to hold on. A group of ants dared to try to shake the giant elephant. They are simply overestimating their own abilities. All of you should become my nourishment and help me reach the top. This is your honor. At this moment, Jiang Yangping no longer looked like a sage before. He exuded an evil and terrifying aura and laughed wildly. He threw away the mummy in his hand, and with his red eyes, he looked again at the White Tiger Warrior, whose left arm had been torn off not far away, and said sinisterly, "Chunhu, stop struggling in vain. Wouldn't it be better to just die quickly? Don't worry. We have known each other for a while, and I will end everything in an instant so that you can die without any pain. Or do you have any unfulfilled wishes? If there are any last words you want to leave for your wife and children, I can be merciful and convey them for you." The White Tiger Warrior covered the broken part of his left arm where blood was gushing out and broke out in a cold sweat due to the pain. But after hearing Jiang Yangping's death warning, he not only did not show the slightest fear, but instead smiled carefreely while coughing up blood. Death can be as heavy as Mount Tai or as light as a feather. It is my duty, and I cannot fall down until the people are completely out of danger. But you, Jiang Qian, no, you who are obsessed with unorthodox methods are no longer worthy of being called a senior by me. As warriors, we should use our skills to defend our country, practice justice, and protect the people of the world. We should never be like you, a perverted person who is punishable by everyone and who takes human life for your own selfish reasons. Even if I fall today, there will be thousands and thousands of me standing up in the future, and someone will always bring you to justice. Bring me to justice? Ha! Jiang Yangping laughed wildly, as if he had heard some great joke. As long as I absorb all of you sacrifices today, I will surely become the strongest in the world. That's why I dare to expose myself today. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Ha! Chunhu, I didn't expect that the last few words of your life would be these jokes. Very good. You really made me laugh. Then, you can die now. Jiang Yangping's smile gradually faded and became eerie and scary. Obviously, the White Tiger General's words hurt Jiang Yangping's heart to some extent. He was so enraged that he couldn't wait to kill this sharp-tongued guy in front of him. As Jiang Yangping's murderous intent surged, the White Tiger General knew that his opponent was about to attack with all his strength. But there was no fear in his eyes, only determination. He turned to look at the panicked crowd behind him, as well as the soldiers who were determined to die together, and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, you better watch this punch." Why? Someone was stunned, not understanding. Because this punch will be very cool. The White Tiger Warrior, who was determined to die, suddenly grinned. He was amused by himself. Immediately, his aura rose steadily, and he was forcibly burning his own life to deliver the most brilliant punch in his life. Everyone, listen to this tiger roar. As the White Tiger Warrior's eyes widened and his hair stood on end with anger, his aura instantly reached its peak. He used his remaining right palm to form a fist and channeled all the energy in his body into his right fist. Unable to withstand the powerful force that came with overdrawing his life, his right fist turned blood red in an instant, and even began to show irregular cracks on it, like a broken mirror. Roar! As the force of the fist grew, it was as if a furious tiger appeared behind the White Tiger General, roaring toward the sky, its voice shaking the heavens. The whistling fist wind carried endless power, as if to tear the world apart. The majestic momentum, like surging waves, one after another, frightened the spectators not far away. Jiang Yangping, can you block this punch of mine that has been trained for 40 years? Tiger's sky-shaking fist. Following an earth-shaking roar, the white tiger warrior's muscles tensed, as if every inch of his skin contained explosive power. He kicked the surface of the river with both his feet, and his body rushed out in an instant like an arrow from a bow, bringing up a gust of wind, his clothes rustling, like a tiger descending from the mountain, unstoppable. This punch condensed all his potential, anger, unwillingness, and determination, and burned the essence of his life. He gave his all in this attack. The wind from the fist was whistling, and the air seemed to be torn apart at this moment, making bursts of sharp, whistling sounds. It was a manifestation of extreme strength and proof that the White Tiger General had tried his best. The punch has not arrived yet, but the momentum has already arrived, and an unprecedented sense of oppression spreads in the field. Something, but not much. Jiang Yangping narrowed his eyes slightly and looked a little more serious. The White Tiger General's all-out attack finally made him feel a little pressure. Of course, there is only a trace of, in the eyes of countless people with tears in their eyes and full of hope. The White Tiger Warrior used all his life's learning to the extreme, and his fists were as strong as thunder, seeming to tear the heaven and earth apart. It's your own way to death. However, just when this unrivaled blow seemed about to change the outcome of the battle, a steadier and more profound fist intense suddenly appeared, like an ancient mountain pressing down on one's head, as still as a mountain. Jiang Yangping sneered with contempt, and then threw a punch. Jiang Yangping's punch seemed ordinary, but it contained endless mysteries and profound skills. He easily met the blood-burning blow of the White Tiger General. At the moment the two fists collided, there was no expected earth-shaking shock, only an indescribable wave of power quietly spread, as if even the space was distorted at this moment. However, the ending is already decided. The White Tiger Warrior's fist power was instantly defeated in front of Jiang Yangping. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, blood gushing out of his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. He fell heavily to the ground, the breath of life quickly fading away. Those wide-open eyes seemed to still express his unwillingness and resentment. But this is the cruel reality. The gap between the initial stage of Huajin and the great stage of Huajin is like a chasm that cannot be crossed. Give everything but still can't protect anything. The White Tiger General felt bitter in his heart, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. But his tiger eyes were always fixed on Jiang Yangping, unwilling to close for a long time, as if expressing the unwillingness in his heart. As for Jiang Yangping, his clothes only moved slightly, and a tiny tear appeared at the cuff. That was the only trace he left in this confrontation, insignificant, but enough to demonstrate his unfathomable cultivation. There was a moment of silence on the battlefield, and everyone was shocked speechless by this sudden change. Everyone witnessed the bravery and perseverance of the White Tiger Warrior, and also witnessed the unfathomable power of Jiang Yangping. It was a power beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and it was the true pinnacle of martial arts. The next second, the White Tiger Warrior fell tragically. Chapter 465 Lin Xian and others collide head-on with Jiang Yangping. We have to take advantage of the situation. Looking at the White Tiger Warrior, who died with his eyes open, a cruel smile appeared on Jiang Yangping's ferocious face. He took a step, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he was next to the body of the White Tiger General. His right hand turned into a knife and stabbed directly into the warm chest of the White Tiger General. As the Blood Demon Sutra was performed, strands of scarlet blood were madly absorbed into Jiang Yangping's body through his palm knife. Haha, comfortable. Jiang Yangping's body trembled slightly, and a twisted sense of satisfaction appeared on his face. The reason why he was obsessed with this kind of practice? One of the reasons is the irresistible pleasure, which is as addictive as drugs. Soon, the last bit of blood and energy left in the White Tiger General was completely absorbed by Jiang Yangping, and his body became shriveled like a pile of dried bones that had been dead for several years. However, during this bloody and cruel process, the aura of Jiang Yangping became increasingly powerful and evil, like a demon crawling out of the abyss. What a beast! He even didn't let go of the corpse of the White Tiger General. has this lunatic Jiang Yongping completely gone mad. His cultivation method is so unique. It's unheard of. He improves his realm by absorbing the blood and energy of humans. Isn't this the absorption method in martial arts movies? But how could such an evil skill really exist in real life? Who on earth created such a thing that harms both others and oneself? I have met Jiang Yongping a few times before. In my memory, he was elegant, easygoing, and graceful. How come he doesn't look like the kind of person who would take human life lightly? Could it be that he is like the possessed people in some movies? Is it possible that his mind was affected by practicing evil skills, causing his personality to change drastically? Stop talking nonsense. Run away. That lunatic is coming towards us. Seeing how General White Tiger risked his own life to give everyone a chance to escape, many grateful people burst into tears and cried loudly. At the same time, there are also some people who are becoming more and more frightened and panicked. Even the strongest White Tiger warrior among them has fallen. Who can stop Jiang Yongping next? Aren't they all truly lambs to be slaughtered? And the fact was just as they expected. Without the restraint of the White Tiger warrior, Jiang Yongping was like a wolf among a flock of sheep and began his bloody killing mode. The first people to suffer were the backbones of the major sects. The stronger you are, the more likely you are to be targeted by Jiang Yongping like a death warrant. On the contrary, when faced with some wealthy people, popular stars, and other mortal ants who have never practiced martial arts, Jiang Yongping hardly even bothered to look at them. His purpose is clear. He only targets those who have broken the limits of the human body. This made many upper-class people feel both fortunate and a little embarrassed. In their daily lives, they rely on the wealth and power in their hands to be able to call the wind and rain. But in Jiang Yongping's eyes, she was not even qualified to be his food. In Bujiang town, this moment turned into a hell on earth, with screams coming one after another. A sturdy man with a long sword on his back had a look of fear on his face. He ran wildly while turning back and loudly begging for mercy. He was a martial artist who had reached the great perfection of internal strength and was known as the Knife Tyrant. On weekdays, he is always loud and domineering wherever he goes. Now he is so scared that he is shitting and pissing all over the place, running around like a stray dog, because there is a demon following him, wanting to take his life. Senior Jong, I am willing to be the most loyal dog under your feet. Please let me go. Don't kill me, no. Fuck you. Even rabbits bite when they are angry. I will fight you. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the sturdy man's eyes turned fierce, and he decisively drew out the long knife behind him and was ready to fight for his life. A raging wave of destruction. One slash shatters the mountains and rivers. The sword was swung with great force and domineering power. With one strike, it was as if a mountain collapsed and the earth split apart. No one could stop its edge. Facing the sturdy man's last-ditch life-saving trick, Jiang Yongping showed disdain. He threw a punch, and his internal force wrapped around his iron fist, breaking the sword in half. He immediately grabbed the sturdy man's neck and squeezed it gently while watching the man's desperate look. Snap! Dead. In a small alley, a blond European man was panting. He looked at Jiang Yongping, who was standing in front of him with an unpleasant expression. Damn Chinese! I am the thunder god of war. You come from the great country of America. If you dare to attack me, aren't you afraid of the sanctions from the experts sent by my country? Asshole, did you hear me? This is your Chinese martial arts world's business, and has nothing to do with me. Let me go, understand? Jiang Yongping didn't even raise his eyelids as he listened to the European guy's poor Chinese. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and attacked without hesitation. Fuck! The white man cursed in his heart, and with no way to avoid it, he suddenly swung his fists, and two lightning bolts instantly cut through the sky, like two silver dragons, attacking Jiang Yongping with the power to destroy everything. He really doesn't believe it. How can the mere Chinese martial arts possibly compete with the biochemical genetic modification technology of the United States? Boom! 2.5 minutes later, Jiang Yongping walked out expressionlessly and chased after the next target. On the antique street, Jiang Yongping hunted down his target again. This is a woman with dignified and beautiful appearance, the eldest sister of the ancient tomb sect, Li Macho, nicknamed Ice Soul Mysterious Woman. Perhaps knowing that her Ice Soul Silver Needle was completely ineffective against martial arts masters, Li Macho was unwilling to surrender. So she chose to find another way and tried to use the beauty trap to buy herself a chance of survival. She took charming steps and took the initiative to come to Jiang Yongping, who was full of doubts, and buried her head in the man's chest, pretending to be shy. Senior Jong, please don't do this. I don't want to die yet. As long as you are willing to let me go, you can do whatever bad things you want of me. Followed by a complete set of 8 consecutive acts of coquettishness. Jiang Yangping felt goosebumps all over his body. This wave of mental sneak attack was more harmful than all the attacks he had received today combined. Snap! This shameless woman should be killed. Before Li Macho could react, her neck was twisted by the cold-faced Jiang Yangping. Until the end, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. This old man, doesn't he like women? An old eunuch? Otherwise, how could you be indifferent to my beauty? Just like that, Li Macho, who was famous for her beauty in the world, closed her eyes unwillingly and died. Bujiang Restaurant. Lin Xian frowned, still tightly holding the small note left by Su Chinga in his hand. He was a little dazed and was dragged away by his uncle's family after they woke up. Xiao Xian, don't worry. Since your wife left you a message, it means she must be fine. Our top priority now is to escape from Bujiang Town. Otherwise, if we are targeted by that murderer, we will be completely finished. Tang Goen, Su Shuyun, Tang Chuan, Tang Ling, Tang Ro, and Tang Hao, who could not accept the fact from beginning to end, quickly rushed out of the restaurant and fled out of the town. When everyone was passing by the antique street, they happened to run into the murderer who twisted Li Macho's neck, and the Tang family was so scared that they screamed collectively. At this time, Jiang Yangping also noticed the group of people who suddenly appeared and turned his head sinisterly. Chapter 466, My Frail, Paralyzed, Helpless Daughter-in-Law. 5 minutes ago, Lin Xian was holding the small note left by his wife tightly in his hand. His brows were almost wrinkled into the shape of the Chinese character Chan. The message on the note was simple, just a few words. I'll be back in 3 days, so don't worry about me. Staring blankly at the 15 beautiful characters, Lin Xian was a little dumbfounded. What happened today was completely beyond his expectations. I originally just wanted to come and join in the fun and watch my brother-in-law's Ingzi performance, but who would have thought? He even lost his own wife. Even at this moment, Lin Xian is in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Who knocked me out just now? Where is my wife? Was he taken away by the mysterious person who knocked him out? Is it safe now? Lin Xian's head was in a mess, buzzing as if it was about to burst. According to the plot of the original book, it seems that there are no other forces that need attention appearing today. As long as you stay in the house and don't go out, after Jiang Yangping hunts down the mainstays of other sects, the protagonist will naturally come to the rescue and show off. But what is this emergency situation? Chinga is just an ordinary, frail person who can't even walk independently. There is no reason why she would be targeted. Is it because of her beauty? Lin Xian was puzzled. This unexpected situation caught him off guard, and his sense of crisis suddenly surged. It was not until this time that Lin Xian truly realized the horror of the butterfly effect. There were many unknown plot developments that were quietly deviating from his cognition. It seems that we can't rely too much on predicting the plot. I have to change my plan and exchange some skills for myself. In the beginning, in order to accumulate points and quickly acquire the invincible level of the Immortal Emperor, Lin Xian basically never strengthened his own martial arts, because he felt that even if he only relied on the system skill, mirror paste, and copied the Grandmaster experience card obtained by the protagonist's power, it would be enough for him to run rampant in the world. In fact, this is true. But all of this has a prerequisite. That is, the skills can only be successfully activated under the condition of autonomous consciousness. Otherwise, Lin Xian is just an ordinary person who does not practice martial arts. When the mirror-sticking skill is not activated, it is not a big problem to deal with some ordinary people, but it is a bit stretched when facing some powerful warriors. For example, today's unexpected emergency. Before he could activate his skills, he lost his consciousness and became a lamb to be slaughtered. Think of this. Lin Xian's forehead was covered with sweat, his heart was pounding with fear, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Fortunately, the person who attacked him when he was unconscious had no bad intentions. Otherwise, his life or death would have depended on someone else's thoughts. In order to prevent the same crisis from happening again, Lin Xian decided to find a time to select a product from the system to improve his martial arts and ensure his personal safety. Then, he carefully looked at the message left by Su Chinga. When I saw the heavy square root at the end of the beautiful handwriting, I breathed a sigh of relief. When he was chatting with Su Chinga before, He had agreed on some special codes with the other party in a joking tone that only the two of them could understand. For example, the last small tick square root represents that when Chinga left this sentence, it was out of her own consciousness and not written under coercion. Having said that, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little worried. My frail, paralyzed, helpless daughter-in-law. She is so naive and weak, without anyone around her. What if she is bullied by other bad guys? Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt unwell and felt uneasy. The only thing to be thankful for is he had reluctantly spent 20,000 points to exchange 2 top-quality amulets for himself and Chinga respectively. For details, please see Chapter 21. By System Introduction, the Jade Pendant can block a fatal blow for the wearer, which is equivalent to having an extra life. As the owner of the Jade Pendant, Lin Xian can put the top-grade amulet back into the system backpack at any time. But in his perception, the Jade Pendant on the girl had never been triggered. This means that at least at this moment, Chinga is not in danger of death. And coupled with the information that the other party has voluntarily left behind, Lin Xian's anxious heart finally relaxed a little, and his anxious mood also eased a lot. But he couldn't figure out why Chinga left quietly. Xiaoxian? What is going on? Oh my god! What are those people outside doing? Isn't that Master Lao Lu? Why does he suddenly seem like a different person and is still chasing those warriors everywhere? Vomit, I want to vomit. It's too bloody and brutal. It's a miracle that Lao Lu can survive to this day. While Lin Xian was lost in thought, the other people in the room, covering their dizzy heads, climbed up from the ground one after another. When they saw the current serious situation through the French windows, everyone was dumbfounded, horrified, incredulous, and terrified. No one expected. After being knocked unconscious for no reason and waking up from the coma, Jiang Yongping, who was previously relied upon by the Tang and her families, has turned into a bloodthirsty demon? Although everyone had some friendship with Jiang Yongping before, but no one can guarantee that Jiang Yongping, in his possessed state, will kill them without any regard for his relatives. As the saying goes, everyone should clean the snow in front of their own door and not worry about the frost on other people's roofs. For safety reasons, it is better to escape from this troubled place as soon as possible. With the mentality of everyone running away when disaster strikes, Wakitchen made a prompt decision and hurriedly left with Taoist He, Uncle Fu, and other members of the Hua family, using the reason that more people than others would make it easier for Jiang Yongping to target them. Tang, Goen, and others, after the initial fear, gradually calmed down. They remembered Lin Xian's premonition not long ago, and knew that as long as they stayed in the room and didn't go anywhere, they would be able to get through the difficult times without any worries. Therefore, the Tang family decided not to step out of the room even if they died. When he saw Tang Hao walking out with a distraught look on his face, clamoring to confront his master face-to-face and ask him why he became like this, the Tang family members, who had been prepared, looked at each other and nodded in unison, tacitly understanding each other. Look carefully. This is how the entanglement force is used. At this moment, the 4 kinship forces hidden in the Tang family's genetic bloodline awakened again. D467 Dong Tang, Hao's questioning leads to the split between master and apprentice. In the number 1 box of Bujiang restaurant, Tang Hao looked helpless, looked down at his family members who were holding his hands and feet tightly, and smiled bitterly. Dad, Mom, let me go. I must go and verify this with Master in person. There must be a misunderstanding here. Master is definitely not a cruel and bloodthirsty person. Faced with the desperate pleas of their own 6th brother, Tang Goen and others turned a deaf ear and silently increased the force to trap Tang Hao. Tang Ling kept muttering, "If you don't listen, the turtle will chant. If you don't look, the turtle will lay eggs." They now believed in Lin Xian's prediction of his inner thoughts, almost to the point of blind obedience. You see, if the other party said Jiang Yongping would go crazy, then he would really go crazy, and if he said it was safe to stay in the house, then it would definitely be safe. Even if Lin Xian said that Mars would collide with the Earth tomorrow, Tang Goen and others would choose to believe it without hesitation. Originally, the Tang family planned to hold their 6th son back like this until the matter was resolved. But who would have thought? Suddenly, there were several angry curses and the sound of violent kicking on the door outside the house. Look, I heard that Jiang Yongping's direct disciple is in this restaurant. Look, find him out immediately. That's right. Damn Jiang Yongping, he actually killed my senior sister from the Ancient Tomb sect. I want to avenge her. Find Jiang Yongping's apprentice and kill him 800 times. And the leader of my Ching sect, blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Damn it, if we can't deal with Jiang Yangping, then we'll kill his apprentice. Look carefully. I remember that guy hiding on this floor. Today, I will kill him first even if I have to risk my life to avenge my poor disciple. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the approaching sounds of kicking the door and cursing from the corner of the attic, the Tang family members were all dumbfounded. Didn't you say? If I stay in the box and don't go out, then I will be absolutely safe? At this moment, the familiar voice sounded in my ears again. Listening to the constant cursing coming from outside the house, Lin Xian seemed to be thinking about something. But soon, he regained his composure and stared in a daze at the beautiful handwriting left by Su Chinga. As the saying goes, what is love in this world? It makes people promise to be together for life and death. Without his wife by his side, Lin Xian always felt low on energy and had a dull feeling about everything. Hey, it's been hard without Chinga by my side for the past 3 days. Every day is a long, sleepless night. The other side. The Tang family members who overheard the inner thoughts were stunned. What's going on? How come you started singing while talking? And why haven't you heard this song? It's sung pretty well. No, that's not the point. Lao Lu really has 1.6. Why am I going to die again? In order to save Tang Hao's life, Tang Goen and others looked at each other and immediately let go of Tang Hao's hands and feet and pulled him away secretly. This time, Tang Hao no longer resisted and cooperated silently. He knew that in front of Jiang Yangping, the other party might not kill him out of consideration for their old friendship. But those who were seeking revenge outside had already been blinded by anger. If they were caught by these people, they would surely die. By then, not only will he die, but even Tang's father, Tang's mother, and others may also be implicated by him. Those thugs are going to search our room. Xiaoxian, let's go. Before leaving, Tang Goen was worried about his nephew, who was so weak that he could not even tie a chicken, staying here. So he pulled him up and walked out. In this way, the two equally distraught men, dragged by the Tang family, escaped from the Bujiang restaurant through the back door. Xiaoxian, don't worry. Since your wife left you a message, it means she must be fine. Our top priority now is to escape from Bujiang town. Otherwise, if we are targeted by that murderer, we will be completely finished. After leaving the restaurant, he saw that his nephew had a frown on his face and was still holding the small note left by Su Chinga tightly in his hand. Tang Goen sighed and comforted softly. After saying that, he pulled Lin Xian and fled out of the town, with no obstructions along the way. Because of Jiang Yangping's hunting, the streets were empty and everyone was hiding in the dark, shivering. I thought I could escape successfully, but the Tang family was laughing happily. The group turned a corner and passed through the antique street, where they ran into Jiang Yangping, who was covered in blood. The Tang family was so scared that they screamed collectively. At this time, Jiang Yangping also noticed the group of people who suddenly appeared and turned his head sinisterly. When he saw Tang Hao behind the crowd, he was stunned for a moment. A hint of clarity returned to his blood-red eyes, but was soon replaced by bloodthirstiness again. Master! Tang Hao also saw Jiang Yangping's current appearance clearly. He was evil and crazy, which was completely different from the image of the elder with a sage-like appearance and kind eyes in his memory. Faced with this scene that shocked his 3 perspectives, Tang Hao's eyes suddenly turned red. He pushed away the family members in front of him, held back his tears, and asked Jiang Yangping a puzzled question. Master, you must be kidding me, right? Are you kidding me? You have repeatedly stressed that we must eliminate evil when we encounter it, and that is the true character of a warrior. As warriors, we should eliminate violence and protect the good, and our strength is used to uphold justice. But now, I can't believe that you, the master who taught me these words of justice, have turned into a demon who takes human life lightly. The chivalrous spirit you once spoke of is now completely gone. I don't understand what made you betray your former beliefs and use your power for evil and killing. Chapter 468. Tang Hao collapses after learning the truth. Antique Street. The Tang family and their group met Jiang Yangping on a narrow road. Before they could recover from their shock, Tang Hao had already arrived in front of them, his face full of righteousness and grief as he questioned them. Master, you often teach us, protect the weak and never yield to the strong. We warriors must be chivalrous and brave, fight against violence, and uphold justice. But now, I can't believe that you, the master who taught me these words of justice, have turned into a demon who takes human life lightly. The chivalrous spirit you once spoke of is now completely gone from you. I don't understand what made you betray your former beliefs and use your power for evil and killing. You have devoted all your efforts to teach me and other fellow disciples martial arts. Isn't it so that we can learn martial arts as soon as possible, go out to help the poor and the needy, and do good deeds? Master, I am not sisterly. I really am. Not sisterly. And what about your brothers and sisters? Were they really killed by you? Tang Hao stood there in a daze, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, but he didn't feel any pain. He kept recalling Jiang Yangping's righteous teachings in the past. Every word was like a heavy hammer, striking Tang Hao's soul. That attitude of serving the country and the people formed a sharp contrast with Jiang Yangping's indifference and cruelty at this time. They were like two completely different people. Facing the incredulous look of his beloved disciple, the evil smile on Jiang Yangping's face froze, and he felt a moment of awkwardness. But he soon returned to normal and stared at Tang Hao as if he was a fool. You are really stupid. The strong prey on the weak, which is the nature of this world. If you want to climb higher, you are destined to step on the shoulders of others to rush up. What have I done wrong? I am a god who is going to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. How can a mere ant be compared with me? Those mortals should feel honored to be the nutrient of the gods. Ha ha ha. As for you bunch of useless people, the same thing goes for me. I couldn't find any other sacrifices at the time. I had no choice but to train you myself. In order to trick you into working hard and reaching the level I want as soon as possible, I just said a few random words. I didn't expect that you, a bunch of brainless idiots, would work hard day and night to improve your realm and contribute to the realization of my dream. Okay. Your master's realm was able to break through so quickly. You are all great contributors. Your senior brothers and sisters died for a good cause. They became one with their master. This is their honor. And you are about to become a part of me and forge a path for me to be invincible. Hearing Jiang Yangping's arrogant death declaration, Tang Goen and others were frightened to the point of paleness and weak legs. As for Tang Hao, his face flushed and his body trembled uncontrollably, not because of fear, but because of boundless anger and disappointment. He never expected that Jiang Yangping, who had always been respected by himself and his fellow seniors as a kind elder. His true face in private is so unbearable. Obviously, the brothers and sisters trusted each other so much, but in the end they ended up with such a miserable end. It is hard to imagine how desperate the brothers and sisters would be when they learned the truth before they died. Jiang Yangping, you are simply insane. My fellow brothers and sisters, and I once looked up to you as a role model and gave everything for your teachings, but you treated us as tools and sacrifices. You trampled on our trust in you like this. You. Tang Hao, who was furious, finally no longer had any illusions. He glared at the master he once respected the most and shouted in anger. Trust. Jiang Yangping sneered disdainfully upon hearing this. On the road of martial arts, only the strong are respected. How can there be any trust? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves for being stupid. At this time, a large number of warriors being hunted by Jiang Yangping were still hiding in the buildings on both sides of the antique street. They heard the quarrel between the master and the disciple, and could not help but have a deeper understanding of Jiang Yangping's viciousness and cruelty. Even if you raise a dog, you will develop feelings for it after a long time, right? What's more, what about the disciples who live with him day and night? But for his own selfish reasons, Jiang Yangping was so cruel that he killed the disciples he had trained himself. This kind of heartless person is really vicious, and he is simply a born devil. At this moment, many warriors even felt a little pity and sympathy for Tang Hao, who was stabbed physically and mentally. Even those who had previously shouted for war and revenge are no exception. Isn't that kid too miserable? Instead of killing him like this, perhaps making him live a life worse than death would be the true revenge on him. Jiang Yangping, you bastard, I'm going to fight you. Tang Hao, unable to suppress his rage, pushed away his family members who tried to stop him, took 2 steps at a time, and quickly rushed to Jiang Yangping, ready to punch him. Haha, you are overestimating yourself and are courting death. Jiang Yangping didn't even raise his eyelids, staring at Tang Hao as if he were an ant, sneering and kicking him, hitting Tang Hao right in the chest. Puff! Tang Hao only felt a pain in his chest. A fishy and sweet taste surged in his throat, and after spitting out a 10-meter-long blood arrow, the whole person flew backwards and crashed into an antique shop. Immediately his head tilted and he felt dizzy. Xiaohao, sixth brother. Tang Goen and others were scared to death and rushed into the antique shop, surrounded Tang Hao, and anxiously checked his injuries. Fortunately, although Tang Hao was seriously injured, he was still alive and it seemed that he could be rescued. Seeing this, Su Shuyun and others cried for joy. When they realized they were not out of danger yet, they turned around hastily and looked warily at Jiang Yangping, who was not far away. Get lost, you useless bastards. You are a bunch of ants. You don't even have the qualifications for me to take action. You will only dirty my hands. Tell that idiot Tang Hao, for the sake of our past friendship, I will give him a chance to take revenge on me. When he grows to my satisfaction, I will perform a blood sacrifice on him with my own hands. When we join forces as master and disciple, we will surely be invincible. However, that loser must have been scared out of his wits by me and will never dare to appear in front of me again. Ha! Jiang Yangping had an evil smile on his face, revealing his sharp white teeth. His red eyes showed his contempt for Tang Goen and the others. Chapter 469. Lin Xian's anus tightens when he encounters his elder brother Su Fan. Hurry up, Boss Su is lost in the forest. We have to go pick him up in person. Given the current situation, I think only Boss Su can turn the tide. On the corner of Antique Street, the Mad Lion had an anxious look on his face, and the Han father and daughter followed behind him. The three of them cautiously moved towards the outside of the town. Originally, they were hiding in the restaurant, planning to wait for Su Fan to arrive before appearing. Who would have thought? Will Jiang Yangping suddenly go crazy? Now, they dare not show their faces. I originally planned to stay here and wait for rescue from the Kunlun authorities. Just at this time, Crazy Lion received another text message from Su Fan, saying that he was lost in XXX and his cell phone just got a signal. So he asked them to go and pick him up in person, because he was worried that if he continued to hide, he would easily be caught and killed by the crazy Jiang Yangping. So, the three of Crazy Lion decided to sneak out of the town, thinking that as long as they found Su Fan, at least their lives would be safe, right? After all, having witnessed Su Fan's heroic performance, Crazy Lion still has considerable confidence in him. Plus, the town is so big, and Jiang Yangping is arresting people all over the town. As long as you are careful, you shouldn't be so unlucky as to run into his. Just as he thought this, he looked up and saw Jiang Yangping standing in front of an antique shop. The strong and terrifying murderous aura from the other person was overwhelming. The Mad Lion was so frightened that he didn't even have time to think. He instinctively turned around and ran away, leaving the Han father and daughter in bewilderment. At this moment, Jiang Yangping also turned his head suddenly and found the rapidly receding figure of the Mad Lion. After sensing the aura of the other party's internal strength, he grinned with satisfaction. Then he licked his scarlet lips, took another deep look at the unconscious Tang Hao, then flashed and chased in the opposite direction. Seeing Jiang Yangping's figure disappear, Tang Goen and others, who were terrified, breathed a sigh of relief, their faces full of relief. I was scared to death. Fortunately, a more attractive warrior appeared, otherwise I would really be afraid that Jiang Yangping would suddenly attack us. Stop talking. Take the unconscious Lao Lu with you and run away. I'm worried that Jiang Yangping will come back, and I'll be dead then. Right. Lao Tang, you carry Lao Lu on your back. Everyone else, hurry up and follow us. We have to get out of this town immediately. Xiao Xian, stop being in a daze. Follow your aunt. Pulled by Su Shuyun, Lin Xian followed the large group and ran quickly out of the town. Before leaving, Lin Xian deliberately looked back as if thinking about something. He found it a little unbelievable that Jiang Yangping actually let them go. It seems that the butterfly effect has indeed caused many things to change. Follow the original plot in the novel. The technique that Jiang Yangping practices is not the Blood Demonic Sutra, right? Nor is it something he got from some mysterious woman. In this death battle, he should have been completely possessed, losing his mind and not recognizing his relatives. In this state, it is impossible for him to let himself and others leave. To be honest, Lin Xian had even prepared to take action just now, but the result was somewhat unexpected. Jiang Yangping really wants to kill Lao Lu's cousin. How does Lin Xian feel? Instead, the other party's actions seem more like he is deliberately protecting his sixth cousin. After all, Jiang Yangping killed so many people today and offended many secular and martial arts forces. These people did not dare to seek revenge on Jiang Yangping, but that did not mean they could not take revenge on his apprentice, right? Although the sixth cousin was also an unwitting victim. But the people who were blinded by anger didn't care about that. They might even take revenge not only on the sixth cousin, but also on the Tang family. There is also a high probability that the authorities will regard Tang Hao as an accomplice. At that time, Lao Lu will really be helpless. But now, with Jiang Yangping's seemingly fatal kick, the drama of master and disciple breaking up and killing each other was staged. Later, through word of mouth from nearby people, everyone would only feel sympathy for Tang Hao's experience. At the same time, because they had a common enemy after the United Front, it is reasonable that all major forces will not kill Tang Hao, and they can even whitewash it from the official side. And because of this hatred, Tang Hao will definitely work harder, and the achievements he will achieve in the future will most likely be much higher than they are now. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. If the facts were really as he thought, then Master Jiang Yangping really was so painstaking that I cried to death on the spot. 2.5 minutes later, the Tang family ran for their lives and finally escaped from Bujiang town, even though everyone was tired and out of breath. But the arc of survival at the corners of everyone's mouth was expanding wildly. Ho-ho, I finally escaped. Don't stop yet. Keep moving forward. For safety reasons, we need to stay as far away from the town as possible. Looking back at the town where faint screams could be heard from time to time, Tang Goen's anus tightened and he could not let go of his worries. Under his leadership, everyone continued to walk quickly forward along the way they came. On the way, Lin Xian and others also met several groups of lucky people who had escaped by chance. Since they didn't know each other, both sides tacitly kept their distance from each other, thus avoiding some unnecessary trouble. Of course, Lin Xian doesn't care much about these. His mind is now full of thoughts, all of which are about missing his weak, helpless, pitiful, sickly little wife. At this moment, Tang Ling beside him suddenly patted his shoulder with a look of surprise on her face. Brother Lin Xian, look at that person at the intersection. It looks like Brother Su Fan. Because they had met several times in the hospital, Tang Ling naturally knew what Su Fan looked like. Hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he looked in the direction of Tang Ling's finger. Sure enough, he saw a young man wearing a floral shirt, ripped casual pants, and flip-flops, standing at the intersection, frowning and scratching his head, looking around, as if he was troubled about the direction of the road. This person is Su Fan, who came late. The moment he saw his brother-in-law, Lin Xian's balls shrank instinctively, and he felt nervous, as if he was meeting the girl's parents. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be calm and composed, and wouldn't even mind showing off a little in front of his brother-in-law. But now, he accidentally lost Chinga, his eldest brother-in-law's biological sister. This made Lin Xian sweat coldly, and he didn't know how to explain it for a while. Chapter 470. Lin Xian is sweating profusely. He is now obedient, begging for mercy. Damn it, why are there so many branching paths in this mountainous suburb? Will the rally be over by the time I get to Bujiang town? At the crossroads, looking at the mountain road that meandered in several directions, Su Fan scratched his head, looking depressed. In desperation, he could only continue to use the old method. First, he picked up a branch from the ground and stood it up, then let it fall freely. Su Fan walked in the direction the branch pointed. Snap! When the branch fell, Su Fan looked towards the path on the right and happened to see the Tang family and his brother-in-law in the crowd. He was stunned for a moment, seeming confused as to why Lin Xian appeared here. Brother Su Fan, long time no see. I missed you so much. By the way, let me introduce them to you. These people are my uncle and my aunt's family. Uncle, this is my good friend, Brother Su Fan. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Lin Xian could only bite the bullet and walk forward to greet him with an awkward smile. At the same time, introduce the two parties to each other. Tang family? Isn't that the third family that I have an engagement with besides the Han and Qin families? So, who is my nominal fiancé? Su Fan raised his eyebrows, and his gaze lingered for a moment on the faces of Tang Ro and Tang Ling, the real and fake daughters. Tang Ling, Brother Su, why do you keep looking at me? I'm so shy. Huh, A loser with a total value of no more than 30 yuan. You dare to covet my beauty. You are really a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. Su Fan just glanced at them and then looked away, not knowing what the real and fake daughters were thinking. However, if he knew what the two girls were thinking, he would definitely be in a dilemma. He has now sealed his heart and locked away his love, and has already decided to spend his whole life pursuing the ultimate in martial arts. Women will only affect the speed of his breakthrough. Little brother, you want to capture Jiangjin? Absolutely not. We managed to escape from there with great difficulty. You must not let yourself fall into the tiger's mouth. This town is now a living hell. I tell you. After learning that Su Fan was a good friend of their eldest nephew, Tang and others were quite enthusiastic. When they heard that the other party's destination was Bujiang Town, they were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. They tried to dissuade them and told them everything that had happened in the town. Is Jiang Yangping crazy? A martial arts master has already been defeated by the opponent? Battle Royale game? After listening to the Tang family stories, Su Fan narrowed his eyes and found it more and more interesting. He was a warmonger himself, and now that he heard that a seemingly powerful character had appeared, he was naturally filled with excitement and couldn't wait to go to Bujiang Town for a battle. Brother Lin, I wonder how Miss Su is doing these days. Does she still need a wheelchair to travel? Before leaving, Su Fan spoke in a calm tone, subconsciously expressing his concern for his sister. He thought that since his younger sister had difficulty traveling, she must be in Shanghai now and was very safe. But who would have thought? You can avoid the first day, but you can't avoid the 15th day. Still coming? Lin Xian's mouth twitched, he was speechless and choked, and broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. He really didn't know how to start telling his brother-in-law the cruel truth that he had lost his sister. I'm sweating. Bro, I'm already honest. Please let me go. Sister Chinga is missing. I'm so worried about her. Fortunately, at this time, mouth substitute Tang Ling makes a brilliant appearance. She told the whole story of how the group suddenly fell into a coma, and when they woke up they found Su Chinga missing, leaving only a small note with the words 3-day appointment. My little sister is missing. After learning of this unfortunate news, Su Fan was struck by a bolt from the blue. 1 part of confusion, 2 parts of astonishment, 3 parts of worry, and 4 parts of rage appeared on his face in sequence. How dare you? Who on earth dares to harm my sister? The dragon has a reverse scale. Whoever touches it will die. No matter who those guys who are looking for death are, as long as my little sister is hurt a little bit, then I will change the color of the world and let those ants suffer eternal damnation. At that moment, Su Fan was extremely anxious and felt terrible. He couldn't imagine. It hurts so much. Su Fan didn't even dare to think about it anymore, because he was afraid that his head would explode if he thought about it for another second. Just like that, under the strange gazes of the crowd, Su Fan's ordinary face became unpredictable and changeable like a fan-shaped graph. Even his eternal posture of putting his hands in his pockets could no longer be maintained. He now put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth. In the end, Su Fan said nothing, looked at Lin Xian deeply, and then walked towards Bujiang Town. To be honest, he still blamed his brother-in-law Lin Xian in his heart. As a husband, he even lost his own wife and knew nothing about anything. This is a serious dereliction of duty. He had thought it would be good for his younger sister to marry an ordinary man, so that she could avoid the bloody world and live the rest of her life in peace and happiness. Anyway, if anything really happens, he will be there to help. Now that I think about it carefully, it is indeed biased. After all, he couldn't be with the couple all the time, and there would always be times when he couldn't take care of them. Just like this time. But he had personally acknowledged Lin Xian as his brother-in-law, and since he was immortal, he was powerless to do certain things, so it was not his fault. No matter what, Su Fan could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Soon, Su Fan, who was holding back his anger, disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 471. Cousin, I see that your forehead is green. I am afraid there will be a green light disaster. Cousin, does your good friend have improper thoughts about your cousin's wife? Otherwise, why would he react so strongly when he heard that his cousin's wife was missing? As the saying goes, beware of fire, theft, and brothers. Cousin, I advise you to be careful be careful of being poached. Looking at Su Fan's receding back, Tang Jiasan Xiao had a strange look on his face. Suddenly, he leaned close to Lin Xian's ear mysteriously and said something meaningful. On the side, Tang and others felt the same way and nodded in admonition. They are not blind, so they can naturally see that Lin Xian's good friend has an unusual attitude towards Su Chinga. That's right. There are Chow thieves every year, but this year there are especially many. Xiao Xian, although it is said that a friend's wife should not be bullied, some damned Chow thieves like this. We must be on guard against Chow. Cousin, I see your forehead is green. I'm afraid there will be a green disaster. I suggest you not get too close to this good friend. It would be bad if something like husband commits a crime, happens by accident. Faced with the well-intentioned warnings from his uncle's family, Lin Xian's mouth twitched and he held his forehead with a bitter smile. Anyone could try to steal his girl except his brother-in-law. This is a serious online article. How could such a pornographic, vulgar, and world-shattering plot like German orthopedics appear? Don't worry, Chinga and I have a bond that is stronger than gold. No one can destroy the relationship between us. As for Brother Su Fan, he is even more impossible. This is the only thing I am 100% sure of. Okay, let's keep going. If we can't get out of here before dark, we'll have to stay in the mountains for the night. We can't delay to treat our sixth cousin's injury. Hearing that Lin Xian trusted his good friend so much, the Tang family members were very moved. They looked at each other and stopped trying to persuade him. The most urgent task is to escape from this dangerous place and send the sixth child to the hospital for treatment. Just like that, Tang Chuan carried his unconscious brother on his back, and they all moved forward at high speed in the direction they came from. After an unknown amount of time, the group of people who were walking silently suddenly stopped and showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Boom, boom. In my ears, I could hear the roar of a car coming closer and closer. Did you hear it? It sounded like a car, and there seemed to be more than one. Let's try to stop the car and negotiate with the owner for a ride. Tang, who hadn't exercised for a long time and had beads of sweat on his forehead, was overjoyed. Except for Lin Xian, everyone else was also surprised and delighted. Soon, as everyone was eagerly waiting, a low and shocking engine roar was heard again from the distant horizon. The sound was like rolling thunder, coming from far away and shaking the ground beneath the feet slightly. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the scene, where a green military off-road vehicle convoy was rushing towards them like a steel torrent. Especially the off-road vehicle in the lead. Its body lines are hard and sharp, as if it was cast from a whole piece of steel, exuding an unparalleled, domineering aura. The iconic military emblem on the front of the car shines coldly in the sun, like the emblem of the god of war. The huge wheels spun rapidly, splashing dust all over the sky, as if announcing to the world that it was unstoppable. The car windows were painted dark, making it difficult to see what was going on inside the car, but everyone seemed to be able to feel the driver's firm and stern gaze. The green paint on the car body is like a beast in the jungle, full of mystery and majesty. The off-road vehicles following closely behind were arranged neatly, one after another, like well-trained warriors. They maintained perfect spacing, moved at the same speed, and moved in unison. Wherever the convoy passed, the wind howled, raising a cloud of flying sand and rocks, and the momentum seemed to be able to crush all obstacles blocking the way ahead. The sunlight shines on the convoy, refracting the cold light of the metal, which interweaves with the flying dust to form an exciting picture. Oh my God! This is so spectacular. It's so cool. Tang Chuan's face turned red, and he started shouting. On the side, Su Shuyun and others were also stunned by the spectacular scene, with endless awe and admiration in their hearts. Even Lin Xian's originally calm face showed a hint of surprise at this moment. As a man, when I first saw such a steel torrent of green military off-road vehicles, I have to say, it's easy to be attracted by the sudden domineering and coolness. The scene before our eyes is more like a double feast for the eyes and the soul. While people are shocked, they also deeply feel the iron blood and glory that belong to the soldiers. At this time, the green off-road vehicle in the lead obviously noticed Lin Xian and others and drove straight towards them. Boom, boom. Soon, the off-road vehicle stopped beside them, and several soldiers armed with live ammunition got out. Under the leadership of the leading team leader, they asked about the situation of Lin Xian and others. After learning more about the situation, everyone realized that General White Tiger had sent out a signal for help before his death. These local soldiers were the troops stationed nearby. After receiving the order to attack, they immediately drove over. Comrade, can you tell us about the current situation in Bujiang town? Oh, okay. Now in the town. What are you doing? Let my son go. When he heard the question, Tang Goen stood up and cooperated very well, wanted to tell everything he knew. Who would have thought that before he could say a few words, the leading soldier seemed to have received some orders from the walkie-talkie, and he rushed up with his men to control Tang Chuan. No, to be more precise, they should have targeted the unconscious Tang Hao. What are you doing? My son has not committed any crime. Why are you arresting him? You are a bunch of bad guys. Let my two brothers go. My sixth brother is seriously injured and unconscious. Are you still worried that he might hurt you? Women like Su Shiyan were also shocked and screamed in surprise. But the Special Forces soldiers turned a deaf ear to it and continued to hold the unconscious Tang Hao tightly, remaining highly vigilant. According to the information they obtained, this is a warrior. We must be extremely alert and be ready for battle. D-472 Jong, the current level of love, is a special liking for her. Just then, the sound of a car door opening and closing was heard. Lin Xian and others turned their heads and saw a woman in military uniform standing next to the off-road vehicle, her fiery red hair dancing wildly in the wind. She has delicate features, tightly pursed red lips, sword-like eyebrows slanting into her temples, eyes as bright as stars, and a fierce murderous aura emanating from her body. Those slender fingers, with their nails painted bright red, formed a sharp contrast with the solemnity of the green military uniform, making him look even more unruly. Her posture is straight, just like a pine tree standing proudly against the sky. She exudes a military aura so majestic that people dare not look directly at her, as if she is the master of this area, with unparalleled dominance. Report, General Suzaku. We have already controlled Jiang Yangping's apprentice, Tang Hao. However, he seems to be seriously injured. When the leading soldier saluted the woman, everyone knew her origins. Suzaku, a warrior. The opponent, like the White Tiger General, is actually one of the 4 great generals under the National God of War. It seems that Jiang Yangping's actions have alarmed the top management of Kunlun. In the eyes of the authorities, as Jiang Yangping's direct disciple, Tang Hao is naturally one of the other party's accomplices and needed to be liquidated. It's unfair. General says, good citizen, my son is a very good citizen. My 6th son knew nothing about what happened today. He is also a poor victim. Look, my son is seriously injured and dying. The reason is that he was kicked and seriously injured by Jiang Yangping when he was trying to stop him from committing a crime. Let me tell you, Tang Goen and others were almost scared to death, fearing that their own 6th son would be treated as a criminal by the people above. In order to redeem Tang Hao's innocence, everyone spoke one after another and quickly revealed the whole situation of arresting Jiang Zhen. At first, General Suzaku had a blank expression on his face as he listened to the Tang family's explanations. It was not until she learned of the death of the White Tiger General that her pretty face changed. Her originally cold eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief and grief. What? Tiger, Brother Tiger is dead? As soon as she received the signal for help from the White Tiger General, she rushed over in a hurry. I thought that with the strength of the White Tiger warrior, even if he couldn't beat Jiang Yangping, he would at least be able to hold him back. At the very least, you can always save your own life. When she arrives, she will gather the strength of the 2 masters to suppress and capture Jiang Yangping on the spot. I never expected. Less than half an hour had passed, and the White Tiger warrior had fallen. Unable to accept the death of his comrade, General Suzaku's eyes suddenly turned red. Her body was trembling slightly, and her clenched teeth were clacking, as if she was trying her best to suppress the surging emotions in her heart. Her hands with bright red nails were clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white, showing her immense anger at the moment. The glorious days of fighting side by side in the past now flooded into General Suzaku's mind like a tide, and she seemed to see it again. The scenes of charging into battle with the White Tiger warrior during those years. The figures who relied on each other in the flames of war, the determination to block the knife for each other without hesitation at the critical moment of life and death. At this moment, General Suzaku's eyes became empty. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he stubbornly refused to fall. Damn it, why? Why is this happening? Anger made General Suzaku's breathing become more rapid, and his chest heaved violently. She roared to the sky, her voice hoarse and shrill, filled with endless grief and unwillingness. Faced with this situation, the surrounding soldiers and Tang Goen and others were silent. No one dared to speak at this time. I don't know how long it took. The Suzaku warrior slowly lowered his head. and a tear finally fell, dripping onto the cold ground and disappearing in an instant. Immediately, she raised her head. Her eyes became firm and cold again, and she glanced at the unconscious Tang Hao, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes unconsciously. But soon, she suppressed it again. If what the other party said is true, then brother whose death can't really be blamed on this person in front of me. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. General Suzaku still has this principle. She turned her head to look at the leading soldier captain and issued new orders. Next, I will go to Bujang Town alone. You can take the generals back with you. Also, take that kid Tang Hao away and hand him over to the intelligence department for careful examination. If he is really an unwitting victim, then let him go. Otherwise, just shoot him. The soldiers were stunned for a moment, somewhat worried about letting General Suzuka go alone. In response, General Suzuka simply rebuked coldly. It is a soldier's duty to obey orders. Follow orders. Yes. She knew very well that Zhang Yangping was able to kill the White Tiger general on the spot in such a short time, and his strength must be extraordinary. These special forces soldiers will most likely die in vain, so it is better to preserve the manpower. As for her, she actually has no idea in her heart, even if I feel angry and unwilling. But General Suzaku had to admit that his strength was not much stronger than General White Tiger. If Zhang Yangping could easily kill General White Tiger, he could naturally kill her while chatting and laughing. But she had to go because it was her duty. Otherwise, who knows how many people would die in Bujang Town today. If she was there, at least she could use the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain to lure Zhang Yangping away and save the people in Bujang Town. Soon, General Suzaku, with a solemn expression on his face, walked alone towards Bujang Town. The soldiers looked at his back with tears in their eyes. Even Tang Goen and others were infected by the atmosphere, and there was a trace of emotion and pity on their faces. This scene has a kind of tragic feeling of the wind is whistling and the Ishui River is cold. The heroic land is gone and will never return. Among the crowd, Lin Xian was not that sentimental. He knew that with his brother-in-law ahead of him, Zhang Yangping was doomed to pose no threat. Next, the soldiers followed the order of General Suzaku and forcibly carried the unconscious Tang Hao away. Knowing that he could not stop them, Tang Goen called his father for help and got on the off-road vehicle with Su Shuyun and others. They were worried about Lao Lu being taken away like this, so they decided to stay with Tang Hao until he was released safely. Seeing this, Lin Xian proposed to part ways here. His mind is now completely occupied with his missing wife, so how can he have the mood to care about the life or death of his sixth cousin? The sky is big, the earth is big, but my wife is the biggest. Okay, then Xiaoxian, be careful on the road. Also, my nephew's wife will be fine, so don't worry too much. When I have some free time, I will contact all kinds of people to help you find out. Seeing Lin Xian's firm attitude, the Tang family no longer forced him. After giving a few instructions, the two groups of people separated. Hey, sad face, Omicron, asterisk. Looking at the off-road convoy going away, Lin Xian walked slowly with a bored look on his face. Only now did he realize how important Su Chinga was to him. Without the other person by my side, I really can't get excited about doing anything. If he approached the other party just to gain points when they first met, it was more out of consideration of interests. Now, he really wanted to be close to the girl from the bottom of his heart, not just because of her beauty, but a more indescribable feeling. Even Lin Xian didn't know whether this kind of emotion could be considered love. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Bye. The host's favorability towards Su Chinga has increased significantly, and the current level of love is assessed as having a special liking for her. Detecting that the host is eager to protect the object, triggering special rewards. Chapter 473, Obtaining the Entry-Level Inheritance of the Drunken Sword Immortal. Others practice martial arts while I practice immortality. Just as Lin Xian was wondering how much sincerity he had towards the girl, the system in his mind gave him an accurate answer. Bye. The host's favorability towards Su Chinga has increased significantly, and the current level of love is assessed as special affection. Detecting that the host is eager to protect the object, triggering special rewards. The Drunken Sword Immortal's Entry-Level Inheritance. Host, would you like to receive the initiation and inheritance now? Warm tips. This inheritance process is in an unconscious sleep state. It is recommended that the host receive the initiation and inheritance in an undisturbed environment. Warm reminder. According to the military strength of the host's small world, the end of this inheritance is equivalent to the realm of Grandmaster of Transformation. Warm tips. Drinking a glass of wine during battle can double the host's combat power. Warm tips. Building a foundation is the first step for a cultivator to embark on the path to immortality. After achieving this state, the cultivator's strength will not only surge, but also contain 1,000 pounds of strength in every move, and move as fast as lightning, completely breaking free from the constraints of human physical fitness and moving towards an inhuman state. Those with extraordinary talents will have true energy in their bodies, giving them the ability to draw talismans and perform elementary immortal arts. After hearing the system reward in his mind, Lin Xian was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. Oh shit! Others practice martial arts while I practice Taoism? Even though it was only the basic entry level for immortal cultivators, it was still an immortal technique. After all, right? No matter how bad it is, compared with the warriors in this world, even if the realms of both sides are exactly the same, there is an essential difference between immortal and mortal. There is also the Drunken Swordsman template. He particularly liked this character before he traveled through time. He didn't expect that he would be able to obtain his inheritance now. Originally, Lin Xian was still planning on using some of his points to exchange for a Grandmaster level skill for self-defense. I never expected. Just as he dozed off, the system brought him a pillow, which was exactly what he wanted. After accepting the inheritance, Lin Xian estimated that even without relying on mirror image, his own strength alone would be enough to tie with his brother-in-law for the time being. Even after 2 sips of wine, he might be able to defeat his brother-in-law. However, the protagonist can continue to practice and become stronger. Unless he continues to obtain the initiation inheritance, when his brother-in-law breaks through the Grandmaster level, the foundation establishment level will not be enough. But it's not a big problem. Lin Xian's current foundation building stage cultivation is enough for him to use. At least he won't be knocked unconscious by a sneak attack again. Anyway, it is impossible for him to cultivate and improve his realm by himself. It is impossible for him to cultivate in this life. It is too boring. Lin Xian just wants to stay with his wife. Host, would you like to receive the initiation and inheritance now? At this time, the system's inquiry voice came again. No. After taking a look at the deserted mountain suburbs, Lin Xian refused without hesitation. When receiving the empowerment and inheritance, he will fall into an unconscious sleeping state, so he must find a relatively safe place. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a step forward and walked quickly towards home. Buzheng Town was like hell on earth at this time. Countless screams were heard, and more warriors who had hidden were found by Zhang Yangping, and their deaths were horrific. Ha ha, just a little bit more, and I'll be able to break through again and reach the peak of Huajin. Sure enough, this kind of training method is what warriors of my generation should pursue. It is much faster than practicing in seclusion. Ha ha. Zhang Yangping's crazy laughter echoed in the dead silent streets of the town. Around him, there were more than a dozen mummies lying in all directions, and each of them had an expression of indescribable fear on their faces and incomprehension. Once upon a time, Zhang Yangping's name was well known. He's a martial arts master who likes to help the weak and punish the strong, and is highly respected and loved by the world. However, now he is like a demon who has fallen from light into endless darkness. Wearing a blood-stained black robe that fluttered in the wind, every drop of blood splashed was the wail of an innocent person. The face that used to be strong and upright was now occupied by twisted madness. His eyes were bloodshot and revealed a frightening, murderous light. In order to practice his evil skills, he can devour people's life force without batting an eyelid, and use his pain and despair as steps to advance. The once righteous being has now become the embodiment of evil. The hands that once protected us are now stained with the blood of innocent people. Not far away, behind a huge stone pillar, there was a burly man with a broad back and strong arms, and hair as fluffy as a golden lion. Crazy Lion. He covered his mouth and nose tightly, his face full of fear, afraid to make any sound. Oh shit, this madman. What kind of stimulation could make him go so crazy? Dear brothers of Qingqing sect, I would rather die than let my friends die. If you want revenge, please don't come to me. A hint of guilt flashed unconsciously in the mad lion's fearful eyes. In order to escape from Zhang Yangping just now, He had to use a trick to divert the trouble and bring Jiang Yangping to the hiding place of other sects. In the end, he managed to escape, but everyone in the house became his scapegoats. The Mad Lion was filled with remorse and decided to observe a 2.5-second silence for the scapegoats. 2.5 seconds later, the Mad Lion suddenly woke up with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He found that since some time ago, the surroundings had become so eerily quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Quiet. What's going on? Why did Jiang Yangping's laughter suddenly disappear? Could it be that he left? Yes. He must have gone to hunt other people. I have to find another place to hide. In a dim corner, the Mad Lion curled up and hid behind a cold stone pillar, its body trembling with fear, its breathing rapid and disordered. He was full of hope, feeling that the terrifying figure had already left. So he carefully stuck his head out. However, at that moment, the Mad Lion's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand. He suddenly saw Jiang Yangping's twisted and evil smile. That smile was like that of an evil ghost crawling out from the depths of hell, carrying with it endless hideousness and cruelty. Hello! Jiang Yangping's eyes were filled with a creepy blood-red light, like the burning fire of hell, which was about to burn the soul of the Mad Lion to ashes. The corners of his mouth were raised, and the arc was full of sarcasm and mockery, as if he was laughing at the stupidity and helplessness of the person in front of him. His face was shrouded in shadow, and the vague outline was like a dark mountain, heavy and oppressive, making people feel suffocating despair. The messy hair danced in the wind like a crazy demon snake, wantonly showing off his inner madness and chaos. At this moment, time seems to have stopped. In the world of the Mad Lion, there was only that evil, smiling face, and endless fear completely drowned him like a tide. Don't come over here? Chapter 474. You are just like ants. Look at my supreme slippers. Don't come over here? Looking at Jiang Yangping's twisted and crazy smile, the Mad Lion felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and his whole body was instantly dominated by fear. He turned around and crawled, fleeing in panic, emitting unconscious screams of terror. His legs felt as heavy as lead because of fear. But the instinct for survival still drives the Mad Lion to move forward desperately. In a panic, he was tripped by the debris under his feet from time to time, but he quickly struggled to get up and continued to run forward, as if the death god was following closely behind him. As for Jiang Yangping, he smiled sinisterly and followed slowly behind, as if he was enjoying this cat and mouse hunting game. The evil smile on his face became more and more wanton, and his eyes revealed the excitement of toying with his prey. Run away! The game of hide and seek has just begun. Eh? Jiang Yangping's voice echoed in the empty space, like the whisper of a devil. But Crazy Lion had no time to care. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not get rid of Jiang Yangping's terrifying shadow that followed him like a shadow. Jiang Yang usually quickened his pace, deliberately letting the footsteps sound behind the Mad Lion, which scared him to death. Sometimes he deliberately slowed down his pace, leisurely admiring the Mad Lion's desperate and trembling back. Every time when Crazy Lion thought he saw hope of escape, Jiang Yangping would appear behind him again, chasing him slowly, and his newly ignited hope would be instantly shattered. Fun ha ha! Where can you escape to? Jiang Yangping laughed wildly, and his laughter filled the air, turning into an invisible net that tightly bound the Mad Lion and plunged it into an endless abyss of fear. At this moment, the Mad Lion, which had fled to the town entrance, suddenly froze with tears streaming down its face due to fear. Immediately ecstatic. Finally, he finally saw the hope of being rescued. The Mad Lion madly ran towards the town entrance, tumbling and crawling, crying for help with snot and tears. Boss Su, help me. Boss Su, woo. Jiang Yangping bullied me, woo. I am your most loyal little brother. You have to uphold justice for me. Boss Su. At the entrance of the town, Su Chun, who had arrived late, was walking into the town with a gloomy face. Because of his younger sister's disappearance, he was in a terrible mood. He was always worried about whether his fragile sister was being bullied. When he heard the Mad Lion's cry for help, he was too lazy to even lift his eyelids and was indifferent. But when he heard Jiang Yangping's name, Su Fan's eyes twitched, and he raised his head instantly, his face already full of murderous anger. Jiang Yangping. If this old man hadn't suddenly gone mad, how could his sister have disappeared? If this old man hadn't accepted Fong Mo as his apprentice, how could he have come to the Han family for revenge? If he hadn't wanted revenge, how could he have been crushed to death by him? If this old man hadn't challenged me to a fight to the death, how could my sister be here to watch the fight? If she wasn't here, how could she have mysteriously disappeared for no reason? If not, Su Fan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He thought a lot and finally came to a conclusion. Well, it's all that old man's fault. At this moment, Su Fan, who had nowhere to vent his anger, didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to vent it out first. Among the people present, only Jiang Yangping was qualified to be his human sandbag. Thus, a certain old scapegoat was born, and deservedly became the culprit of today. At this time, the Mad Lion was so scared that he peed and shit himself. He finally crawled to Su Fan's feet, hugged his beautiful feet, and started crying, just like a poor child who had been wronged and went back to his parents for support. "Boss Su, help me. I'm in such a miserable state. Ooh, I have just warned that old lunatic that I am your confidant. I will not look down on him, but on the Buddha's side. I will ask him to spare me." But that lunatic is not only not afraid, he even threatened to find you and pierce your anus with a sword. As if he was afraid that Su Fan would ignore him, the Mad Lion burst into tears and fanned the flames, trying to provoke Su Fan's bloodiness. Of course, this was just a low-level tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Su Fan glanced at Ding Jun, frowned, and looked at his casual pants, stained with tears and snot. His face was full of disgust, and he quickly kicked the Mad Lion away. The other side, at the entrance of the town, a young man wearing a floral shirt, ripped casual pants, and flip-flops suddenly appeared. A trace of surprise suddenly flashed across Jiang Yangping's grinning face. Even he felt that this look was a bit shocking. But soon, a ferocious look appeared on Jiang Yangping's lips again. Never mind. No matter who this person is, the ending is the same. It doesn't make much difference to him whether he crushes one cockroach or two. GGG. Just as Jiang Yangping had a wicked smile on his face, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to torture and kill Su Fan and the other man as they screamed. The worn soles, the worn patterns, and even the slight shit-yellow stains on them were all clearly visible to Jiang Yangping. At first it was just a small black shadow, but in the blink of an eye, it occupied Jiang Yangping's entire field of vision. He could even clearly see that the laces of the flip-flops were loose and seemed like they would break at any time. The next second, Jiang Yangping's pupils were filled with the huge slippers that were getting closer and clearer. Until his eyes went dark, he felt a sharp pain on his face, and he flew back like a cannonball. "They're just like ants. Lower your head. How dare you look me in the face?" Su Fan slowly took back the supreme slippers, still with a calm expression, as if he had just done something insignificant. But to the Mad Lion behind him and the people watching from afar, he was simply stunning. Who I am? Where am I? Isawagot. If I hadn't had hallucinations. The young man just now seemed lazy and casual, but he suddenly burst out with amazing power. He kicked out with a speed as fast as lightning and a force as heavy as a hammer, directly hitting Jiang Yangping in the face. Jiang Yangping, who had been charging forward with an aggressive look and a fierce smile, was kicked back in a funny posture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Yangping's body drew an arc in the air, like a fallen leaf blown by a strong wind, and crashed into a restaurant without any resistance. See, the air seemed to freeze at this moment, and time seemed to have stopped. Chapter 475, Su Fan, who is so angry for his beloved. Love. Pledge yourself to her. In Bujiang Town, many survivors who had managed to hide saw, from various hidden angles, the famous scene where Su Fan displayed his extraordinary power and used his supreme fast drag to kick Jiang Yangping away. I was stunned and astonished. Fuck, is Zunda fake? Did I see it right? Jiang Yangping was kicked away by that young man. That young man looks ordinary. How could he be so strong? You know, Jiang Yangping is a master of Huajin. Even the White Tiger warrior fell in his hands. The person next to him is the Han family's Mad Lion. I know who he is. He is the one who killed Fong Mo and is going to fight a death duel with Jiang Yangping today, the Han family's much-talked-about young master. It's actually him, but think about it, it makes sense. At present, only the young master can possess such strength. But he's too young. I thought the rumors were exaggerated before. I didn't expect that this young master looks much younger than I thought. How strange. Judging from the auras emitted by the two men, The young man is at most a minor master. How could he kick Jiang Yongping, a great master, away with one kick? Yes, I thought that God would be jealous of talented people, and that the young master would die here like the White Tiger General. I didn't expect that the other party would gain the upper hand as soon as he made a move. Before this young master was late, I guessed that he was too scared to show up after knowing Jiang Yongping's strength. Great, are we saved? Don't be happy too soon. Jiang Yongping was probably careless for a moment. The gap in realm between the two sides is always there. When Jiang Yongping gets serious, it's still unclear who will win. However, we can use this time to quickly escape from Bujiang Town. Just as the people hiding in the dark were talking and having different thoughts, the mad lion knelt on the ground, already so moved that he burst into tears and cried loudly. He never thought that Boss Su would be so desperate to kick Jiang Yongping for him. Looking at Su Fan's slender back at this moment, the mad lion widened his eyes unconsciously, and the shock in his heart surged like a raging sea. Originally, he thought that in Boss Su's heart, he was just an insignificant ant. Who would have thought? When he found out that he was being bullied, Boss Su flew into a rage, and without saying a word, he kicked Jiang Yongping in the air with endless anger. Only then did he fully understand. In the eyes of Boss Su, he, the crazy lion, is so important. At this moment, time seems to have stopped. In the world of the mad lion, there was only the back of Su Fan protecting his cub and the embarrassment of Jiang Yongping when he fell to the ground. So, his throat seemed to be choked by something, and he could not utter a word. Only the tears in his eyes told of his inner feelings. Once upon a time, the mad lion walked alone in this cold world, suffering from bullying and neglect. And Su Fan's kick seemed to kick away all the haze in his heart. The mad lion's eyes were red. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deeply into his palms, but he didn't feel the pain at all. There was only one thought left in his mind. Boss Su cares about him so much, he is willing to go through fire and water for Boss Su, even if it means death. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, even if the future is bloody and stormy, he will never retreat. This is the determination to die for one's friends. This is his loyalty and gratitude to Su Fan. The mad lion secretly vowed that in this life, he would follow Su Fan's footsteps and never leave him, and use his own life and blood to protect this rare friendship. As the old oath says, "You treat me with your territory, I will repay you with my territory." At this time, a father and daughter ran out from an alley not far away. Both of them had ecstatic looks on their faces and quickly came to Su Fan. "Su Fan, you finally came to save me. I was really scared just now." Han Xinxiao's face was full of tears, and she acted coquettishly and pitifully. Standing aside, Han Jingyang was also still in shock and filled with fear. The father and daughter's experience today was thrilling. They narrowly escaped death. They were able to survive only because they did not practice martial arts. Jiang Yongping simply looked down on them. "Mr. Su, did you come here specially for the appointment of death battle? The current situation has changed. You have to be more careful." "No, I'm here to find someone who is very important to me." Su Fan frowned slightly, his tone full of worry. Since he learned that his younger sister was missing, he had long forgotten about the rally competition. The reason he showed up here was just to try his luck and see if he could find any clues to Su Chinga's disappearance. But when these words fell into Han Xinxiao's ears, they took on a different meaning, shocking her, but also making her heart beat fast. In her eyes, Su Fan was a stranger in the place, and the only people he knew here were the three of them. It was impossible that he was here to look for two men, right? Therefore, the important person mentioned by the other party must be referring to her, this stunning beauty who is so beautiful that she can overwhelm the whole country. Regarding this, Han Xinxiao is 95% absolutely confident, but she didn't expect. On weekdays, Su Fan was so reserved and sultry. Why was he suddenly so bold today and confessed his feelings in front of his father? Hey, doesn't he know that girls can be shy? At this moment, Han Xinxiao's pretty face was full of shyness. Those autumn water-like eyes stared at Su Fan closely, and it seemed as if thousands of fireworks were blooming in his heart at the same time. She never thought Su Fan would come all the way here for her, and even went so far as to attack Jiang Yongping, who had a higher level of cultivation than himself. Ever since she could remember, Han Xinxiao had been accustomed to putting on a fake smile when dealing with men, and she thought she saw through the hypocrisy of all men in the world. But today, Su Fan's action of risking his life for his beloved was like a ray of light, piercing through the thick layer of defense in her heart. Han Xinxiao's delicate body was trembling slightly. Her eyes were red and tears were welling up in them. She knew that she was truly touched this time and was about to fall in love. From childhood to adulthood, she has attracted countless men with her stunning appearance. But those men, without exception, were greedy for her beauty and tried to play with her flawless body. But Su Fan, this unique man, proved his care with his actions. An unprecedented feeling suddenly surged in Han Xinxiao's heart. It was a sweet feeling of being cherished and cared for, as well as a deep dependence on and admiration for Su Fan. It was as if she had truly realized at this moment that what she had been pursuing all along was not this kind of deep love that could protect her from wind and rain and keep her safe. In her opinion, only a man like Su Fan could be worthy of her stunning appearance and her purity that was not tainted by the dust of the world. In this world, only Su Fan can make her willingly give her beautiful body to him for him to eat. At this moment, Han Xinxiao was like a blooming flower, willing to bloom only for Su Fan. D-476 Dong Su Fan takes action and fights Jiang Yangping. Su Fan, you must be more careful. But I still don't want you to stay and fight that old man to the death for me. I just want you to live well, my love. Han Xinxiao's eyes were full of tears and affection as she stared at Su Fan's back. In her eyes, although Su Fan is a young master, he lacks the foundation. If they really fight to the death, he will definitely not be able to beat Jiang Yangping, who has been famous for a long time. And the reason why the other party stayed here was obviously to protect her. Who among my family members understands? I am in tears. Su Fan. Not wanting to bother with the suddenly crazy pushing girl, Su Fan walked towards the collapsed restaurant in silence with a cold face. Jiang Yangping stood up unharmed with bloodshot eyes and was looking up and down at Su Fan with a look of doubt. For some reason, this ordinary young man in front of him made him feel a little pressured for the first time in his life. Who are you? It was you who proposed this death battle to me, but now you're asking me who I am. You are the young master who killed Fang Yamo? Jiang Yangping's pupil shrank, and he was filled with shock. I never expected that the other party would actually dare to keep the appointment. Originally, when he saw that Su Fan had not appeared yet, he thought that he was hiding in the dark, and after seeing the miserable state of the White Tiger General, he was so scared that he fled. What? Are you surprised? I should be the one who is surprised. It seems that your revenge for your apprentice is just a cover, and your real purpose is to take this opportunity to gather the warriors together. Su Fan had a blank expression on his face. He clenched his fists, making a crunching sound. Hearing this, the corner of Jiang Yangping's mouth raised in an unnatural arc, revealing his sharp white teeth. Revenge? That loser's death is his incompetence. What does it have to do with me? However, I am still very grateful to that idiot. If it weren't for his death, how could I have found such a reasonable reason to catch all of you in one fell swoop? Since you are here today, you can leave your life here. In a way, this can be regarded as revenge for my useless apprentice, Ha. If you are willing to surrender, I can also give you a quick death and end your suffering instantly. How about it? An evil laugh escaped from Jiang Yangping's throat, low and hoarse, like the night wind blowing through a desolate cemetery, carrying with it a chill and ominous feeling. His eyes were full of malice and calculation. Although Su Fan's appearance was somewhat unexpected to him, the direction of the plot was exactly in line with his interests. Below the Grandmaster, we are all ants. Compared to slaughtering those low-level trash, of course, high-quality warriors like White Tiger General and Su Fan will help him reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Side door. It's boring. A warrior's training depends on himself. The strength gained through this kind of evil and crooked means is simply not worth a single blow. Facing Jiang Yangping shouting, Su Fan didn't even raise his eyelids from beginning to end and looked at Jiang Yangping with eyes like an ant. How dare you? Boy, do you really think that just because you succeeded in a sneak attack once, you are capable of fighting me? I will kill you as easily as killing a dog. Go to hell. Su Fan's repeated provocations finally annoyed Jiang Yangping. Unable to bear it any longer, he stopped talking nonsense and took the lead in attacking. The whole person rushed towards Su Fan like an arrow. In order to make an example of someone and establish his supreme authority, he even used a killing move at the very beginning, determined to kill Su Fan on the spot in the shortest possible time. Blood shadows all over the sky. Under the shocked gazes of countless spectators, a blood-red light flashed on Jiang Yangping's body, as if to dye the dim sunlight into a strange red. In a flash, his figure suddenly split into 5 blood shadows while running, and they surrounded Su Fan at a high speed. The gravel and rubble on the ground bounced and made tiny collision sounds amid the many uniform footsteps. Seeing this, Su Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Obviously, this was the first time he encountered such a strange move, and he felt a little surprised. But in an instant, he returned to his indifferent attitude, his eyes as sharp as torches, scanning the bloody shadows rushing towards him, a scornful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Look at my Tiangang shield. Su Fan thought highly of himself. He did not choose to dodge or fight back. Instead, he released his internal energy and condensed it into an invisible shield around his body, preparing to take Jiang Yangping's killing move head-on. Court death. Seeing Su Fan looking down on him, Jiang Yangping's eyes flashed with ferocity, veins popped up on his forehead, and he shouted, "Blood Shadow Claw!" I saw 5 blood shadows with all 10 fingers bent like hooks, and their nails instantly turned blood red and extremely sharp. The muscles in his arms trembled violently, and his internal strength was poured into his hands. He grabbed towards Su Fan at an extremely tricky and strange angle. The claw shadows were like phantoms, drawing bloody arcs in the air. Wherever they passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and a faint bloody smell filled the air. It was extremely fast and instantly approached Su Fan. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 blood shadows cooperated with each other and hit the Tiangang Divine Shield, constructed by Su Fan at the same time. The powerful impact force caused Su Fan to take a step back uncontrollably. This power. It seems that I underestimated the other party. The master's cultivation level is there. Even if he is a little inferior, he should not be underestimated. Su Fan narrowed his eyes and looked a little more serious. The other side. Seeing that Jiang Yangping's attack was ineffective, his pupils suddenly shrank, his mouth slightly opened, and his face was full of disbelief. How is that possible? I used at least 50% of my strength in this attack, but this guy just took a step back and was unharmed. In addition to being astonished, Jiang Yangping's face gradually became ugly. He realized that Su Fan's strength seemed to be beyond his imagination. As his mind was racing, he attacked again. His body was as fast as lightning. He pushed the ground hard with his right foot and shot towards Su Fan like a bullet. D! The muscles in his right arm bulged, his fist was clenched, and with a whistling gust of wind, he blasted straight towards Su Fan's face. That fist seemed to contain tremendous power, as if it could blast everything in front of it into pieces. Su Fan was not in a hurry. He slid his feet lightly and moved sideways several feet like a ghost, easily avoiding the fierce attack. His movements were light and smooth, like catkins in the wind, seemingly casual yet just right. Chapter 477. Su Fan can suppress all enemies in the world with just my pair of iron fists. Boy, is all you could do about hiding? You coward. Seeing that Su Fan avoided his killing move again, Jiang Yangping became even more angry. He deliberately used provocation to force Su Fan to fight him head-on and perform more powerful moves. Blood, evil, crazy dragon. Jiang Yangping's forehead was covered with veins. His hands were dancing rapidly, and a strong bloody energy suddenly burst out of his body. Soon, a mad dragon formed by the blood demon's energy roared out and pounced on Su Fan with bared fangs and claws. I'm really disappointed. With your evil skills, you dare to act so presumptuously in front of me? Sure enough, only relying on the power cultivated by oneself can make one invincible. I, Su Fan, can suppress all enemies in the world with just this pair of iron fists. After testing Jiang Yangping's strengths and weaknesses, Su Fan looked disappointed. He had thought that he could have a satisfying battle this time. But unfortunately, Jiang Yangping is clearly not qualified at the moment and cannot bring out his full strength. Just like that, Su Fan stopped dodging and chose to face the enemy head-on. One punch can change the wind and clouds, and the mountains and rivers can tremble, and the ghosts and gods can be shocked. Everyone look at me. I can conquer the mountains and rivers with my fist. Su Fan raised his right fist, waited for the right moment, and punched the blood dragon hard. This punch carried an invincible momentum. The powerful force even created a gust of wind, blowing the Han father and daughter, who were not far away, to the ground. Soon, the terrifying fist light actually smashed the bloody mad dragon into pieces, and even its momentum did not decrease, and finally hit Jiang Yangping's chest. Puff! The extremely powerful punch hit Jiang Yangping directly in the chest, causing his entire body to fly backwards quickly like a kite with a broken string. In midair, Jiang Yangping gritted his teeth and suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood in the direction of Su Fan. The blood drew a shocking arc in the air. They're just like ants. Just when Su Fan felt that he had won the game, he moved as fast as lightning and wanted to pursue the victory and kill Jiang Yangping in one fell swoop. Something strange happened. Jiang Yangping's eyes were wide open, and he stared with a resentful look at the blood in his heart that was shooting towards Su Fan. When the two were close enough, a long howl came out. Blood explosion. In an instant, with Su Fan's position as the center, an extremely violent force erupted, like 10 grenades suddenly exploding. The powerful impact instantly blew Su Fan away. Caught off guard, his body rolled in the air and finally crashed into a wall. Interesting. This guy has quite a lot of tricks up his sleeve. 2.5 seconds later, Su Fan walked out from the wall again. He looked at Jiang Yangping in the distance, and his face finally became more serious. The moment he noticed that the situation had changed, Su Fan used the Tiangang Divine Shield, without hesitation. Protected by a layer of light green light, he blocked most of the explosion damage. But the power of the explosion still made Su Fan look disheveled and ragged. He had to admit that the evil skills that Jiang Yangping practiced did have some tricks. All kinds of unexpected means emerge one after another. At this moment, Su Fan also put away his contempt and prepared to take this death battle seriously. After all, Jiang Yangping was already at a higher realm than him, and if he wasn't careful, he might end up in trouble. On the other side, Jiang Yangping also took advantage of this brief interval to calm down. He took a deep breath and stood up, his eyes revealing coldness and ruthlessness, and it was obvious that he had decided to go all out. The two men looked at each other from a distance, no longer holding back, and fought again. Boom, boom. The air seemed to be ignited by the momentum of the two people, and every collision erupted with astonishing energy fluctuations. The town was filled with an extremely tense atmosphere at this time. This is the ultimate that a mortal body can achieve. Boss Su has actually reached this level. Too strong, really too strong. I am so lucky to be able to serve such a powerful man. Looking at Su Fan displaying his divine power in the distance, the mad lion trembled all over, so excited that he was speechless, with a face full of fanatical admiration. He was now extremely grateful that he had chosen to stick around and follow Su Fan. As a warrior, he naturally had fantasies about reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, but his talent was limited, and he was destined to live a mediocre life. However, now that he is at Su Fan's feet, he is destined to rise to the top in one step. While witnessing the rise of our king, he can also enjoy the glory of being the center of attention. After all, not everyone is so lucky to be able to be a dog beside the young master. Beside him, the Han father and daughter were also excited and ecstatic. After witnessing Su Fan's invincibility, they know. They bet on the right thing. It's stable. It's stable. The Han family will surely rise this time. Especially Han Xinxiao. She stood in the crowd, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Fan on the battlefield, her eyes full of obsession and admiration. She looked at Su Fan's agile figure, and her mind spontaneously beautified every move and style of the opponent, creating an image of unparalleled dominance and majesty. When she thought that Su Fan was doing all this for her, she decided to give it a try and fight to the death. Han Xinxiao's heart was beating wildly, and her breathing became more and more rapid. Layers of blush appeared on her pretty face at the same time, which was caused by excitement and excitement. My vision is correct. Su Fan is so powerful. I must keep him under control. With him here, I will definitely be second to none and above everyone else in the future, and become the most envied woman in the entire Magic City. By then, even Su Chinga will have to look up to me humbly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Although she is known as the most beautiful woman in Magic City, Su Chinga is now just a pretty face. She has a beautiful appearance but lacks my intelligence and vision. I can recognize a strong man like Su Fan, but she can only look at her incompetent son-in-law and shed tears every night. Sure enough, I, Han Xinxiao, am the most outstanding and high-quality woman in the world, and only the strongest man like Su Fan can be worthy of me. When Su Fan becomes famous in the Magic City, Su Chinga will be eclipsed by me. No, I should say that all the beauties in the world, even in the whole universe, will look at me with envy and jealousy. Thinking of this, Han Xinxiao straightened her chest unconsciously, as if she had already seen the glorious scene in the future. The corners of her mouth turned up, revealing an arc of satisfaction and expectation. Chapter 478, An Unprecedentedly Brilliant Battle, Jiang Yongping's Impotent Rage. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Bujiang Town has completely turned into a battlefield filled with smoke. In the aftermath of the battle, buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. Su Fan and Jiang Yongping fought fiercely from the sky to the earth, and then from the land to the river. The battle was intense and thrilling. Damn it! Where on earth did this monster come from? Seeing that he had tried his best but still couldn't defeat Su Fan, Jiang Yongping became furious and fell into a state of impotence and rage. Blood-burning technique. In order to achieve a quick victory, Jiang Yongping resolutely used his best skill and ignited his boiling blood. In an instant, all of his physical attributes improved drastically in a short period of time, and he was forced into the peak realm of Huajin. However, once the state ends, he will fall into a period of weakness. But as long as Su Fan can be killed quickly, Jiang Yongping thinks all the costs are worth it. That's more like it. Looks like we can have a good fight today. Facing Jiang Yongping, whose aura suddenly surged and who was 2 realms higher than himself in an instant. There was no panic or fear on Su Fan's face. Instead, he was filled with excitement and eagerness to try. He no longer held back and went forward with a big laugh, throwing himself wholeheartedly into this most unprecedented and brilliant peak showdown since his debut. This madman. The gap between the realms of the two parties is so huge, it would be okay for him not to run away. Why do you dare to fight back against me? Looking at Su Fan rushing towards him, Jiang Yongping's expression froze. His eyes became extremely solemn, and an unprecedented strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. After being promoted to the Grandmaster of Huajin, every breakthrough in realm is like climbing a cliff, extremely difficult, and the gap in strength is like a chasm. Su Fan and he were separated by 2 major realms, but he did not choose to escape, but instead took the initiative to rush forward to kill him. This made Jiang Yongping's face show 1 part of confusion, 2 parts of shock, 3 parts of uneasiness, and 4 parts of anger. But feeling that he was in an unprecedented peak state, Jiang Yongping's self-confidence soared unprecedentedly. Looking at Su Fan, who was rushing towards him, he smiled grimly. Humph, since you're determined to die, I'll grant your wish. Blood Soul Impact. In midair, Su Fan's figure suddenly stopped. It was as if my mind was suddenly hit hard by an invisible shockwave, catching me off guard. He only felt a sudden darkness in front of his eyes, and his whole body fell into a brief state of dizziness. Boy, go to hell. Bloodthirsty magic. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Jiang Yongping laughed wildly and took the opportunity to put his palm on Su Fan's chest and began to practice his skills frantically, trying to suck the blood and energy from Su Fan's body and convert it into his own internal strength and vitality, so as to quickly improve his cultivation and recover from his injuries. But the next second, the smile on Jiang Yongping's face suddenly froze, and he was shocked to find that, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't absorb even a little energy from Su Fan. Completely different from the others, the strength in his body was like substance, indestructible and difficult to leak out. To give an example, other people's bodies contain air or water, while the internal energy cultivated by Su Fan has condensed into ice. A vacuum cleaner can suck away air, but there is no way it can suck in a large solid object, right? Jiang Yongping's face was filled with confusion. It was the first time he encountered such an embarrassing situation. He stood there in a daze for a moment, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Su Fan quickly woke up from his brief state of unconsciousness. He sneered and punched Jiang Yongping in the chest, sending him flying backwards. Jiang Yongping, I didn't expect you to have so many unheard of methods. Even I was tricked by you by accident. Unfortunately, you are short-sighted. Like most warriors, you only know how to increase your internal energy and blindly pursue a breakthrough in realm. But they don't know that quality is the key. If the quality doesn't meet the requirements, you can only stop at the Grandmaster level in this life. Only by condensing the energy in your body into something as solid as substance can you make further progress in the future and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. If I were simply pursuing cultivation, I would have already broken through to the peak of Hua Jin, or even the great perfection. How could I still be stuck at the realm of the small success of Hua Jin? And the cultivation you have achieved by relying on those evil ways to force your way up is just for show. Your future path of martial arts has come to an end. Compared to those warriors who have reached the same level by relying on themselves and working steadily, they are simply vulnerable. I'm very disappointed. You really are not worthy of being my opponent. Facing Su Fan's murderous taunting, Jiang Yangping's eyes were red with anger. He found it hard to accept that he had paid so much, but in the end he got such an evaluation. Even he knew that what Su Fan said was true. But in order to become who he is today, he betrayed his former beliefs and committed countless sins of killing. How could he easily admit that he had taken the wrong path? Then how can he face his past self? Jiang Yangping was unwilling to fail like this. He had not yet sought revenge on Yi Junlin, nor had he yet proved to the world that hard work is more important than talent. He really is so eager to improve. The most crucial reason why he went astray back then was that he could not accept that after practicing hard for most of his life, he was defeated by a greenhorn. In the face of talent, hard work is a joke, especially the heart-wrenching words left by the other party before leaving, which deeply hurt Jiang Yangping's heart, causing him to gradually lose himself, and his personality became more and more paranoid. Now, he is much more powerful than before and thought he would be invincible, but he died before he could achieve his goal. He hasn't even found the god of war to wash away the shame. And now Su Fan shows up, who is even younger than Yi Junlin back then. At this moment, history seemed to repeat itself. Was he going to lose again? Did he lose to a younger guy again this time? Just like back then, becoming a stepping stone for the other party to become famous? No, I won't lose. How could I be defeated by a brat like you? Filled with resentment and unwillingness, Jiang Yangping roared to the sky, the murderous intent in his body surging like a tide. His eyes were bloodshot, and he swung his right hand violently. A dazzling red light flashed, and the fiery red ancient sword, red flame, burning heart, behind him was instantly grasped in his palm. Blood-red air swirled around the sword, as if it was going to burn up all the surrounding air. Su Fan, today I will let you see the true power of red flame, burning heart. Jiang Yangping shouted angrily and rushed towards Su Fan like lightning. The sword rose and flames burned fiercely, transforming into a roaring fire dragon, rushing towards Su Fan with bared fangs and claws. Wherever it passed, the ground was burned black and made a sharp, sizzling sound. Su Fan was not afraid at all. His eyes were as indifferent as water, and he snorted coldly. It's too slow. Then he flashed and cleverly avoided the ferocious sword. How could Jiang Yangping give up? He turned his wrist, and his sword moves were as intense as a storm, one move after another. Each sword carried a blazing heat and an extremely sharp sword energy, making everyone hiding in the distance watching the battle feel shortness of breath and terrified. But what drives Jiang Yangping crazy is, no matter how he burned his potential, he attacked madly with all his might. Su Fan remained calm the entire time, countering each move, either blocking with his palm wind or using clever strength to resolve it. In the end, he even used his bare hands to directly use his fists to hit his sword, which was supposed to be indestructible. That's all? Jiang Yangping, is this all you have? As if he felt he had had enough fun, Su Fan suddenly shouted, took the initiative to attack, and rushed towards Jiang Yangping like a ghost. Asshole! Jiang Yangping was nearly so angry that he lost his mind. He despairingly discovered that he really couldn't take down Su Fan for the time being, and the casting time of blood-burning technique is almost over. Soon, he will fall into a period of weakness, and then he will be no match for Su Fan. Now, even though Jiang Yangping was unwilling, he couldn't help but think of escaping. Chapter 479. Don't look down on the poor in old age. In Bujiang Town, the warriors who had been hiding everywhere like frightened birds, after witnessing Su Fan's earth-shaking power, finally mustered up the courage and slowly walked out from their hiding places. Then, like curious children, they cautiously peeked in and stood far away with awe and anticipation. Looking back over the past few decades, it can be said that this is the most unprecedented and brilliant battle between masters. These two guys are simply inhuman, especially the young Grandmaster. He was able to cross two realms to fight Jiang Yangping, and he even had the upper hand. This completely breaks the conventional knowledge of martial arts. After today, this Master Su will be famous all over the world, and his reputation will surely resound throughout the entire martial arts world. I'm afraid everyone will know him. That's inevitable. He has achieved such astonishing achievements at such a young age. It's hard to imagine. If he is given another 10 years, what level of achievement will he reach? Perhaps he could even explore the legendary divine realm that is superior to the Grandmaster, or even reach the top. Haha, looking at the current situation, Jiang Yangping's defeat is only a matter of time. I'll have to find the right opportunity later to beat this fallen dog up, so as to avenge the relatives he killed. When Su Fan and Jiang Yangping fought, the people watching the fight were instantly petrified, with only one thought left in their minds. Jaw-dropping. Stunning. In their eyes, Su Fan and the other man seemed to have transcended the mundane human realm and turned into dragon gods who could turn rivers and seas upside down. With every move of his hands, the vast Bujang Bay was stirred up into turbulent waves and filled with blood and rain. Especially Su Fan, whose realm was obviously far inferior to Jiang Yangping, but he was always able to suppress the opponent. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who could believe such an incredible thing? This is simply outrageous, isn't it? However, the most shocked people were undoubtedly the ordinary people at the scene who had never witnessed the power of martial arts. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they witnessed the Grandmaster's battle for the first time. Their original worldview was completely overturned in an instant. Is this still a human being? Many wealthy nobles who usually considered themselves upper class had expressions of horror that were difficult to conceal on their faces. No matter how much they overestimated warriors in the past, they felt that they were at most like the martial arts masters in TV dramas. No matter how powerful they are, they can never transcend the scope of humans. As long as the power of the gun is strong enough, they can still be shot in the head with one shot. However, the fierce confrontation between Jiang Yangping and Su Fan today completely shattered their inherent cognition. This scene is several times more exaggerated than the special effects in the American Avengers blockbuster. This peak confrontation between the two almost caused huge waves in Bujang Bay, with watermarks crisscrossing like a river turning upside down. With such a shocking scene, who would dare to regard them as ordinary human beings? This is clearly an extraordinary little Superman. At this moment, countless celebrities and prominent families were filled with awe. For the first time, they truly realized the unfathomable and powerful strength of the Grandmaster Huajin. Their eyes lit up, they were fascinated, and they wished they could instantly turn into Jiang Yangping, turn into Su Fan. Of course, more rational people tried their best to engrave Su Fan's ordinary face deeply in their hearts. He racked his brains to find an opportunity to get closer to and establish a connection with this young master. If I were lucky enough to have such an invincible master as my backer, the world is so big, where can't you walk sideways? You can even ensure the family's fortune for 100 years and make it prosperous forever. For example, after the Han family successfully boarded Su Fan's ship, its future is destined to be a smooth road paved with flowers. Ha ha ha. Master Su is truly a rare talent. God is really blessing our Han family. I'm afraid there is smoke rising from our ancestral graves. I noticed the envious and jealous looks coming from all around. Han Jingyang strode forward with his head held high, his smug face becoming more and more arrogant, the curve of his mouth corners like a crescent moon, and he couldn't calm down no matter what. In one word, awesome. Beside him, Han Xinxiao was even more ecstatic, her face flushed with excitement, like a ripe apple. In her heart, she secretly gave herself a big thumbs up for her unique vision in choosing man, especially when she noticed that many female disciples of the Amei sect not far away were casting envious glances at her from time to time. She was so proud that her tail was about to rise to the sky. Snort. What's the point of a woman knowing martial arts? No matter how good you are at fighting, you can never beat a man, and practicing martial arts is exhausting. It is better to practice your skills in bed and try hard to please the man. As the saying goes, it is better to marry well than to fight well. You see, even though I am a weak woman, I can still make you warriors submit to me. This is what is called under one man, above 10,000 men. On the other side, Jiang Yongping felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his body and mind numb. At this moment, he didn't even have time to think about how he would lose face in the martial arts world after being defeated. Because he might die here soon. Bang! Jiang Yongping was blown away again, and then he got up with difficulty. His body suddenly froze, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. The originally unrivaled aura on his body quickly declined from the peak of Grandmaster to the Great Grandmaster level, and was even worse than its initial state. Damn it! Has the validity period of blood-burning technique expired? Realizing that his body was in an extremely weak state, Jiang Yongping was extremely unwilling, but he also knew that defeat was inevitable. He was unable to defeat Su Fan even at his best, let alone his current half-dead state. If I continue to fight, I'm afraid I'll lose my life here today. Jiang Yongping, you can't do it now? Sure enough, the power obtained through those evil ways is ultimately vulnerable. Su Fan landed steadily on a ruined wall, looking at Jiang Yongping from a distance with a sneer of contempt on his face. Hearing this, Jiang Yongping was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead like a winding earthworm. But he also understood the principle of winners and losers. If you lose, you lose. The verbal dispute at this moment is meaningless and will only bring more humiliation to the other party. At this moment, the most important thing he should do is to escape from this place as soon as possible, find a safe place to heal his wounds, concentrate on improving his cultivation, and wait for the opportunity for revenge in the future. Chapter 480 Su Fan. Give me back my sister. Give me back my sister. In Bujiang Town. Boy, you win. But don't get too carried away. I will make you pay back 100-fold for today's humiliation in the future. As the saying goes, don't be fooled by your old age and poverty. If you have the guts, let me go first. We will make a 3-year agreement. After 3 years, we will fight again here. What do you think? Jiang Yongping roared at the top of his lungs, trying to intimidate Su Fan and find a way to survive. He originally thought that a young man like Su Fan, who was just starting out, could not stand being provoked. So he deliberately pretended to be weak. At the same time, he resorted to provocation in an attempt to get away with it and escape from this nightmare place. But who could have thought? Facing his deliberate provocation, Su Fan had a blank expression on his face, but his words were confusing. Give me back my sister. Give you back your sister? What sister? Who is your sister? Jiang Yongping was dumbfounded on the spot, looking bewildered and at a loss, as if he had been struck by lightning. Before he could react, Su Fan had already picked up the terrifyingly huge stone pillar beside him and smashed it towards Jiang Yongping. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Give my girl back to me!" Stone pillar. Puff! Jiang Yongping was already seriously injured, and his chest was hit hard by the stone pillar, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood, which bloomed like gorgeous fireworks. The whole person instantly flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. While in midair, Jiang Yongping felt extremely depressed. Young people have no moral principles. Do you understand what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? I surrendered, and you're still fighting? And your sister? Your sister. Who is your sister? Tell me, tell me. Ignoring Jiang Yongping's broken defense, Su Fan still repeated coldly, "Old man, give my girl back to me." Looking at Su Fan, who was chasing him like a madman and shouting for his sister, Jiang Yongping felt so depressed. It was even more bitter than eating Coptis chinensis. Why is this kid crazy? How would I know where his sister is? Jiang Yongping fled in a panic, complaining in his heart. He is a well-known and renowned figure in the martial arts world. He has always been invincible in the martial arts world. He came here today to hunt down warriors to improve his cultivation and achieve his own invincibility. I never thought that I would meet such an enchanting descendant like Su Fan. At this moment, he was in tattered clothes which looked as if they had been torn by a pack of wild dogs, and his hair was disheveled as if it had been ravaged by a strong wind. Where is the slightest bit of the majestic and arrogant look from before? Boy, don't go too far. I don't even know your sister. If you want to find a sister, you shouldn't come to me, right? Jiang Yongping yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice breaking. But what responded to him was Su Fan's attack like a storm. Damn it! Facing the stubborn Su Fan, Jiang Yongping was so angry that his whole body was shaking like sifting chaff, and he couldn't help but swear. But he didn't dare to stop, so he could only run away from the town desperately, thinking that after getting into the dense forest, he could rely on the complex terrain to get rid of Su Fan this difficult guy. Behind him, Su Fan's eyes were as big as copper bells, and it seemed that his eyeballs were about to pop out. The stone pillar in his hand made a whirring sound, as if he was going to smash Jiang Yongping into a paste. Give my sister back. In Su Fan's opinion, Jiang Yongping should bear at least 95% of the responsibility for his younger sister's disappearance without any reason. After all, this was a competition he had personally initiated. Facing Su Fan's relentless pursuit, Jiang Yongping gritted his teeth. The frustration in his heart almost made him explode, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Asshole! I, Jiang Yongping, have lived a glorious life, but today I have ended up like this. It is such a shame. Kid, leave some space for me, so we can meet again in the future. Do you really want to kill us all? However, Su Fan ignored his roar and continued to chase him. He kept repeating, "Give me back my sister." Soon, in Bujiang Town, everyone watching the game had strange looks on their faces, because an incredible scene appeared before their eyes. The famous Jiang Yongping, who had committed countless murders, was now running around like a stray dog. Behind him, a young man was waving a huge stone pillar wildly, smashing it down at him continuously. This shocking scene made everyone's mouths open wide. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground, and they were stunned. The entrance of the town. The Suzuka warrior, with red hair and red nails, had a solemn expression and arrived late. She knew that the person she was facing this time was Jiang Yongping, who had fallen into the path of evil. The opponent's strength is far superior to yours, so you must deal with him carefully. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will end up dead. She had only one goal, which was to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so as to give the remaining survivors in the town a chance to escape. Thinking of this, General Suzuku cautiously stepped into the town, and what he saw was corpses all over the ground. Jiang Yongping, this beast. Looking at those mummies that died in a miserable state, General Suzuku clenched his fists. His face turned red with anger, and he looked like an angry lioness. She couldn't understand how the respected senior in the past could become such a devil who took human life lightly. Just as the Suzuka warrior suppressed his anger, took several deep breaths, and finally regained his composure, her ears suddenly moved, as if she heard some noise coming from the street corner. "Old man, give my sister back to me." The Suzuka warrior turned around in confusion, and what she saw made her mouth drop open in amazement. She saw two figures, one old and one young, approaching the town entrance quickly on the street in the distance, one in front and one behind. When the distance was close enough, the Suzuka warrior instantly recognized the figure of the old man in the front, who was her target of this trip, Jiang Yongping. At this moment, for some reason, the other party's face was full of tears. The expression was even more bitter than eating Coptus chinensis and more wronged than Doi. The clothes he wore were torn like a beggar's, and his hair was a mess. Where was the majestic and arrogant look in my memory? Behind him, a young man was waving a stone pillar, just like Sun Wukong waving his golden cudgel, and was madly chasing and smashing Jiang Yongping.